Good morning, everyone. My voice doesn't seem to have much effect on the audience here. Maybe I need to speak more loudly. Good morning.
Good morning.
State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. Make sure you're in the right room for the right hearing. This is the second to last of the hearings this committee will have. We have a good number of bills today. We appreciate your concise testimony. You each have roughly 3 minutes to, at the very least, intrigue us to the point we ask you questions. So beyond that, we'll let the day play out as it will. I will hand off to my esteemed ranking member, Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thanks everyone for coming. I'm looking forward to some good discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking forward to a robust conversation today as well.
Excellent. Senator Needleman is delayed in traffic. He suggested we carry on without him. I'm sure he'll be here shortly. We will begin. The first hour will be, we will give preference to elected officials and agency personnel, and we will begin today with the Commissioner of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, Katie Dykes. Good morning.
Morning, Representative and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Katie Dykes. I'm the Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I'm here with my cast of thousands from our senior team to help answer questions that the committee may have this morning. I maybe will, if you can indulge a minute, I would love to bring to the committee's attention that DEEP yesterday issued a notice of proceeding to initiate the integrated resources plan planning process. This is something that we're excited to launch. We have been directed by the legislature to every few years conduct an integrated resource plan to look at our energy supply needs over the next 10 years and identify a plan for meeting those needs for our electric supply. And of relevance to today's committee hearing, and specifically the House Bill 7017, establishing a task force to study transmission and grid enhancing technologies. DEEP included with the IRP a white paper on transmission solutions. And this is something that we are excited to do as part of the IRP this time around. Is to put out a few white papers as we're developing the draft IRP that can elicit stakeholder feedback and interaction and engagement during the multi-month development of the modeling and the draft of the integrated resource plan. So we're eager to get public input on the proposed scope of the IRP, but also that transmission white paper. And we look forward to doing some more white papers over the next few months. Of relevance to House Bill 7017, of course, we support establishing a task force to study transmission and get we also believe, and I think we provided some context in the transmission solutions white paper, that there could be some solutions that could be put in place in the near term to provide for greater transparency for ratepayers, ratepayer advocate, for DEEP, and other key stakeholders, perhaps through the authorizing expanding the authorization for the siting council to obtain information from the electric utilities related to the needs driving certain types of transmission solutions, including asset condition projects. That are located here in Connecticut. And this could also provide an ability for us to get more detail about the scope of those projects and opportunities for the utilities to consider the use of GETs or other advanced technologies as part of those projects. So we are supportive of House Bill 7017 and would be glad to work with the committee on ways to potentially incorporate some of those transparency elements into that bill if there were if there were an interest. We are also supportive of House Bill 7019, requiring a study of incentives for the replacement of residential electric resistance heating systems. We've seen a significant increase in customer interest in heat pumps, which, as the committee is aware, are a more efficient way of air conditioning your home. We're experiencing more extreme weather events. The average energy use or energy needed to for cooling during the summers has increased roughly 14% since the 1960s as a result of climate change. And so providing access for more affordable cooling is something that heat pumps can provide. This particular bill also focuses on another important use case for heat pumps, which is to replace electric resistance heating systems with heat pumps, and heat pumps provide a more efficient a way to heat your home than electric resistance heat. It's roughly 10% of customers, residential customers in the state, are utilizing electric resistance heat. And so this is an application for heat pumps that can actually provide for energy or bill savings for those customers on electric resistance heat, while also reducing energy use on the grid, which provides grid reliability benefits, especially as we are always focused on how to reduce electricity use during winter peak periods. Also happy to, we provided written testimony, or we're providing on a few other bills as well. We strongly oppose Senate Bill 1353, which would undermine a range of critical investment programs to support electric vehicles, heat pump adoption, and other access to these cost-saving and types of technologies. We think it's counter to what we're seeing from consumers, which is an increased interest in purchasing EVs. EV registrations continue to increase here in Connecticut. And I already mentioned the demand, the near doubling in customer interest in the uptake of rebates for heat pumps, for example, at the state level. So we think this would also undermine, access that Connecticut consumers are demanding to these types of technologies. Happy to take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. You covered a lot of ground very quickly. Let's start with the IRP. For those of us who have not had a chance to peruse the white paper yet, or are less familiar with the Integrated Resources Plan, we only do this every number of years. Could you help everybody understand why it's so important and why this year might be a little different than past years, given a very rapidly changing supply marketplace?
Thanks for that question, Representative. So the Integrated Resource Plan, again, is very focused on the supply, the energy supply. So it's not specific, focused on distribution. That's PURA's purview. But we're also including, but we note that ensuring that we have an adequate supply of energy to meet affordability, our environmental goals, as well as reliability needs, includes, will be an opportunity for us to recommend and identify ways to optimize the procurement of grid scale resources, which is something that DEEP does on behalf of ratepayers and for the state. It enables us to also look at opportunities to optimize or get more value out of the existing programs that we have to secure energy supply that meets our clean, reliable, and affordable policy goals. So, for example, that would include looking at programs like the Renewable Portfolio Standard to see how they're working and how they could be better optimized to deliver on the goals of the RPS. The IRP is also a place for us to look at things like transmission. We know how important transmission investments are to addressing reliability, bringing down costs, integrating more supply needed supply. And so the IRP start kicking off with this transmission white paper signals that transmission needs to be an important part of our strategy for securing an adequate electric supply. I want to highlight in this notice that we issued, again, we know that affordability is a front and center. It's a critical issue. The governor spoke to the need for an all the above approach to address an affordable and reliable grid. And so we've been a little bit more detailed in this notice to highlight some of the key strategies that we're focused on, so that we can get stakeholder feedback early in the process to make sure that the analysis we'll be doing in the IRP is focused on the right things. So specifically in this notice, which again was issued just last night, so I fully expect folks have not read it. But we speak to, in addition to maintaining adequate supply over the next decade. I think in past hearings we've spoken, or maybe it was at the transmission and informational session that the committee held at the very beginning of this session. We spoke to demand growth and the need for additional supply. The ISO is actively updating their projections for demand growth, which we know are going to be influenced by the availability of new clean energy supply, as well as by the adoption of or the pace of adoption of electric vehicles and heat pumps. But also we flagged that the addition of data center demand, if that emerges over the next 10-year period, could have a significant impact in demand. So we want to make sure that we're developing the right strategy for investment and resources to meet that demand growth, which we're trying to do our best to forecast accurately. We highlight the need for new, making sure that we have the right investment vehicles for new types of energy supply resources. We've spent quite a deal of time looking at how to and we want to continue the conversations on how to optimize our investment strategy for offshore wind to overcome some of the challenges that we've had in recent years with contract cancellations. And so how to better balance the risks for shareholders and ratepayers to attract investment in those capital intensive resources. That same question is right in front of us as we contemplate investments in new nuclear technologies, which share similar needs for risk sharing to attract capital investment in those emerging technologies. So that's something that we wish to explore further in the IRP, perhaps akin to New York's blueprint for new nuclear that the Hochul administration issued earlier. What is this? Last year, end of last year. And we also note that there's the winter reliability challenges focused on inadequate access to natural gas delivery into New England is something that we have reviewed in the Section 35 study the committee directed us to do last year. We've reviewed it in past IRPs, and that will continue to be a focus here to compare and different modeling scenarios of different combinations of resources against investments in new gas infrastructure to help us understand what the pluses and minuses, pros and cons are of those different strategies. And then we also note that as we look at the least cost options or the most affordable options to grow our supply in the long term, it's very clear over the last few years that long-term affordability is important, and so is addressing price volatility. And we've seen customers reacting very strongly, right, and businesses to the unpredictability of these swings in energy prices. Some of it may be driven around the way that costs are recovered for contracts like Millstone. Some of it may be driven by spikes in fossil fuel and natural gas prices that we saw during the war in Ukraine, with the outset of that drove significant swings in energy prices. So we also want to focus on what are the best strategies that are within the purview of the IRP to help minimize that price volatility. So those are a few of the things, but just if you can indulge one more minute, specifically to transmission, I want to introduce Josh Walters, who can speak to the transmission white paper as you asked us to hit the highlights there.
Sure. So for the white paper, we really wanted to highlight both some recent successes in the region on transmission, and then highlight some areas for potential reform. On the successes side of things, we have the recent ISO New England regional transmission procurement mechanism that FERC approved last year. And that process is underway now at ISO New England to look at transmission solutions that will be paid for by the region to help unlock more affordable sources of generation in northern Maine. There are also some areas for reform that we highlight in the transmission white paper. One of the large ones is related to asset condition projects, which the commissioner referenced before. And these are projects that replace existing transmission infrastructure on the grid that are aging or deteriorating, that are really critical to maintaining the reliability of the grid. In New England, we've had a very reliable transmission grid. We want to keep it that way. The problem that we're finding is there's a regulatory oversight gap right now. Transmission is regulated mostly by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. They should be looking at these items, these facilities. But unfortunately, the approach right now is they presume that these investments are prudent and don't dig in and explore whether these are really appropriately scoped, time-sized projects, unless a challenger can express serious doubt. And it's a very, very difficult burden to do that at FERC. And so what we have is the billions of dollars of investments in New England that ratepayers are paying. And there's just no real regulatory oversight that we think is appropriate. And so the white paper highlights some areas where some reforms that could potentially help with that, including greater transparency in the transmission planning processes. Our sister state in Maine has an interesting concept where they require the transmission owners to come in and lay out sort of their investments over the next 5 years, and allows various entities within that state to explore those projects, better understand those projects. And it just brings a great deal more transparency to the process. And then finally, we also touch on some advanced conductor and siting reforms that could be relevant as well.
And just to put a finer point on it, the transmission bill, part of the bill is relatively small and doesn't gain a lot of attention, but it has grown by 72% since 2015. And so it now makes up 10 to 11% of the bill. It's possible that these asset condition projects, which make up roughly 40%, are absolutely and desperately needed and adequately sized. And so through further transparency, we may all be able to feel more confident in the growing amount of ratepayer funding that's going toward these projects. It's simply that we lack this transparency. We strongly prefer a regional solution for this type of transparency and working through the NEPL process and with the ICE in New England, but that has not materialized yet. And so in that regard, we think that it's important for state legislatures, given the urgency of the affordability needs that ratepayers are facing, to consider within state jurisdictions, so that, where you could provide for a venue for more transparency around these projects. And we think that could be the Connecticut Siting Council. That would only affect projects that are within the Siting Council's jurisdiction, so within Connecticut. But it's something, that other states, if other states explored similar approaches, it would be a backstop or another way to get at this if a regional solution, which is preferred, does not materialize.
I want to get back to the RP in a moment, but just on the Siting Council piece, I know a number of us will ask questions. There is a bill before, I believe GAE, which is revisiting some of the things that a good number of us talked about last year with regards to the Siting Council. But I think the issue that you highlighted is one that still needs attention. And I think transparency is the right word, but I think the definition of that transparency is going to matter a lot. For example, the recent example we had in Fairfield, Connecticut, whereby the utility wanted to move forward with a large project, but wasn't as forthcoming in sharing information about alternatives for the route that they had chosen. They had not necessarily been transparent about revealing the cost of undergrounding in certain places. It was presented as, if not a fait accompli, as this is the way it's going to happen kind of thing. Is this the kind of transparency you're talking about? And is the Siting Council, in your view, prepared to handle that kind of thing?
Yeah, at a high level, yes. I think the Siting Council in Connecticut has a very hard job. They have a very tight timelines that they operate under. And so one of the things, at a more granular level that we've thought about is, are there ways to bring that transparency to the process earlier in the stage of development of these projects? So maybe before they get to the Siting Council, there can be some level of transparency with relevant entities in the state, learning about these projects, better understanding. So by the time it reaches the Siting Council, some of the concerns you've laid out are maybe more fully developed.
Sounds helpful, but I'm not as convinced as I'd like to be. Um, I hope you will also be commenting on the bill before GAE so that we can really drill down on this. I will express my skepticism that the system as it is established for large transmission projects is too sketchy for me. The relationship between FERC and a local siting council does not give me confidence that those issues be resolved. So, Commissioner?
Yeah, we will, and also we appreciate the opportunity to do this study related to the siting council that I think was inspired by, dissatisfaction perhaps from stakeholders around the Fairfield County incident, as well as how we're addressing solar, how solar development is being addressed. So we'd be happy to circle back and provide more detail related to some of those recommendations. At the same time, of course, like having that transparency around those alternatives is really important because the cost of undergrounding is significant, and opting for different modifications to projects that help achieve community acceptance also can have an impact on ratepayers, as Connecticut ratepayers have to bear the costs of some of those modifications. So it's an important balance that we have to strike, because we need to make sure that there's community acceptance of projects so they needed for reliability so they can move forward. And also understanding what the costs are of those different alternatives helps us make the best informed decisions about how to achieve that. But I think this idea of providing for, a 5-year, like a more advanced, earlier forecast of projects over a 5-year time period, like what Maine is doing, is really valuable. Making sure that there's more information provided at the siting council process about how utilities considered these alternative technologies, and gets in that, as you laid out, like in how they've scoped these asset condition or other local transmission projects, is really valuable to compare these different options. And simply having more information about the need for these projects and the scope of these projects ensures that either we can feel greater confidence in how the utilities have scoped them, or if we reach a situation where we may disagree with the utilities positioning on the prudence of, or the need and the scope, then we would, for the first time, have adequate information to be able to bring to FERC's attention when they are passing through these costs relatively automatically onto ratepayers' bills.
Hear that. I think connecting the dots between greater transparency, improved communication, more information leads to greater community engagement and better outcomes. So we really appreciate your involvement in that. One last question. I'll stop hogging the mic. Going back to the RFP, you touched on many of the things we talked about this session: data centers, nuclear, natural gas pipelines, and the trend for transmission costs to be going up. How does one design a strategy? I'm not talking about ISO, they've got their own issues, but how do we as a state design a strategy for increasing demand with all the uncertainties and the likely impacts on the ratepayer for us to do the right thing over the long term?
It's exactly what we are bravely undertaking to do with this planning process. And again, I think we're trying to some of the process, the analysis we're doing in the integrated resource plan will be familiar, as we've done, we have experience now with doing this. For example, in 2022, we finalized I believe it was 2022 or 2021, we finalized the last IRP, where we did modeling of the electric system over the next 10 years, and we were able to plug in different combinations of or portfolios of resources: hydro, offshore wind, efficiency, solar, and look at different retirements that might occur, for example, and address the natural gas constraints, and be able to spit out at the end of that, here's what the costs would be of the system if you invest in these different types of resources. Here's how you would meet the emissions goals, and so on and so forth. So we will do those modeling scenarios, and we're specifically inviting, not as many, stakeholders as possible to engage with us in helping us figure out which portfolios to feed into the modeling. So if there's preferences for us to test out different combinations. That's what we want to get input to make sure that the results here are going to inform decisions that the legislature will be interested in, or other key stakeholders. So that's sort of the core of what the IRP does. But we also want to use the IRP process to uncover some policy recommendations that aren't specific to modeling, different amounts of resources coming on over time. And that includes how to make sure that we're not carrying an undue, or Connecticut's not carrying more than a share of the investments needed to meet resource adequacy on the grid. How do we attract investment in our deregulated market in these capital intensive emerging technologies like new nuclear? How do we, we heard about the transmission piece. How do we optimize and get more value out of the existing programs that we have in place, expanding investment in demand response, for example, or integrating more storage to help extract more value from the solar investments we've been making to date. Those are some of the things that we may look at, but we don't. These are our ideas. We put them out on paper. And we have invited comment over the next, I believe it is 30 days for folks on this initial sense of like, are we asking the right questions and looking at the right things? So I appreciate the ability to do this quick, not so quick advertisement for not just the usual nerds, but let's all get, excited about the IRP and tell us, how we can make this study relevant to the things that the legislature and other stakeholders are interested in.
Only because I can't resist. What's the timetable on the IRP?
The timetable on the IRP, my goal is hopefully we can have this wrapped up this year.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. Can you maybe go into a little bit of detail? You alluded to the fact that ISO New England, we as a state of Connecticut generally foresee a deficit in the electric grid in the decades to come, with a growth in energy demand, with perhaps retirements of power generation or insufficient power generation. What type of magnitude do you all see at DEEP and other kind of bodies foresee, including ISO New England?
Sure. I think by deficit, I think you're referring to like the amount of supply that we're going to need over the next 10, 15 years, right? To meet growing demand. So the ISO New England, their 2024 forecast of regional projected load growth was approximately 17%, and with peak load growing 10% in the summer and 32% in the wintertime. So we have to pay attention to the seasonality. Of course, that's based on expectations around electric vehicle adoption, heat pump adoption, economic growth. I mean, if Commissioner O'Keefe were here, he'd be talking about our manufacturing sector and how it's really ramped up significantly. And that's actually a good problem to have. That's actually driving the need for more energy supply. There's also, there's these kinds of lumpy loads, like data center additions could increase, by a data center addition of 300 megawatts could increase Connecticut's load by roughly 30%. So those are not factored into the ISO's demand forecast, which, by the way, those are regional figures of 17%. But a data center popping up sometime over this next 10-year period could also affect those numbers significantly. And this is going to be a moving target. In part, the changes in Washington are injecting a lot of uncertainty that planners have to manage. Are we going to see any changes in the federal standards? There's proposals to roll back the California waiver for light duty vehicles that could impact. Obviously, Connecticut has been pulled out of the California program, but our neighboring states are in it. And so will EV adoption change if those rollbacks are completed in Washington? We could also see other types of curtailments or supply interruptions as a result of some of these federal policies. The ISO, I know, is taking some steps to try to prepare for the impact potentially of tariffs on imports from Canada, which include not just hydropower, but also critically LNG that we export or import. Some of our generators are importing from St. John. I think the most critical supply issue that worries me is the potential to cut off access to offshore wind. Not just what Connecticut is procuring, but what our neighboring states are procuring. We're anticipating roughly 5,000 megawatts of oil units that are well past their useful life. These are like the Model Ts that are keeping our grid on running in the wintertime. Those resources, even if we paid them to stay around, have questionable ability to perform during these winter peak periods if we stretch their life another 10 years. So what's replacing them? Our planning processes have focused on, the potential to replace those with offshore wind, which performs really well during the wintertime. Our neighboring states have made significant commitments in the recent RFP to procure additional megawatts of offshore wind. If those projects are curtailed, that could be challenging. We have, and there's significant amounts of offshore wind that's under construction today, which I'm not, I think we're not worried that those will be challenged, but that could add 5% of supply next year when those projects come online. So how will, steel tariffs impact like investment? I mean, there's just a lot of uncertainty right now. It's very important that we have to try to plan, but not, try to find the right balance in what we think is actionable information for these plans. So we're treating these as contingencies, but this is very much a dynamic situation.
Yeah, and it makes sense then because as you said, we all foresee continued demand growth on the grid. ISO New England's forecast might even be too low because they have not incorporated the data center growth. And that's part of the reason why many in New England have been willing to say, okay, we're going to make long-term purchases for energy supply above the competitive wholesale market for electricity. And most of the time when we're debating that, it's really a matter of degree. Some of us, are willing to see the purchases at a little bit above the rate, others a little bit more, but almost everyone agrees that there has to be some degree of purchases above the market rate in order to bring on more supply. It's why, we talk about things like AMI and conservation of the load in times of peak demand response, et cetera. I guess then I'm wondering why DEEP would be opposed to some of the measures in 1353 that call for what I think would be a low-hanging fruit in policy, that if we're actively subsidizing new demand, if we have actually ratepayers through public benefits programs subsidizing new energy demand, why we would continue with that type of policy, because it would only be exacerbating the supply and demand imbalance. It would only be exacerbating the future deficits that we have. Just kind of for the public, originally, I think 1353, the draft was meant to include a rollback of some of the incentives, the subsidies for data centers as well. So taking a look at all three major sources of new demand, data centers, EVs, and heat pumps, and not saying don't do them, actually saying totally do them. These are innovations in the economy that belong in our economy, but let's not have either taxpayers or ratepayers be subsidizing extra demand from those sources when we're already foreseeing a long-term imbalance. So I'm wondering, given that, we're willing to do new supply or invest in demand conservation with a subsidy, why not eliminate some of the existing subsidies or roll back some of the existing subsidies for new demand?
I love your question because I have some thoughts on this.
Let me go.
So the first is you referenced, I think, how we're procuring the grid scale resources and whether we should be procuring resources that have $1 per megawatt hour price that's above the market price. And I just want to be clear, and this is why we do the integrated resource plan, why we do these forecasts of prices in the future, is that when we're using competitive processes to receive bids for, or we run competitions to get bids from developers to find the least cost resources that we can invest in to grow our supply and meet our public policy goals. We don't compare those prices. It doesn't make any sense to compare the price of those projects to the price of energy today. We are forecasting what the prices are going to be over the next 20 years, or during the time period when those projects would be online. And then we compare the price of those projects, right, to what we expect the price to be in the future. And our expectations are that the prices that we've been seeing today are lower than what we're going to see in the future. And in fact, if you look at the price of energy to right now, we have significantly elevated energy prices this winter, as do many other parts of the country. There's a race for investment in new supply. Data centers are absorbing, natural gas, buying diesel for backup. So there's more competition for these fuels that we import and rely on to run our grid. The long-term forecasts are that prices are increasing. So I just want to say clearly that that's one of the things you have to consider if you're comparing the price of the bids that we receive and the contracted resource prices against today prices. You may be then not adequately considering how these projects, comparing apples to apples to what the future prices will be. So that's one. The other is that reliability doesn't really have a price associated with it. The winter reliability challenge that we're facing here in New England, especially with a 30% plus increase in winter demand that's expected, right, is not really priced in to the ISO New England market price. So
Not capacity markets.
no, ISO is currently starting to look at ways to adjust the capacity rating, including for natural gas resources, which receive capacity payments 12 months, all year round, as if they can run all year round. But we know that on a cold, winter period, they're not operating, right? Because
Gas can.
They're not investing in the gas delivery, the oil can. That's usually higher price. So how do you put a price on the reliability value, right, during the winter period, for example, that when an offshore wind resource could operate, right? And this gets to this is before we even start to factor in, the things that we may value, you and I may value differently, which is what price we should pay to invest in things that will reduce greenhouse gas emissions, even as we see the cost of extreme weather events from climate change, coming onto residents, coming onto state and municipal, budgets and so on and so forth. But anyway, that's something that we should consider, that we have a standard when we design and construct these RFPs. We do quantitative scoring, we do qualitative scoring. We do a calculation to look at the cost benefit analysis. And even though the unit price may look different from the current market price, it does not capture, we are evaluating, and we only select these projects if their benefits exceed the costs. Okay, that's my speech on those things. But then you're also asking why. I think what your other question is, why should we be subsidizing electric vehicles, electric vehicle charging, heat pumps, and these other types of
Data
technologies
centers.
if they're just data? Okay, that's not in this bill. But
Yeah.
if
And
we're
I
going
wanted to stipulate that there was an intention for it to be in this bill.
Got it. Well, I only prepared to talk about
Fair
EV
enough.
heat pumps, but why should we subsidize those things if we're going to drive up demand? And I guess my point is, my focus is on, growing access to energy so that consumers can have choices and can be able to opt for the technologies that they want. And, we know that the total cost of ownership of an electric vehicle is lower than the total cost of ownership of an internal combustion engine vehicle. Just speaking to an affordability strategy, right? If we want to try to lower the cost of living for people in Connecticut, I would say that, there are emerging technologies that can provide for affordability benefits. And we very frequently have examples of using regulation or subsidies or a combination of both to help those emerging technologies break into the market so that so that consumers can have widespread access to them. LED lighting is a great example of that. During the Bush administration, Republicans advanced lighting efficiency standards to help make sure that LEDs would find access to the market. And we've achieved extraordinary savings in the electric grid as a result of the transition, just with that regulatory program to ensure broader adoption of LEDs. Electric vehicles are more efficient in their use of energy than a gas-powered vehicle. The sticker price has been higher, but the total cost than an internal combustion engine vehicle, but those are coming to cost parity. And the total cost of ownership, once you factor in less maintenance, lower fuel costs, and so on and so forth, is lower. But you have to have investments in order to, and we've had a combination of subsidies available to help grow access to that. And the point is that while we've had a lot of debate in this building about whether we should continue to have regulatory programs to encourage manufacturers to make these vehicles more to make sure that they're offered for sale so the consumers can choose them here in our state. Consumers are continuing to purchase these vehicles. And we've seen the percentage of the, just in the third quarter of 2024, that EV sales represented 12% of the market in Connecticut. So I guess last year we had a lot of debate about the California standards and whether Connecticut should adopt them. I heard a lot of concerns that these vehicles aren't affordable. I heard a lot of concerns about where would you charge them. I heard a lot of concerns about, is the grid ready to support them, right, and support the charging. And so those were posed as, these are barriers, and we may not be ready to go to full EV, to continue in the California program because though these other policies, barriers haven't been, because we have concerns about these barriers. Now I see a bill here that would propose to eliminate the tools that we have in place that are helping overcome those barriers. And I feel that that is counter to providing consumers with choice. And that's counter to providing consumers with affordable options with these emerging technologies. And if in the absence of these types of supports, we would see that, people will continue, what do you say to the Connecticut consumers who continue to go to dealerships and buy EVs, notwithstanding these debates about the regulatory programs, that we don't have a grid that's ready to integrate you, right? Or that would we eliminate an EV charging program that's designed to better manage the charging and to keep it in off-peak hours so that we can minimize the impact to the grid? The result would be consumers buying these EVs and having and potentially having less or greater impacts to reliability and affordability than we would have otherwise. And so my view is that we should be focused on providing abundance, providing for abundant supply of energy and abundant access to more cost-effective emerging technologies, and that's the path that we should be focused on, as opposed to preventing the adoption of these more competitive and affordable technologies in the long term.
I guess I would disagree with the characterization, because I want everyone to be free to adopt, to purchase electric vehicles, to install the chargers, to adopt heat pumps. These are things that people should always be free to purchase, to adopt, and we should have competition and choice in the market. It's, I think, a different question whether ratepayers, through their electricity bill, through their public benefits charge, should be subsidizing the adoption for other people to do these things, setting aside the regressivity of it, where you have higher income people who are probably installing electric vehicle chargers and lower income people who are spending a higher percentage of their bill subsidizing those higher income people's electric vehicle chargers. I'm just saying that I want these industries to succeed. I'm a fan of these industries, actually. There are some people who aren't a fan of these industries. I think they're all well and good. If we agree that there is a long-term supply and demand problem, having a deficit of supply in the long run, and we're going to undertake a lot of costly programs to provide more supply and conserve demand, I think the low-hanging fruit, I would contend that a low-hanging fruit of our public policy is to not actively subsidize new demand at the expense of the ratepayers. I guess that's where I just think that is a low hanging fruit in the reliability and the cost argument. I've taken up a lot of time, so I'll leave kind of my questioning there. And I appreciate your answers and your testimony because it is very informative. I think it's useful to have the colloquy as well.
And the great news is we can carry on this conversation again next week, at next week's hearing, where we'll be getting into some of these issues. But thank you for that, Senator. You want to go last? Okay. Yes, Representative Foster, followed by Representative Greshko.
Thank you all so much for being here today. It's nice to see you all. I'm grateful for your testimony in particular in the bill related to grid enhancing technologies. I am grateful for the white paper. Is fortuitous timing. There is in section 4A, asset conditioning and local transmission service projects, which begins on page 9 of the white paper. For those of you watching from home, a quote that I'd like to sort of take a moment to say because it's particularly salient and I don't want to lose sort of track of it in this conversation, which is wonky. And I think for those people who are interested in electricity costs watching from home, I don't want to lose the saliency of this quote. It says, the cost of asset condition projects are entered into TO's annual formula rates and are presumed by FERC to be prudent unless a challenger can demonstrate serious debt. As discussed above, this is an almost impossible burden for a challenger to meet, exposing the region's ratepayers to to a significant risk of over or unnecessary such spending, such as where a TO proposes to replace transmission infrastructure before it is needed or in a manner beyond what is necessary, i.e. gold plating. So in the context of asset conditioning projects, it seems like we've highlighted a lack of oversight on transmission spending. And we've been spending a lot of times talking about ratepayer impacts. And you've raised sort of the specific concern that transmission owners might replace infrastructure before it's necessary or upgrade it beyond what's required. And that has this ratepayer impact. And I think the percentage increase that you highlighted was 75% increase. So I'm like a little nauseous actually thinking about this. So in my mind, we have these two regulatory bodies, which right now are within your sort of scope of cognizance. So we have the Siting Council and we have PURA. And then there's FERC. And for like the purposes of this committee, I'm just going to like ignore FERC for right now, which is a very risky proposition. But when it comes to PURA and the Siting Council, I have spent an incredible amount of time in the last 4 years trying to leverage in every way possible a strong regulatory framework. How do you propose we address this incredible problem and in a way that is timely? And you know, we're having this conversation in the context of grid enhancing technologies and transmission cognizance and oversight. And I certainly don't want any efforts that we make towards grid enhancing technologies to contribute to gold plating. And I made this, this example, this conversation when we had the transmission meeting with the grid enhancing technology experts is I certainly don't want an investment in grid enhancing technologies to be like, oh my gosh, look, we installed smart meters, for example, but we haven't actually deployed them to their full possibility. The ratepayers aren't even getting the full possible benefit in grid reliability and cost and energy savings, but they're still paying for the full cost of that technology, even though it's basically a brick. And that's an exaggeration. I'm sure I'll be corrected on that sentiment that I've just relayed. But what is our lever? Like, what are we to do? And I just want to like really sort of point out, like, I think everyone should go home and read that quote. So I'm going to highlight again. It's page 9. Section 4A, asset condition and local transmission service projects, because I think, we talk all of the time about energy costs. That's you've pointed, you have like a shining red arrow flashing on a lever we have to address energy costs. So tell us how to do it.
So just to say, this is what happens when the TOs are not providing ratepayer advocates and the state and other parties that could participate in FERC proceedings with adequate information about the scope and need of these projects, is that if we're in the dark, how do we know, right? Whether this is gold plating or whether this is the most, important, valuable asset that needs to be replaced urgently to keep the lights on. So providing for further transparency helps us to be better assured that these investments are truly in the ratepayers' interest. And I will say that we, again, really prefer that we have a mechanism at NEPOL we wish that FERC would take more of an active role in this, but they've declined conspicuously to do so. So if we had a regional process, then because the cost of these projects could be located in any one of the 6 states in New England, and they will affect Connecticut ratepayer bills. So ideally, it's a process that is regionally administered, but we have not seen that materialize just yet. So in lieu of that, in response to your question, we do have some ideas about a backstop that could occur here, at least for projects in Connecticut.
Yeah, and you referenced the siting council, and I'll do my best to set FERC aside, but one of the reasons that we identified the siting council as a place for a state jurisdictional approach here is because the siting process is a place where we very clearly have jurisdiction that doesn't contradict FERC's jurisdiction. And so we thought that greater transparency in that process, potentially bringing information to that process that's more developed or allows the siting council process to make a more informed decision, highlights areas, with more time, more alternatives could be potentially developed, could be identified. And then those are all things that the siting council process could consider.
So I really appreciate that thought. I think mechanistically and technically speaking, I agree with what you're saying. As someone who's had an incredible amount of opportunity to interface with the siting council on a singular sort of unrelated topic to what we're talking about right now, I'm very concerned that if we put in place that they are the body of cognizance of oversight, that they do not have the technical expertise and staffing requirements to do this well. So I am 100% here for sunshine policies. Let's shine light on where there might be problems. But the problem with energy regulation is it is so incredibly complex. You said it, I smiled and I laughed about the nerdiest moments of it. But the problem is we do not have enough nerds to take on capitalism in the energy space. Maybe I'm not really sure. I think there's not really nearly enough people. And I think that the state, unfortunately, I think this is a case of needing to spend some money to get some savings, because I think unless we hire really incredibly skilled people who will wonk out on grid enhancing technologies and transmission investments, and they're at the siting council, I worry that the siting council technically has the authority to stop them, but then would operate as a rubber stamp, which is something that I've really long felt is problematic in the stuff that I'm seeing in my frying pan regionally. So I think that we need to have a real conversation, and I'm making no accusation that we're not, but I think the siting council would need a lot of additional staffing and specific skills to do what you're asking to do. And I will also go as far to say is I support 100% giving them those necessary staff required for them to not just shine light, but then address all of the cobwebs in the closet and make sure that we really adequately address what is the problem here. Because I think, people talk in this space, we have had multiple conversations where people will say, is there gold plating? Is that contributing to the increased cost? And people say that in sort of a speculatory way often, and you are being very generous to the utility companies in the way that you are having this conversation about whether or not there is gold plating. But I think we can't actually say that there is or there isn't unless we have someone really dig in. And if in the absence of FERC's action here, and if it's the siting council or PURA, then they need something. So I think I'd like you to tell me what they need to do that. So thank you.
I do want to draw a distinction between capacity to do the work and jurisdiction to do the work. The transmission is FERC space. And so I think the reason that we're talking about the siting council is because the siting council has jurisdiction with respect to siting of projects that are located within Connecticut. So it's really in that context that the siting council does, and they do have a process that's been around for a really long time where the utilities have to project their demand over the next 10 years. And so there are some of these elements of this type of review that happens at the siting council. But jurisdictionally, it feels like the right home. But how to address, make sure that if this were something that the siting council were doing more of, that they would have adequate capacity to do the work is the right question. Deep and Pura both sit on the siting council. I also want to just highlight the incredible work that Claire Coleman and the Office of Consumer Counsel and all the ratepayer advocates around the New England region have been doing on this issue as well. And so having OCC involvement or access or participation, these processes would be really important. In some cases, the legislature has solved for capacity issues by enabling the cost recovery for hiring consultants to be able to review information. So there's certainly a lot that we could troubleshoot with the legislature if there was a desire to explore this mechanism. And I think the last thing I want to say, because this may not always come across, these rate increases are really significant and concerning if they are not for projects that are necessary and properly scoped. We need more investment in transmission. So we are not opposed to investing more in transmission. We need it to address our supply challenges. And in many cases, we can solve supply more cost effectively with transmission than with buying generation alone.
For sure.
And some of these local and asset condition projects or reliability projects could be, our concern for some of these projects may be that they're not scoped big enough, because we should be right sizing some of these reliability investments when they're coming along to future proof for the addition of more generation that we're going to need over the next 10-year horizon. So in some cases, we may possibly be in a situation of saying, you need to actually make this thing bigger. And then you would have scoped it if you're just narrowly focusing at the reliability issue. But they have to be optimized. I think that's the key. And right now we don't have a process to make that happen. And it's really hard to embrace, right sizing and upgrading projects to future proof them when we see enormous amounts of ratepayer money flowing out through the transmission rate for these under reviewed asset condition projects.
And I'll, if you don't mind, just sort of segue to the GETS ATT conversation a little bit. So in the white paper, you advocate for requiring the utilities to study and deploy ATT. That's sort of, I think, our hope of where this gets. Like, I don't know if we need a working group. Again, I think we need to get towards requiring the utility companies to cost out grid enhancing technologies and ATTs as they're making these investments. And I think, as like in my brief review since I've been here of the testimony that's been submitted from most of the people in the space, I think we agree that that's like where we don't need a working group or a task force. We don't want to be behind the ball. We want to start making sure that when it's the right cost for the ratepayer and the benefit is there, that we're encouraging them to do that. So I'm excited that that was part of your testimony. And I just want to know if you think, or you can envision a way that would be not rate recoverable. Like, is there a way that we can require, as they cost out and go through their FERC process, as they are making these considerations, that work is not rate recoverable?
So there are certainly ways to require transmission owners, if they're bringing a project forward, to specifically bring forward to the siting process specific types of alternatives. So like an advanced conductor alternative, for example. You could even go so far as to say, and if the TO doesn't select that alternative, they have to provide some sort of detailed explanation to provide parties to that proceeding an opportunity to dig in more. At the end of the day, though, I still think you do run into a problem of you need to have the resources to fully dig in, but just having that information is a step in the right direction.
Okay, I appreciate it. And one of the things I imagine is I have this conversation sometimes at home with my husband about transportation investments, is at some point you've been saying all along, like, this is too expensive and it's not worthwhile, but the markets shift and the cost of the technology comes down over time. And then suddenly you might have like missed the moment where the cost benefit shifted. So mechanisms like this, where you require it to be costed out, you are aware of those trends in a way that you might be more aware of otherwise. And so I think that this is like an important process that we can put into place that will help us really seize that moment when that cost benefit shifts, which I think we're there now, but that's a little out of my wheelhouse. So thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Greshko, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a single follow-up question. Since you brought up the IRP, there's a point that's been made that Connecticut within our borders generates enough power to power our own state. But we are at the mercy of ISO. So when you are creating this next IRP, how will you take that into consideration?
That is true. Connecticut has, just geographically where we sit, we have three major natural gas, interstate natural gas transmission lines or pipelines that go through our state. We have a lot of consumer or, demand centers here in our state. We have a lot of transmission lines that crisscross our state. So naturally, that means that we're also a place that is at the top of the list usually when you have a merchant power plant owner that wants to invest in new resources. We have good bones, I guess, for that type of investment. When it comes to particularly natural gas resources, we already also, of course, taken the significant step of having Connecticut ratepayers backstop the contract in the Millstone nuclear facility, largest generator in New England, to prevent its premature retirement, even though other states saw closures of the nuclear facilities. There used to be 8 across New England, and now there's only 2 sites remaining. So, we can go on and on about that. We'll certainly be looking at, I think one of the benefits of that is that it means that as far as, any shortfalls, in terms of our local resource adequacy that other states may have to deal with, we usually don't because we're long on generation. It means that it's really important for us to consider the impacts of hosting that generation, particularly for some of our communities that are experiencing elevated, air pollution levels and respiratory illness. When we have a disproportionate share of the oil units needed to maintain winter reliability here in our region, that can be, a challenge that disproportionately falls on our state and certain folks within our state. But we certainly will take that into account. I think we speak to in this IRP notice the importance to make sure that investments in new resources and in existing resources that we need for reliability are equitably shared among the New England states. And there's been positive steps towards more coordinated procurement to ensure that those investments are not just backstopped by Connecticut ratepayers.
There you go.
And I think that the step that the legislature took last year to ensure that require that any new contract with the nuclear facility with Millstone must have at least 2 other states participating in it is an example of something the legislature has done that I think has directly contributed to the state of Massachusetts passing a law at the end of last year that would authorize them to participate in a nuclear procurement. I believe there are at least 2 other states in New England that are contemplating similar legislation this year. So we have to make sure that those things are equitably shared. But ultimately, we do benefit from being part of a regional grid. We also produce more jet engines in this, the state than other states. But that's because we're part of that's part of being in a thriving economy. Sometimes it's to be able to, and those are privately owned assets because we've deregulated those generation resources. So I think that we continue to be focused on, how to make sure that there's equitable sharing of benefits and costs of new investment across the 6 states. Hopefully
That's where I was going with that. Thank you. But my last point will be I don't get a line item charge on my bill for a jet engine. So thank you, Madam Commissioner.
We can arrange that, Representative Gresham. Representative Piscopo, followed by Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner, for coming. I apologize for being late. I have a question on number 5 on our agenda, Senate Bill 1352. Did you submit testimony on that bill? I didn't see it when I was looking through the list.
No, it's with OPM for review, so we hope to get that to you shortly.
Okay.
But if
All
I
right.
were to submit written testimony, would you like me to tell you what I think it would say?
Well, yeah, you can help me understand section 1 of that bill if you would. I see a lot. It's a huge list of appliances, commercial appliances, faucets, wood stoves, and a lot of times they designate that we will adopt the California standards on a lot of those appliances.
You bet.
Yeah, that's one of my concerns. Are they presently with the United States standards and
Yeah.
you're transferring over the California standards?
I'm sorry, I meant to say, you bet, happy to talk about it, but not, I'm confirming, your point on
Oh.
California adoption, but I know that this is something, that there have been similar bills, before this committee in the past, so we're probably not breaking any news. I think our testimony is very similar to how we testified it on in prior years, and I apologize that I know I take, it's not great to be here testifying and you don't have the benefit of our written testimony. I'm going to turn to Vicki Hackett from our bureau chief to speak to some of these appliance standards and how they would be adopted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I'm Victoria Hackett. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy at DEEP. So with respect to your question about whether we're adopting the California standards, in fact, the standards that we're proposing have been adopted, different standards by different states, but for some of them, New York, Nevada, Colorado, Vermont, Washington, Massachusetts, Maine, Rhode Island, New Jersey, and DC. That's one example. That's for commercial hot food holding cabinets. Another one, commercial dishwashers, is all those states and more. So these are multiple states, and California isn't even always, named in the list of states. So this is not just a California standard. These are standards that have been adopted nationwide by multiple states. And they are intended to actually save people money while also helping our environment. But the payback periods for most of these standards is, within a year. For some of them, some of the bigger ones, it's maybe 3 or 4 years, but that's well within the lifetime of the unit. And so these standards can absolutely save people significant amount of money.
I see we're adopting Canadian standards for some appliances. Is that seems new to me. I've never heard of a US manufacturer having to abide by a foreign.
For that question, I'll turn it over to Kristen Sanflone. She's one of our attorneys who is dug in on these standards.
Thank you. Hi, Representative. My name is Kristen Sanflone, a staff attorney here at DEEP. Yes, so these standards that we're looking to adopt, they come from a number of areas. ASHRAE standards, Energy Star standards, because it's such a wide array of products that we're pulling from different arenas. So the Canadian standard, that's because that is the market standard that's out there. That hasn't been addressed by Energy Star. It hasn't been addressed by California. That's just the existing efficiency standard that's out there.
And where we accept the United States standards, it seems like you're locking that in. As the way I read it, you're very specific about what EPA standards we're going to go by. I think for dishwashers and faucets and lamps, and it seems to lock that in. So if that changes, usually there should, I don't know, there necessarily doesn't have to be that reason. So if the EPA changes that, say this year or next year, usually the manufacturer would be made aware of that and they would adapt. Now, are they locked into that standard going forward? Is that how I read that?
It does set a floor for standards. So yes, that floor will remain for the state standards. If if there is a change to some standards in federal level or, other ASHRAE standards, our level stays the same. Typically in this arena, standards get more strict, more stringent. So if we want to adopt the more stringent standards, either the federal government will preempt them and we'll have to follow them anyway, or if there's a private organization like ASHRAE and they adopt a more stringent standard, then we'll have to come back and ask this body to adopt those more stringent standards.
We would be copying their work, but not yielding sovereignty or giving control over to another jurisdiction, another state or another country.
Mhm.
We're simply saying we've identified standards that we think are, meet, would work for Connecticut, right? And saying we're gonna import them here, but if those other jurisdictions change their standards in the future, that doesn't then get rolled in automatically to Connecticut. Does that help?
Yes, it does. And thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Representative Winter, followed by Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony, Commissioner. Going back to the conversation about GETS and the mechanism for what would be the mechanism or the forum? Where in the process would we require an advanced conductor alternative and a justification if that advanced conductor alternative isn't chosen?
So that could be something that's done within the existing siting council process. There may be other mechanisms as well, but the existing siting council process already requires the transmission owners to describe any non-transmission alternatives they might have considered. That's probably traditionally more like battery storage type concepts, but this would be, in that same process, you could require them to more proactively propose certain other types of project categories.
And to Representative Foster's question about whether there's sufficient capacity or expertise to evaluate that in the siting council process, how would that be addressed, or how could that be addressed?
Well, I know my colleagues at the siting council certainly have a lot of experience and do their very best in the time limits that they have. But to the commissioner's prior point, there are other processes in the state where if outside expertise would be helpful, where through a consultant or something of that nature, prior statutes have provided relevant agencies with the authority to get those consultants.
Thanks. You mentioned Commissioner Dyke, you mentioned the oil peakers coming on more frequently during winter cold snaps. Do you know what duration those peakers are running and whether there's opportunities to substitute energy storage and what duration will be required? I didn't hear anything about energy storage when we were talking about the big picture of the IRP.
Yeah, we can certainly provide. I think the ISO has, we have data to show. Again, it's very weather dependent. But when we have, the different periods comparing different winters over the past several years where where oil, backup oil or oil units have been cheaper to run than natural gas when the cost, there's gas constraints and the cost of natural gas delivered to New England is higher than the oil price. So, we can speak to, we could share that with you. I think the biggest issue with those oil units, because I do want to note that usually in the winter period, that's not our high ozone season, right? That's more in the summertime. So it's not the air quality concern is an issue, but it's not as pronounced as in the summertime during summer peak running oil. But the principal concern is the cost, because running, that's just an indicator that like how expensive gas has become, right? And that if oil is now cost competitive, that tells you that your electric bill is going to be going up. It's also a massive reliability concern, just given the age of these resources, that they just don't make spare parts for these things anymore. And when they turn on, will they actually be able to run? We have seen a significant change in ownership of some of those oil assets, and the asset owners have started to implement strategies to retire those oil units and look to potentially replace them with battery storage. And so, for example, you saw the peaker in Middletown that submitted a retirement bid. What was it, last year, the year before? So, Deep ran our first RFP for grid scale energy storage last year, and we were able to select one resource that ended up not being co-located with an oil unit. But that RFP, I think, gave us a lot of insight into how the market is considering the adoption of batteries. We were specifically looking at, whether we'd see proposals for co-location of batteries with the oil units. And so it's something that we know that asset owners are exploring. It's something that we've been exploring in our battery storage RFP. We're thinking about how the learnings from that first RFP that we could apply into the future. And then in addition, thinking about market rule changes that we would like the ISO to be considering to ensure that the right signals are being sent in the ISO market for investment and full evaluation of those grid scale energy storage resources. So it's something that we're very much like looking at. But the duration of that battery performance, right? 4-hour batteries in a multi-day cold snap is one of the challenges that we have to better understand. Interestingly, the ISO, as we push the ISO for more transparency and more analysis around some of these winter reliability issues, we've actually learned a lot that solar is performing during these winter periods, at least to ration the amount of gas and oil usage, right, during these cold periods. But as we see high penetrations of solar, we may be getting to a point where we're maxing out the value of the solar and having storage available to shift that effectively store the solar and stretch it to some of these ramp periods could provide even more benefit, again, in not fully replacing the need for these oil or gas resources, but helping to better ration the use of those fuels during these winter peak periods. I've probably bored you to death, but those are some of the things that we've been looking at and that we hope to explore further with stakeholders in the Gray Resource Plan.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to see that data. The bill about electric resistance focuses on incentives, and you mentioned that there's still a fairly large percentage of customers who are on electric resistance heating. Do you think it would also be helpful to set a goal for moving customers off of electric resistance heat, like a date and a goal around that? I mean, it seems like it is the lowest hanging fruit. It's an efficiency savings. It's a cost savings. Like what can we do there? And we performed thousands of energy assessments. So presumably, or not presumably, the electric utilities know who these customers are, but it's not clear to me that we have a concerted way of following up with customers if they get it. Let's say you got an audit 3 years ago, you didn't end up going with a heat pump for whatever reason. Maybe the incentives weren't good enough. Maybe there was some other blocking issue. But do we have any mechanism for revisiting that, or is that something we should include in this bill? Because I know that privacy concerns is always something that comes up with the electric distribution utilities and energy assessment data.
I think that, thank you. So I think these are exactly the kinds of questions that we were anticipating we could explore as part of this analysis and developing this plan. We obviously, targets are great if they're planning targets to help us be accountable, to make sure that we're reaching customers, right, to help make them do everything we can to overcome barriers that they may be experiencing to be able to adopt heat pumps in this context, because we know that an electric resistance heat customer on average could save, $1,000 or more per year if they shift from electric resistance to a heat pump. And those are the participant benefits, right, of that resident. This is kind of to Rep. Fazio's earlier point about the EVs. There's also benefits to every ratepayer if you get that participant to move off of that more expensive electric heating option because it reduces the amount of electric demand, electric supply that we all have to pay for to be able to serve that customer. So there's participant benefits and then total all ratepayer system benefits as well. As we think about how to, spur the, beneficial electrification, focusing on electric resistance heating makes a lot of sense because you're actually reducing impacts to the grid during the winter peak period. If you can shift those customers onto something that's more affordable for them and more affordable for the rest of us, right? In terms of serving their electric supply needs. It's roughly 10% of residents in the state are heating with electric resistance heat. And I think a plan to reach those customers with this opportunity should include, marketing, incentives, low-cost financing, addressing, in some cases, it may be weatherization barriers that may be preventing them from being able to install some of these solutions. It may be a landlord-tenant issue. This is where I'll pass over to Vicki Hackett.
Yep. So more specifically, approximately 53,000 customers could benefit from electric resistance to heat pump upgrades for space heating, and 227,000 could benefit for the same for water heating in Connecticut. I think the commissioner covered some of the barriers, but other barriers include things like condo associations where if they already have electric heat, getting in, changing out the systems to provide for heat pumps and the equipment that's necessary can be a challenge in those situations. And in multifamily situations, depending on who's paying for the heat and who's responsible for equipment maintenance. From a maintenance perspective, if a landlord just has electric resistance heat and they're not paying the bill, right? Electric resistance heat can be quite inexpensive for them to maintain. There's not a lot of maintenance associated with it. So adding heat pumps in those cases, then you have to convince the landlord to get on board with engaging in the maintenance for those heat pumps. Of course, that can help drive down the cost of living in that apartment, where if we had building energy labeling and transparency about the cost of heat in apartments, that might be a motivating factor for those landlords. For example, referring back to our last meeting with you all. So I think those are some of the challenges that we have identified. There have been studies conducted to identify these barriers. So as far as doing a study pursuant to this bill, I think we have a lot of the information already. It would be a matter of putting it together for you all. And we would appreciate, be happy to take that opportunity to do that.
That would be great. And then a couple of tense questions, and I appreciate it all the time. The language specifically for the thermal energy networks focuses on authorizing gas utilities, but other states like New York have allowed for gas or electric utilities. I'm wondering if there's a thought process there, or what the rationale is.
I can answer very quickly. I think that we would love to talk to you more about that. I think that is one of the things that we were thinking, is that it probably should be a combination of the two. That's something that recently came up with us as well.
And then similarly, other states have, in their requirements for their public utility commission, have looked at making sure that other sources of energy are allowed to participate in thermal energy networks. So like allowing waste heat to participate, and to ensure that there's interoperability if there's multiple TENs operating in a given jurisdiction. Are those things that you'd be open to including in the requirement as Pura develops regs?
Yes, Rep. Winter, I'm Joe DiNicola, Deputy Commissioner for Energy and Technology Policy. We are very open. These are discussions that are active. As you probably know, we're exploring different pilots in New York and Massachusetts. So this is an area of rapid progress, but we're very interested in employing latest technologies, latest approaches. So we're very open to all of those ideas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Winter. Representative Yacarino, followed by Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Commissioner, and your team. I got here a little late and I really apologize about that. So just have two questions, and I don't know if you could answer them or not, but I'd like to see or hear from you. Nuclear pods, small modular reactors are being developed. Representative Steinberg shared one yesterday with us, and I've been promoting these for over a year. will your agency take a stand as far as actually embracing them? Because they'll be here before we know it. And it's something I think I'd like to hear from you, your take.
Yeah, terrific. Absolutely. So, within our agency, we have the Energy and Technology Policy Bureau. We also have our radiation group within in deep as well. And so we have a lot of expertise with in-house on nuclear development, and we both embrace our existing nuclear fleet, as well as taking the policy steps needed to attract investment in new nuclear. So we are proposing an integrated resource plan to expand on some of the things we explored last year at the committee's invitation in the we call it the Section 35 study. I guess we could take a, not well branded, but where we explored some of the different types of new nuclear technologies that are being explored around the country. And we started looking at some of the policy steps that could help put the open for business sign over Connecticut to show that that the state is serious about attracting investment. The legislature took that step, I believe, in 2023 to lift the moratorium on new nuclear development at the Millstone site. It may be something that the legislature would like to explore to further to go further than that and enable other sites to be developed. If there's community, in my view, if there's opt-in or community, a community expresses that they want to see that type of nuclear development happening in their state. We know that there's a lot of work going on in this space. Some states have established small funds to cover some of the costs of early site permitting to be able to overcome, help accelerate or advance project development and attract developer interest. We also have been, tracking some of the discussions around federal supports that may be out there, including the possibility of Congress providing for forgivable loans for new nuclear development. So that's something that we want to hopefully ensure that Connecticut would be able to access those types of funds. But there's definitely a race going on around the country and other states that are much further ahead. Utah, Idaho, and others, Kentucky, New York next door launched a big process last year to think about how they could attract investment. So I think a signal from the legislature of real interest in actually expanding policy supports would go a long way to signaling the seriousness of interest that developers should provide, for new nuclear here in our state.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. So like Florida, California, and the states you mentioned are already doing it. In 2030, I think the first one will be up and running, and I think it's California. So have you personally or your agency actually reached out to the foundations, either the Bill Gates Foundation or the companies that are doing this now, getting ahead of the curve? Because I think we did give the green light 2 years ago. Will you hopefully embrace it? Because our people cannot afford their energy costs. We have natural gas at our border in New York and nothing's been done. I guess we'd have to talk to Governor Hochul and Healy. But we need to really act and have a plan, because 5 years goes fast. It'll probably be less than 5 years.
Yeah, I think that candidly, these technologies for small modular reactors are novel. And Connecticut, or not Connecticut, but the US in general has lost a lot of our capability, workforce, and experience in nuclear development over the years after a very robust, build out of our nuclear fleet in the 70s and 80s and 90s. So between hyperscaler, data center customers and states that have been leaning into this, there are a lot of players trying to figure out how, what is going to be the right technology to develop, how to share risk. So across buyers to ensure, because the first project will probably be very, very expensive, right? But that will pave the way for learnings that will contribute to the next of a kind, the next projects that come after it to be cheaper. So there's discussions among states and among buyers and utilities about how to spread that risk and so that the first buyer, the investor in the first facility is not deterred by the possibility of cost overruns and those high ticket prices. I think that if we start, really sprinting now and show seriousness of purpose, this is a resource that could be available in the late 2030s, 2040s. It's not a near term solution, but you have to start now in order to get there. And there are other states. Let's take Texas, for example. Texas has annual budget surpluses of $26 billion a year, from oil and gas revenues that they receive from energy production. They're looking at taking some of that funding to invest in, low cost or financing for energy development, including new nuclear. So these are the kinds of, and we are in a deregulated market, right? So for investors, developers thinking about investing, they want to know how are they going to get return on capital if they invest here, and if there's cost overruns, how will that be addressed? So we have to figure that piece out to make our markets a place that developers would look to. We do have prices in our energy market that tend to be higher than other parts of the country. So that is something that should, make nuclear a solution, that would be in the money here relative to other parts of the country. But there are other regions of the country that are putting these things forward, like this Texas example, right? Or that may have this structure, this investment structure, a little bit clearer for investors than we do here. So those are the issues that we have to work through.
I appreciate that. I believe nuclear is federally regulated, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. And I look at it, we have to do something. I don't know. I don't want to wait. The public doesn't want to wait. Business will dictate this, and it'll be done within 5 years. Saying it now, I believe it'll be done. And we'll, like 14 years ago, we didn't expand natural gas. We're going to wait, and we're not going to do this again. I really feel that I think we're going to wait and wait and wait. We should be looking at the stakeholders now that are doing it. And that's all I have to say. But I think we should really embrace this because Europe's done it for years. These technologies are amazing. A module will generate 600 megawatts that will give it enough power for 300,000. I think it's 300,000 homes in the state. So why are we waiting? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Iacarino. I think, yes, it'd be great if we could all embrace new sources, particularly ones that might reduce costs in the long term. So I don't know about 5 years. You want to do an over and under on that? Yeah.
Listen, we went to the moon when we said we were going to go. I think we'll have it done in 5 years.
All right. You heard it here
I'm
first,
optimistic.
folks. Senator Needleman.
I'd like to see an over under on the cost per kilowatt hour, by the way, because it ain't gonna be cheap. So Commissioner, thank you for bringing your whole team today. There's a lot going on beyond what's on our agenda. And I can't say that I'm not particularly anxious about some of the stuff that's going on as a result of the conversations around what might be quite imminent tariffs imposed by President Trump on our neighbor Canada, our friend and neighbor and most loyal ally, Canada. I am beyond appalled about it, but I'm mostly concerned about what that might mean with regard to the grid. We all received the notice from ISO last night through their lobbyists, and I'm not sure exactly what it means, except that it means that we're in big trouble, or it could be that we're in big trouble. Do you have, maybe we can talk a little bit about that. I know it's not about a bill that's going on here, but we have an opportunity to talk about it. These tariffs are supposed to go into effect this weekend. We don't even know what the hell they are at this point. It's irrational and illogical to do this when we import a massive amount of our energy from Canada. I don't know how it impacts our markets. I know that ISO is, to say the least, it seems as though their hair's on fire at the moment. They're making an emergency appeal to FERC about it because they don't know how to handle it either. So don't want to put you on the spot on a topic not on the agenda that you were not prepared for, but I know when it comes to energy, there's a handful of people in the state that are really knowledgeable, and you're one of them. So
Sitting
Well,
around me, but
I said one. I
I
didn't say the only.
I think that we don't, so I think what you're referring to is this memo from the ISO that was shared yesterday with some stakeholders. we don't have a lot of detail at Deep, but I can say my impression of what's happening here. Obviously, people are aware that President Trump had threatened to impose tariffs on imports from Canada, and of course, we are on average, roughly 8% of our energy supply in recent years has been imported largely hydropower from Canada coming over existing tie lines. Not to mention that the New England Clean Energy Connect transmission line is under construction right now with a contract backstop by Massachusetts to bring in additional 1,200 megawatts of hydropower, and that's scheduled to come online in 2026. But I'm just speaking to over the existing ties and the hydro that flows on a merchant basis. I think what the ISO is seems to be doing is they're trying to address, if there are many ifs here, they would be the party that would be responsible for collecting any tariff that's assessed on imported electricity from Canada. The ISO, based on certain ways that rates are structured, they are trying to proactively ensure that there be a mechanism in place to recover the cost of those tariffs from ratepayers. And there's a lot of questions, of course, about what the tariffs would be when they'll come into effect. We will certainly have a lot of questions about whether the ratepayers should be the ones that are fronting the cash, if you will, for any tariff costs, recognizing that tariffs assessed to hydropower may not necessarily translate into or directly affect the clearing price for electricity in the regional market, because hydropower usually is not the marginal resource that sets that price. So that's a whole thing that we have to understand. But I think the ISO certainly, does not have cash reserves. They're a nonprofit to float the cost of any tariffs. Should they tariff collection, should they be the one that has to do that? And my understanding is this is their effort to respond to this, this unfolding situation, an unprecedented situation, to try to be prepared should something come into place. So I also want to note that, as a ratepayer, or thinking about how these tariffs could impact energy costs, the area that I'm most concerned about is the LNG imports from Canada. And that would not be reflected in this tariff mechanism that the ISO is putting in place. But to the extent that there are generators that are making bilateral contracts to purchase LNG and flow it into New England, and how critical that can be in winter peak periods, that could have a direct impact to energy prices. But it's less transparent, obviously, since these are private transactions, exactly how that would, where we would see that show up, or to what magnitude.
As always, that's a very complicated situation, especially with regard to ISO and the initial memo that said that they should be the ones to collect the tariffs without any clear indication of what to do with them. Says a lot just on that front. But let's say that ISO goes and petitions FERC, and FERC says, that's probably not going to work. You can't collect the tariffs. What would happen? Do we know?
I don't know that we know the one thing that actually came through while.
Let me rephrase that. Does anyone know?
Probably not. But just a little bit of additional information that came through while we were all sitting in here. This is a very unusual filing that the ISO is making. So they're trying to do this under very tight timelines that normally wouldn't occur. They are going to, I believe it's 120 days this would stay in effect for, to give the broader stakeholder community an opportunity to try to figure out a more cohesive, appropriate, holistic solution to the problem. So this really is intended to be a sort of a defensive, very short-term solution till we can figure out a more appropriate longer-term solution once we actually know what the tariffs will look like.
Well, let me sort of circle back to a different question then. Who buys the power from Canada?
Yes. So I mean, those are That's one of the open questions that we have and are looking to get some answers about. So, there's one version of the world where the tariffs could be incorporated into bid prices that are put into the market. We're trying to get more clarity though around whether that's how this tariff would actually work or whether the tariff is going to be structured such that it's the end users of the electricity who are going to be on the hook for that. And so that ultimately will determine sort of the structure for how the mechanism ISO would implement would need to be structured.
So the tariffs go into effect Sunday, let's say. Who, everybody has a contract, right? There are contracted prices for electricity out there. I have one, utilities have contracted prices. Merchant generators, the Constellations of the world, all have contracted prices. I'm assuming that a lot of the third-party providers don't generate their own power and sell only what they generate. So we have all this potential impact on present day contracts. Who absorbs that, and how does that get reflected? Just I'm not inquisitioning you. I'm
Sure.
just like what the hell's going to happen here?
Yeah,
People
so-
need to know.
And-
I hope that our team at Deep is gonna be the front line on sort of clarifying what we don't know and answering questions. But I guess my point is, who knows? Does anyone know?
Yeah, so the way the process would work is in more real time, we're not buying and settling these things. So there's a settlement process that occurs over a period of time after ISO effectively buys that power. And so I think the idea behind this mechanism from the ISO, which again, we're trying to get more clarity around, but it would be that the ISO would buy that power in real time, and then effectively when it settles later that month or whatever the appropriate time frame is, they would bill to load that cost.
So somebody has to float that. And I guess that's what ISO's concern is, that they don't have the reserves to float it. Somebody's got to bank the loss, and I'll just bore everybody with the details of having been faced with unexpected dramatic rises in costs of materials 3 years ago in my business that thank God I always managed my business prudently and had cash reserves, but cost us basically 10% of our sales. And it took almost a year and a half to get those price increases not fully through the supply chain to our customers because they didn't accept them. So you have suppliers that are out there that are on contracted prices, and they're going to be faced with rising costs that are immediate. It seems like there's going to be somebody's going to take a hit. If ISO does what they do and pushes it off to somebody else, to me, it seems like those, does it push every supplier out there into a force majeure? I'm not a lawyer, but does it push everybody into a force majeure situation where all the suppliers break their contracts?
Think we're probably at the limits of like what we know and can say based on like the ISO tariff collection mechanism that's being proposed. But I do think that this gets back to we are experiencing unprecedented volatility and uncertainties in terms of access to supply, tariffs that are impacting cost of resources that currently are a significant portion of our energy mix in the region, could impact reliability to the extent that critical resources like LNG could be affected. And we are, the way that, how will that impact ratepayer bills, right? Gets back to, the way that our wholesale markets and our retail rates have interacted is based on suppliers' willingness to engage in forward contracting and hedges, right, based on expectations of what wholesale markets are going to do. we saw some of this during the winter of 2022-23 with the war in Ukraine that saw the dramatic increase in natural gas prices worldwide that, you know, gas prices and electric prices are highly correlated here. So that was another example of this. So there's not only the issue. So when will, you know, will these higher costs materialize? How will they trickle through the market? When might they impact retail rates is a question. And also, I think you have to add to that question, what risk premium are those entities that we've relied on to take these bets, right? In these futures, right? Future commitments, basically, in terms of retail rates. What risk premium are they now going to be assigning, and how many people are going to still stay in this market? But I don't want to engage into, you know, and what could that do to the cost of retail rates? But I'm trying to be very careful to both like highlight what we see on the horizon of things that could happen and also acknowledge where we just don't really know yet. But it's certainly an unprecedented situation that we're in that could impact consumers' costs for energy.
So, so risk has its cost, right? And there are people who invest in risk all the time, but they usually exact a fairly high price based on how much risk there is. A weather-related event, extreme cold or extreme heat, is a risk built into the system. A war and a pandemic are less likely to be baked into the system. You know, there's always this conversation when people do game theory about multiple things happening at the same time is a lot more difficult to game out than individual events. So weather is an individual event, and that's built into this, the war. And I don't think anybody in 2018 was gaming out the possibility of a land war in Europe, which led to the spike, which led to the uptick in the cost of some of the hedges and the credits on the other. But this situation feels like it's almost irrational. And it's very hard to be a rational player when you're faced with irrational circumstances. And I'd like to think that energy might be the only one, but it's not the only one. That we're looking at irrationality across the whole platform. And I'm not asking you for an answer to that. I do want to just highlight one other thing for people that don't know it. What the commissioner was talking about with LNG is we have basically one working LNG terminal at this point. It's in Massachusetts. It's called the Ever Terminal. It's scheduled to be shut down. There's some offshore connecting point for LNG, but the bulk of it would be coming through New Brunswick, and that would likely be considered imported natural gas if it comes through New Brunswick, I would assume. So I am, I've been stressed out all night since getting that ISO email. And because we're trying to figure out what the right thing to do here is, and we're trying to be rational players in a very irrational time. And I want to point out, I guess my speech is this level of irrationality has a cost. It has a cost on things like energy policy in a complicated and mundane way. It has a cost on people's lives. It has a cost on the business climate. It has a cost across the board. There's only so much irrationality that the public can tolerate. And we are living in a time when there are people who are gleefully hawking irrationality as the approach to how we should either streamline our government or make it better or whatever. And I'm telling you, as somebody who's been in the business world for over 50 years, that there's going to be a hell of a price to pay for this. So with that, I'm done making my speech. I will reserve the right to speak again if anybody else wants to speak after me.
Is that a threat?
Yes. That's an irrational threat.
We will task deep with dealing with future irrationalities, everything else that's already on your plate. Thank you for your testimony today at great length, and we very much appreciate it, and we'll be having ongoing conversations. I know I said that only the first hour is reserved for agencies, but since we only have one more agency, I'm going to violate my own rule and bring up OCC, the Office of Council, and then we will devote ourselves to members of the public. Thank you again, Commissioner. I'm not trying to do that. I was thinking.
Jeez. I heard you, Andre.
Ditto.
I heard you also, Andre.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg. Let's see, Vice Chair Foster just read out, Ranking Member Fazio, to the members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Claire Pullman. I am the Consumer Counsel and head of the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'm here today with our Legal and Regulatory Director, Tom Wheel. We have really appreciated the dialogue that you just had with Commissioner Dykes and are really grateful for the level of commitment and detail that, you know, this committee is willing to dig. I won't read our full remarks because you've touched on a lot of the issues of concern from our perspective as the ratepayer advocates with respect to the range of bills. I'll try to be a little more iterative and additive. Just initially with respect to the announcement yesterday from ISO, Senator Needleman, I share your anxiety. And certainly while there are still a lot of answers to our questions that we're seeking, I do want to assure you and the committee that my office is engaged, coordinating closely with DEEP as the NESCO representative, working closely with our fellow consumer advocates in New England. We have meetings on Monday, both with our fellow consumer advocates and a separate meeting with ISO New England to really try to understand the potential implications here of these tariffs. And we will be doing all we can to ensure that, to try to prevent all of the burden falling on ratepayers. So just want you to know, while we're here working hard to answer the questions, we are doing that. I think it makes sense to talk from here regarding the transmission oversight that Commissioner Dykes spoke at length with Representative Foster and others of you. We have been engaged both at the regional and the federal level on improving the oversight of transmission costs. Also in this space on the infrastructure side, working closely again with our fellow consumer advocates and NESCO reps. We do see this as a multi-pronged strategy. There is a place for enhanced oversight regionally at ISO through the participants committee, as well as other forums, as well as at FERC. We collectively with other consumer advocates met with the new FERC commissioners this fall to express our concern about the lack of robust oversight around transmission costs, particularly the asset condition projects that you heard about at length earlier this morning, and are continuing to advocate for enhanced scrutiny in both those forums. But we do also think there's more opportunity here within the State Siting Council framework and our planning processes to enhance the transparency and accountability around the decision-making of our transmission owners in terms of these local projects and asset condition projects. And I'll just add, because I think that the attorneys for DEEP and Commissioner Dykes touched on this really well. The example from Maine is a good one in terms of incorporating more planning processes And I do think additionally, Maine also has, so Maine doesn't have a separate siting council. Their PUC is also their siting council, but they conduct a similar assessment of, public need. Our siting council reviews for the certificate of environmental compatibility and public need. And as Representative Steinberg, you referenced, they've really limited the cost effectiveness analysis to undergrounding versus overhead. And we do think there is opportunity to expand the needs analysis in terms of evaluating need. Do we need a rebuild, or can we, get away with reconductoring or employing a GETS technology? What are the non-wires alternative solutions that could avoid some of these bigger costs? And Maine actually has that in their statutory framework, and I'd be pleased to work with the committee if you're looking for ways to enhance the task force to include that. If the task force does go forward, just a quick pitch to add OCC. We keep getting left off of that despite all the work we do on transmission. So, we would want a seat at that table for sure. Moving on, there was some robust discussion around SB 1353 and this challenge that we have with new electricity demand. From our perspective at OCC, we see sort of the opportunities of load growth and higher demand and the challenges, right? Because load growth can dilute the costs of fixed infrastructure and capital across more sales, so that it's a higher division. So that's the pro, and then on the con, we have investment in capital and infrastructure, and that really depends on the growth, the pace of the growth, I'd say. And that's why we viewed managed charging programs like the program that PURA has authorized as beneficial, because we're avoiding unmanaged sporadic demand growth, and we're engaging consumers in helping reduce demand, and that that can produce greater grid benefits. So the demand, I think that as discussions continue, the demand management side of these programs really needs to be highlighted. On HB 7016, the act concerning third-party energy capital improvements and the electric grid modernization grant program. I don't think you touched on that with Commissioner Dykes. OCC sees competition as a really good thing. And as we deploy new technologies, we acknowledge that our EDCs are in a strong position to provide services given the infrastructure and expertise they have, but they're not necessarily the only game in town. And as we adopt new technologies, we need to be careful about, automatically adopting the monopolistic utility model, and see and consider what competition might afford consumers and our grid. So that was our suggestion with respect to that bill, to not necessarily have it be a foregone conclusion, but something that is considered and evaluated closely, and that's something that could be done at PURA. I'll close there and see if you have any questions.
Thank you. Let's stay on the subject broadly. You mentioned the asset condition situation we've had recently. We heard the testimony of Deep with that transparency would go a long ways to at least making things somewhat clearer in some of these instances, particularly if we require specific data sets or information along those lines. But let me ask in the context, does OCC feel like this is really working for us? You mentioned that in another state, they don't even have a siting council. It all goes through the regulatory authority. We've been tinkering at the edges of the siting council, and we know what's coming by way of more and more significant transmission projects. Should we be thinking about more radical ways for us to provide adequate oversight of these tremendously important projects?
Thank you for the question, Representative Steinberg. So our office has, in recent history, has not been, we're not a member of the Siting Council, unlike DEEP and PURA. So our visibility into sort of the details of the structure and process there, I don't want to go too far into. I do think we have more opportunities, whether it's in the Siting Council or the PUC, or, I do think it would be benefits to integrating some of that expertise. A lot of the questions around, non-wires alternatives, for example, this is an area that our PUC, PURA, has developed a lot of expertise in. So I do think we need to think about how to provide synergies and make sure that the Siting Council isn't left without that expertise. I know one idea last session that we supported was to ensure that there was an engineer who could actually look under the hood at programs. But I do think that broader conversation about, the most beneficial structure does make sense. And we're also making similar arguments at the regional level in terms of needing that engineering type expertise, and have been working on a proposal in coordination with NESCO and Kane on including an independent transmission monitor at the regional level as well. So I think the argument holds for both. We need expertise that's gonna really be able to look at utility planning and ask the hard questions and understand if the assumptions are correct, if the engineering specs are correct. Do we really need, a $350 million project, or is there a way to do it for half of that? And those are the answers that we've been working to get. Have not succeeded at the regional level, and would welcome expansion of that engagement and transparency at the state level through, whichever forum is most appropriate.
We're still working on the most appropriate form. But thank you for your advocacy in this case. I tend to agree with you that more significant reform will sooner or later be called for. Maybe even call into question the appropriate oversight of a quasi-governmental entity. Something we have to think about going forward. Senator Fazio.
Thank you for your testimony. I obviously appreciate the work that you and your department are doing on behalf of ratepayers. I want to understand a little bit better the opposition to 1353, especially given the role of the Consumer Council in defending ratepayers. These are programs which, I had mentioned to Commissioner Dykes before, I have concern that they're artificially stressing the grid in the long run and creating a greater supply and demand imbalance. But more immediately, they're also being subsidized through the public benefits portion of our bill. They're being subsidized on the backs of the ratepayers for private benefit, for the installation of private electric vehicle chargers or private heat pumps, which again, all well and good, those technologies, but it is personal property, and it's being subsidized on the backs of ratepayers who are paying these outrageously high bills. So I'm trying to understand how, on one hand, we're trying to defend ratepayers while also forcing them to pay this added subsidy. Again, these are newer programs in comparison to a lot of the system benefits and FMCC programs. So we've recently added them on top of other things. So just want to understand how you square those two.
Sure. Thanks, Senator Fazio. And obviously if it's a difficult challenge and a balancing act to ensure we're representing both the short-term and long-term interests of customers. We know that many of these investments do enable, choice and lower cost options. And, that applies, I think today, EVs and heat pumps are on the agenda, but other technologies are on the agenda next week, solar storage, et cetera. So, my approach has been really a balancing act between trying to do what we can to advocate for cost effectiveness. I do want to assure you that we are at each of these PURA proceedings, asking for detailed benefit cost analysis. We challenge the level of incentives that are being adopted. We question the scope of programs. We are doing what we can to keep these programs from overburdening customers. But we're doing so, in a way that would support the state policy goals, because, ultimately customers incur costs that, we've talked about in another aspect, one of the bill on energy efficiency and future of gas. If we're not planning appropriately, customers are going to end up with stranded costs. So that's another perspective we bring to the table, is really trying to prevent that from occurring. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And just to quickly follow up, so it was your position as OCC that the levels of the benefits were a little too high, a little too costly when you testified before PURA, or was I misinterpreting what you said?
No, that's accurate. I'm going to turn to our legal director, Tom Wheel, who was here or at the OCC at the time of the program establishment. The program was established about 5 years ago, and there has been an annual review. I know that since I've joined, that we have sought to curb the level of incentives, and think that there can be discussions around narrowing the incentives. I do agree with you and share the concern about lower income customers subsidizing wealthier homeowners and getting chargers. I think that our focus has been to enable the demand management part of the incentive program, but ensure that the other pieces are contained as much as possible. And I promised you expertise from Dom, so I'll let him share a little more insight.
Sure. I guess I'll start by answering your question. Yes, we have filed a briefing and other comments throughout the creation of the program and its annual review process, at least questioning some of the bases for the structure of the incentives. But I do want to back up a little bit and emphasize what the Consumer Council said a minute ago, which is that all else equal, or if you imagine a vacuum where you could bring on incremental demand without incremental costs. Incremental demand is good for ratepayers because you're increasing the sales. Overall, you take a fixed revenue requirement, you're distributing that, you're dividing the revenue requirement by the sales. It's literally how you make rates, right? So the more sales you have, the cheaper the volumetric rate is at the end of that equation. That's also why we generally support, new business coming into Connecticut, bringing in new demand, because it ultimately, in all else equal, improves the rates for all ratepayers. But it's the all else equal part that's tough, because all else is not equal, because with incremental demand does come incremental costs. The costs that we're most focused on are incremental capital costs, because when you increase peak demand, that's the level that utilities build to. Like that's the prudent planning process of a utility, is to look at the peak demand on a particular circuit and make sure that all the infrastructure on that circuit can meet that peak demand. So if you're increasing peak demand, you're increasing costs. I say all that to say that it's also important to recognize that the incentives of the EV charging program in particular are in two buckets. One is an upfront incentive that is designed to encourage, I think that's the incentive that I imagine that you have a concern about. It is designed to encourage participation. It's designed to encourage people to get EV chargers at their homes and businesses. That incentive, though, is designed, like if in the underlying docket 171203 REO4 at PURA, the basis for that, the design of that incentive is based on the rationale that I said before, that there was sort of a cost test to set that incentive to meet to be overcome by the benefit of the incremental load. We have raised questions about whether the particular dollar amount of that incentive has proven out to meet that that the benefit of the incremental load. We're continuing to ask those questions on an annual basis. But the other bucket of incentives in the program, which is actually imposing a greater cost of the program altogether, meaning it's an annual incentive rather than just a single upfront one. So we pay these incentives on an ongoing basis. Those are incentives for engaging in demand response programs. So that's what the Consumer Council was getting at a minute ago, that we very much support generally, theoretically, incentivizing demand response, because frankly, you're not going to adjust people's usage behavior unless you incentivize it, either through time of use rates, active or passive demand response. We need to find a way to make sure that that peak demand isn't increased to the level where CapEx massively overcomes any of the benefits on the other side. So we very much do advocate in favor of making sure that we're incentivizing demand response, but also in ways that are producing measurable results. So we have, getting back to the question you asked an hour ago now, we have advocated, I like to think, pretty consistently and frequently about ensuring that those dollar levels for both kinds of incentives are set in a way that matches up, that there's a real cost benefit analysis supporting them. And then also the design of the incentives themselves are producing results, because you can design a demand response incentive in a lot of different ways. So hopefully that.
Yeah, and I appreciate the point about demand response. I think if we wanted to invest in subsidized demand response, we can directly invest in and subsidize demand response. Just, I guess, one last follow-up. When you're saying that you disagree, I think the benefit is up to $1,000 credit per charger installed. What was your position on what would be a proper amount or structure?
We have historically, we haven't come up with a number ourselves, because our historic comments have centered around our skepticism that number was arrived at through a fully vetted process. So I think our perspective historically has been, we're not sure what the right number is, and that's sort of some of the criticism that we've raised.
And I bet anyone watching this, the millions on CTN would probably agree with your gut reaction that $1,000 a pop is a lot. But yeah, I'll let you finish, and then I'm done asking questions.
Right. So I think these are valid questions to ask. And I think our concern and feedback would be that because these are so connected to our rates, our provision of service, the EDCs are integral to these programs. While we certainly welcome, bringing in other sources of funding for incentives. In terms of the regulatory aspect, we do have a concern with that being pulled out of PURA because of the demand management and, electricity and related capital planning side. So we just want to make sure that the holistic picture remains.
Senator, that provokes a question for me. We've had a little bit of a conversation about demand response and incentivizing that. Given how do we support demand response without an actual implementation of an AMI program and technology? And would you support a third party taking on that project if the utility, in this case Eversource, continues to refuse to move forward in implementation of AMI?
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. I think AMI is critical to effective demand management programs, even in, to relate this back to conversations about the regional planning. I've been in meetings with ISO New England where they've encouraged and asked us to get a way to, have your state figure out how to deploy AMI so that we can do better demand management, because that's going to help us as a regional grid operator manage load, and particularly peak load. That being said, the costs are substantial because Eversource has not taken an incremental approach to replacing meters with, older meters with meters that have that AMI capability. So there has been a long proceeding within PURA about, the details of that framework. And as you're aware, continued reluctance on the part of Eversource to engage in AMI, which I do think does justify evaluating other options. You know, there are third-party providers. I do think metering does, is a kind of core business practice of the EDCs. And I do worry that if a technology is coming from another third-party entity, that customers might question that, having another entity come in to meter track their energy usage might be even more concerning than the, love them or hate them, they're the EDC that the electric distribution company that a customer has been working with, over the course of their life in terms of their electricity. So there is some seamlessness that having advanced metering technology deployed by the EDC could be preferable, but if they're not able to do it, exploring other options is valid.
Thank you for that. Yeah, obviously the preferred path would be for the utility to implement and manage it going forward. But, if we could provide adequate assurances to consumers, I think they would value the opportunity to have some control over their usage. That may be their greatest urgency at this moment, is to regain control over their usage and reduce their energy bills, which to my mind makes the priority of implementation of an AMI program critically important for the state of Connecticut, as we fall further and further behind other states that have already implemented these kind of programs. So thank you for your diplomatic response to a difficult question. Other questions? Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. To revisit the EV incentive and the managed charging program, I think part of what you're saying is people are adopting EVs, and so we ought to manage the way that impacts the grid so that we can reduce the pressure in terms of peak demand and have them.
Correct.
Okay. And
Because that's really what drives the capital expense. So if we can manage the peak, we're more likely to be reducing those capital expenditures that would make this more expensive as a whole.
And then I think the other piece of your argument is that for the fixed pieces, the non-energy pieces of the bill, you're spreading out the cost of transmission and distribution over a larger rate base by virtue of adding demand to the system.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that in and of itself has the opportunity to reduce electricity costs for everyone because that denominator is a bigger number. But it's really the difference, that is the net benefit, the difference between the reductions from the increased load versus the capital infrastructure costs. And then you're somewhere in the middle there.
I think that may be counterintuitive, but I did want to stress that because I think it's the critical point here. Synapse Energy Economics did a study, and they estimate that in a cumulative amount, new EV demand in Connecticut produces $27 million in additional revenue. So that's they would argue that it's actually been a positive and it would have reduced rates. Are you familiar with that, or have you all done any similar analysis about whether the additional demand for EVs might have reduced rates?
I have looked at that study, but not recently. So I think I'd prefer to keep my comments higher level. I think we're at a point in Connecticut where we don't have enough load growth at this point where we've triggered a lot of capital planning infrastructure needs yet. In fact, one of the dockets that we work on before PURA, the Integrated Distribution System Planning docket, has taken a look at load projections. And, I think through the submissions in that docket, the numbers that, the EDCs have shared might be different than the picture that's being painted in legislative discussions that we're on the brink of needing, multiple substations. I'm not saying that won't come. It will come. if, all of the electrification happens, we will need more capital infrastructure, but we haven't seen, those costs be presented to us in a concrete way through, for example, a rate case or other proceeding. Anything to add to that, Tom?
No, I mean, I would agree that it's the difficult thing about rate impact, whether any particular element increases or decreases rates, is there are so many, as I think everyone has in the last year become painfully aware, there are a lot of things in rates, and it's a very complex system with moving parts that go both directions. And without being able to see the entire picture, it's really hard for anyone to say one way or the other. You can say, like I said, was saying to Senator Fazio, that sort of in a vacuum, you can make predictions about what kind of rate pressure any given factor will have. But as the Consumer Council was just saying, the question of how much capital investment will be necessary to meet incremental EV demand, for example, is very dependent on the rate design that we set forth for EV demand, or very dependent on whether we have AMI in place or many other factors. So it's really hard I also haven't seen that Synapse study, but I imagine our response would be, we can't confirm any particular rate impact by any level of EV sales, because there are too many moving parts to know what it would have looked like if we had other kind of systems in place, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mara, followed by Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you so much for your testimony. You've certainly given me a lot to think about, and I'm going to dig into this a little bit more to kind of understand what you're speaking on when you're talking about the load growth. But I think, I still want to come back to 1353 and try to understand a little bit, as you are Consumer Council, I'm just curious, do you have more people coming forward to you saying they have high electric bills, or more people coming forward saying, gee, I wish I had another incentive to get an EV car?
Fair question. And certainly we do hear a lot about the high electricity prices, and we support taking actions to engage in cost containment. And I think, so I don't think, the feedback that we try to consider through these PURA proceedings that develop these programs, we've tried to work hard to engage consumers and other new interveners. There's a new intervener compensation program. Unfortunately, those two sort of perspectives are often siloed. So we get complaints about the cost of electricity in one forum, and those people aren't at the proceedings developing the incentive structure and program. So, while I do think affordability is top of everyone's mind, certainly ours, when we're at those proceedings, that what our role is to remind all of the stakeholders and the authority of the enormous burden that is being placed on customers as they're being developed.
Okay, and yeah, and I appreciate that. What the other thing that you mentioned was that you're looking at kind of the future of the grid, and that's why this needs to be on a ratepayer bill, I think is kind of what you said. Sorry if I'm paraphrasing.
I wouldn't put it quite in those terms.
Okay. So I guess my concern is, I'm getting letters from seniors that are paying for all of these subsidies on their bill. And quite frankly, they're not going to be here to see a future of a grid. So this concerns me that we're forcing them to pay for a product that they won't receive. So I guess, do you have any thoughts on that? I mean, as someone that should be there advocating for the consumer, what are your thoughts on something like that?
Absolutely. Also a fair question. And this, if a benefit cost analysis is done, correctly, you're evaluating the impacts on both the participating customers, right? Like it's not hard for all of us to agree, that those who are participating, whether it's, putting solar on their roof or, making their, an energy efficiency improvement that's going to reduce their electricity costs, that they're receiving a benefit. So those are the participating consumers, but that there is that non-participating consumer group that we always advocate to be taken into consideration as well.
Right. And that kind of brings me to my next question. When you talk about participating and non-participating, we have a lot of people that do participate in like solar, for instance, that are obviously very conscientious and have the means to get solar on their property. But then when we look at all of these subsidies that we have here, they're put out at a volumetric charge. So if you've got someone with solar, they're not using as much of a volume of electricity, so they're being charged at a less rate. Does that make sense?
So we were preparing for solar next week.
Sorry,
as
not
part of the
really
public
about
benefit
solar.
charge,
It's
but-
more about
but
the
it's a fair-
subsidies and
right.
how it's fair to put the subsidies
Right.
there.
So certainly we support continuing discussions around, bond funding, other alternative sources of funding that don't impact ratepayers. As a ratepayer advocate, of course, we'd prefer not to have, have ratepayers pay for these transitions. This is how, with all, or I'd say most, I think there are some exceptions, but when you look across the country, because of the tie to the provision of electricity service and the impacts on the grid, these types of programs, are incorporated into electric bill costs. Now, we do, I want to be clear, in each of these proceedings before PURA, we are not always, we are often the skunk at the garden party saying, we've got to protect ratepayers and not put any unnecessary costs, but we also acknowledge that there are, grid benefits that tie into some of these incentives. There is the longer term benefits, of that. I recognize your point that some people won't be able to enjoy those, but we have to balance, short-term costs and long-term benefits and try to advocate for everyone. It's a difficult charge.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Claire, I just wanted to thank you and your team for including in section 3, allowing language to allow municipal electric companies to access state bond funds to pay for updating their grid infrastructure. That's a really great idea. It's not mandatory, it's optional, but allowing them to, for example, if they want to sell to the grid from the solar farm on top of our old landfill, it's an easier way to sell to the grid if we are able to upgrade it, update our infrastructure. So, or if more people in my town buy EVs and they are able to charge at night while they're sleeping, there may be some opportunity there to even out the load on the grid with infrastructure improvements or meters or whatever. So thank you for thinking of us. There's only a couple of us in the state, but we appreciate that you've included us.
Sure. As I indicated in the written testimony, we obviously don't represent the municipal electric customers, and, acknowledging the opportunity for bond funding for municipalities seem to be consistent with our view that we should be exploring that at a higher level. I know we are not the bond experts, and I think that, we should perhaps, could be a great task force or, process to engage our colleagues at Treasury and OPM and others to think about, the green bank bonds, bond structuring, but there does, we all, I think, collectively share the goal of reducing impacts on ratepayers for these investments, which are really critical, to the future of a stronger, more cost-effective grid. Bond funding seems like something we should all explore.
Yep, and if we're able to help the grid be more efficient in our little territory, then that's a good thing, I would think, to have everyone who's attached to the grid help improve its efficiency.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so much for coming. It's always hard to figure out how to refer to you. Council Coleman, Claire?
Call me Claire.
All right, well, I always do, but it's just an oddball thing.
You can all call me
This is
Claire,
such an
not just
oddball
Senator
title.
Needham.
What?
Yeah,
It's a
it is,
weird.
it is a hard, awkward one.
Yeah, I don't know. Seriously, thank you. And thank you for everything that you do advocating for consumers in a common sense and reasonable way. I do want to react to a couple of comments. As a first selectman, every year we go through a budget process in my town, and 70+% of our budget is for public education. I may not look it, but I am one of those seniors. I may look like I'm 40, but I'm not. And I am a firm advocate that as a senior, have an added responsibility to look at the future and look at future generations and make sure that we as a state and my municipality makes investments that are appropriate and commensurate with providing good educational services for our, residents and for their kids. So I kind of don't, I'm very sympathetic to anybody who cannot afford their electric bill. And I do want to remind everybody that in a broadly bipartisan bill done in 2021, we did pass low-income discount rates, right?
Correct.
We understood before the moment when this thing became highly politicized right now that electric rates were high back then. They're higher now for very specific reasons, and I hope they sort of normalize back to where they were, which were still high. I need to remind my colleagues here that New England electric rates were always, saying we're the most expensive, we're the second, we're the third. New England is expensive. New York is expensive. New Jersey is expensive. We are part of an expensive area for a whole bunch of reasons, including the fact that we have an expensive grid to maintain. Much as I, can carry the sword to fight the battle with our utilities, they don't have an easy job. This is not a city. The state is a largely rural state with some small urban areas in it, and the grid is quite expensive to maintain. Distributing electricity over this state is quite expensive. Keeping it upgraded in an environment where half of the poles are not owned by the electric companies makes it even more complicated. So I'm sympathetic to the plight of why it's more expensive in the state, but I'm very sympathetic to the ratepayers to make sure that that we do not have people in this state that are burdened to the point where they're paying 25% or 30% of their income to pay their electric bills. And I was very proud that in a bipartisan way, this state, the legislature directed PURA and as it turned out, you guys and Department of Social Services to develop a low income rate plan to make sure that we don't have people left behind. That plan, I believe, is close to being ready to be implemented.
Yeah.
It's a tiered plan. It is one of those plans that should be on your electric bill because it's determined based on how much you use, and almost everything that's in that one bucket that is called public benefits. 99% of it is system benefits, really. and our accounting true ups, not 99, probably 90% at the moment, belong there because they're tied to usage. And we want to incentivize less usage. We want to incentivize energy efficiency. So I want to say that we are very cognizant of the fact that there's an impact to the decisions that we make here, and that the state of Connecticut enacts as policy. We're very cognizant of the fact that there's a burden out there just because of the geography in some measure, and we want to help. I don't like the idea that this has become the most politicized thing. And quite frankly, my patience as the world is burning down around us, many of us think that there's a catastrophic thing going on nationally where our state is facing massive cuts, that we're sitting here obsessing about one piece of it when we're working hard to try to take care of that. And yes, we can nip around the edges and do better where we can do better. But we are facing a tidal wave of disastrous decision-making coming out of Washington right now. So we want to talk about an op-ed. We want to talk about a public benefits charge. We want to talk about all the things that go into that, the 40 items, and which one that costs 12 cents belongs out of there. In the moment, the single largest component, I'm sure, is the millstone component. It's thrown the whole equation out of whack. And I wasn't here when that was decided upon. I probably would have voted for it because I still think it was the right thing to do. But let's not forget who the proponents of that were and who pushed for it and why it was done. It was done to save a resource in Connecticut that provided thousands of jobs. It was a bipartisan effort to save it, and it has cost us money, mainly because of a war that was unanticipated and the impacts that had on the market. So now that I made my little tirade speech, because I'm going to do that continually, only because I think that people need to understand what's happening here. A shiny object of the moment versus the tidal wave coming our way, of jobs that we're going to lose, of people who are being demonized for working for the government. This is a disgusting show of hate and outrage machine that is being perpetuated continually. And I'm a little tired of it. You can tell I'm a little tired of it. Circling back to what was said before about incremental load, I know that I have machines that run my factory, right? And I know that I will sell marginal capacity at a marginal price, until I get to the point where I have to buy a whole new machine, right? That's what you were talking about. And it's critical that you guys and Pura are constantly watching that. It's critical that that's why the program for EV charging was handled by the people who are tasked with managing the grid in the state, right? You couldn't develop that program in a vacuum. Couldn't just provide subsidies. AMI is a critical part of it. And, if we don't have AMI, a lot of the things that we want to do are going to be a real problem, because we don't want, we're building homes with smart appliances, things that will allow you to turn your dishwasher on at 1 o'clock in the morning so that you're, paying a lower rate for the electricity you use. Anybody who's looked at the ISO curve knows that the best curve is not a curve, it's a flat line, right? We don't want things cycling on and off all the time. We want basically constant demand on the system. It's more efficient for everybody. It makes the utilities more efficient. It makes ISO more efficient. It makes everybody more efficient. It will save all of us money. So that's part of the goal. But I want to circle back to one last thing. There are priorities built into what we do, right? And though I don't agree with every one of them, because I try to be the common sense middle ground person, but I start with the belief that there's a problem looming out there with regard to climate, right? I don't think, and I never have thought that Connecticut can solve that problem on its own, right? I don't think we make as much of a difference as we'd like to believe we do. But I also know that our urban environments, the way the interstate highway system was built in this country and the way power plants were located has created significant health problems for the people who live in urban areas. So electrification of vehicles, for example, saves lives. It keeps kids out of hospitals. It eliminates respiratory problems for a vast swath of the problem. Whether I think that we can fix the carbon problem or not is less than I think we have an obligation to the people of our state who live in areas like I live, which are considered more pristine, that don't have highways running right through our neighborhoods, to make sure that the air they breathe, the water they drink are safe and healthy. So the priorities, although in moments I've questioned some of them myself, most of the time I think that they're all being done with good intentions and with a watchful eye. You know, I was here when we fought, when I had a different co-chair, we fought very hard to update the LREC ZREC program because that was a subsidized program for solar that was done at a time when solar panels were much more expensive. And we looked at the numbers and thought it was too expensive. So we changed those programs. We changed the rebates that people get because we have people like you and the commissioners at Pura and the folks at Deep watching this to make sure that we're doing this transition in the most efficient way possible. It's not perfect because nobody's perfect. No business is perfect. No government is perfect. But we do it in a way that tries to look out for the best interests of people. And I want to be clear that whether it's nuclear or wind or gas or hydro, whatever it is, we're ever watchful about the impact of these subsidies on rates. The decision about keeping the largest asset in New England generating carbon-free power on the grid was a complicated and difficult decision for many, many people in this state. That's why it was not bipartisan. It was bipartisan, but not unanimously supported by one party or the other. We make those decisions because that's our jobs, right? We're here. We work for the government. We work for the people. You work for the people and for the government. And I want to say, and I'm going to keep saying this, you will not hear me demonizing the work that you do every single day for the public, right? I can't say that for everybody, but I just want you to know that I appreciate what you do and the advocacy you guys do. The fact that most people who work for the state of Connecticut or for the federal government or for municipalities work for less than they're worth in the private sector. And there's a passion for doing it. And there's a damage that's done by demonizing people for doing that work. So it's not happening here, thank God. And I am, I know that you're working every day for the ratepayers. And I know that we're trying to do what we do in the best way possible, and that your job is to stay out of the politics of it. Your job is just to put your head down and do what you do for all of us here. And I appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll just respond quickly, particular to sort of our lane. And I will say that all of our jobs did, particularly mine and my teams just got a lot harder with the retraction of, so much federal funding support for a lot of these clean, efficient technologies that I do believe can benefit customers, but that all customers cannot afford to finance. So the loss of that federal funding is going to hurt everyone, and it will make our jobs more challenging, and we'll hope that we can reverse that course so that ratepayers, both those who want to participate in these programs and those who want a reliable, cost-effective grid, can continue we can continue to make progress on that front.
Thank you, Claire.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I think that because we spent 2 hours and 20 minutes on the public, I would like to, we have one state rep who I'm going to skip over and then come right back to Robert Keene. Is Robert here or is he online? Robert Keene. Not seeing Robert. Mark Anderson. Representative Anderson, I apologize.
Chairs Needleman, Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio and Mara, members of the Energy and Technology Committee, with the chair's permission, I would like to yield my time to a constituent, Reinhard Meyer, who has more than 48 years of experience in the energy industry. I'm proposing an amendment to SB 1352 to impose a moratorium on battery energy storage systems, which are mentioned in Section 8 of this bill. And this moratorium would go until there's clear health, safety, and welfare standards are codified. In the news, January 16th was the Moss Landing flare-up in California, which reignited a month later. I'm also concerned that these battery systems, when I looked at the latest docket in December, are largely funded by our electric bills, probably the public benefit portion, but that's not transparent. I've submitted detailed written testimony. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Meyer.
I'd like to thank. Okay, I'd like to thank the committee for your time. I'm going to talk about the battery energy storage systems and apply an acronym to it, BESS, as everybody knows. But I would like to put a little meat on this whole process. You've been talking about a lot of policy issues this morning. I want to talk about some physical attributes that you need to be considering. When you're looking at 1,000 megawatts of battery storage, you're really looking at about 1,000 1-megawatt units that fit on the back of a semi. Tesla makes one of these packages. And the thing you need to appreciate about this is the sizing of this equipment is established by a California standard. We were talking about briefly Moss Landing and some other projects in California. And the standard is 2 to 4 hours. So if you put 1,000 megawatts worth of capacity out, you're only going to at most get 4 hours of output out at 1,000 megawatts capability. So there's a problem here, and I'm going to be bringing up some of the other issues relative to that.
Try to get close to your mic.
Okay, close to the mic. Let me move over here, though. I've been accused of not being too close to the mic before. Okay, great. Okay. First, I'd like to, and as most people recognize, clarify that batteries do not generate new energy. They take energy from other sources and store it. And round trip efficiency, as we look at it, is somewhere about 80% and a little bit higher if you start talking about more the new lithium batteries. But there's some parts of this evaluation that are missing when we look at it. Generally, the manufacturers look at the round trip efficiency calculation based upon their particular piece of equipment. To this, you need to add the transformers a utility has, the wires a utility has, the substations a utility has to go through. So I would say that's about another 2 to 5% loss in overall efficiency on a round trip basis. And the United States Department of Energy and the Energy Information Administration estimates round trip efficiency has been somewhere around in the range of 82%. That is probably a little bit low. It's been getting a little bit better lately. I would say it probably hasn't hit 90% on average for the entire fleet, but it is improving. Now, I did show a little map here of ISO New England, and you were talking earlier about some of the flows that are coming in and out from Canada, what have you, but when you start talking about batteries, you're talking about long distances that you have to transmit this power, and the longer the distance of the power, the more energy you're losing. Even if the batteries are sitting there idle, they will lose energy because they have to keep a certain temperature. Most of the manufacturers state a certain temperature requirement that they have to be in, not too hot, not too cold. All right. And then to accomplish that, you need to have either standby power coming in from the utility or take power that's part of the charge system already. So if you're not doing that, you're decaying that battery. Now, there was discussions earlier about ISO and the various organizations working in relative to the interconnections. I've done a study, and right now, based upon data from ISO New England, there's 6,000 megawatts of interconnection requests for the state of Connecticut, within the state of Connecticut. This is all going to ISO New England. If you're talking about smaller projects directly to the local utilities, whether it be Eversource or United Illuminating, there are 200 megawatts of projects only. So we are being inundated with 6 times as much battery requests, okay, for installation. Now, why are well, before I go into that, I have a little map here shows Connecticut and the bi-county and where the capacity is going. The upper number, 84% is incorrect. It should be 74%, are concentrated in 3 counties. That being Hartford, New Haven, and New London. So there's not an equal distribution of these batteries. Furthermore, based upon anecdotal evidence I have, a lot of developers developing these plants are not intending to keep the power in Connecticut. They're intending it shipped north to Massachusetts because there's a better market there for them. Now, I found this a little challenging. We, as ratepayers, would pay for the transmission line upgrades, for example, in the valley where we live in Granby. And now instead of bringing, I'm assuming that was built to bring power south into us. Now that power is going up into Massachusetts if these projects are developed. I'd like to last talk about best issues. Okay, these are risk issues. Lithium batteries are at risk of fire. You can have arguments about what technology you use, whether it's lithium ion phosphate, it's still lithium. They're at risk of fire. And so you have that issue to contend with. Now, one of the things we need to know is understand what toxic materials are being included and what kind of plumes you get, toxic plumes if you're on fire. Now, some of the people who have lithium ion phosphate batteries claim that you're okay, nothing goes past our boundary line, okay? Well, and they won't even disclose up front what toxic materials they have in there. And lithium ion phosphate batteries still have fluorides in it, hexafluorides, and you create a gas called the lithium hexafluoride, which is a toxic gas. So these are things that we need to be concerned about. Some other states, depending upon the size of the installation of the batteries, have evacuation zones of 1/3 mile to 1/2 mile surrounding battery installation. And as Mark was talking about, you've got fires out in California and they've been reignited. Okay. So what are some of these consumer issues, community issues? I believe that the best projects are being proposed in high density population areas, Hartford, New Haven, New London. Okay. Local communities, and as reference was made, we are a little bit more of a rural community, do not have the volunteer fire departments and staff and experience necessary in how to handle thermal runaways or chemical fires from best projects. I think also that, and this was earlier discussed also, the state permitting authorities need to have better toxic discharge information for suppression. He's talking about adding additional staff onto either siting council by DEP to look at this. Okay. And finally, I would say that I think we need to consider more insurance and bonding on these projects in case of a thermal problem, okay, thermal runaway problem. So that if we do have to have massive cleanups, it's not the local towns or the state paying for that cleanup. And I thank you. Open to any questions. We're open to any questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, and just as FYI, I share some of the concerns about the safety of batteries and the proximity to where you put them. But to be perfectly clear, that program was divided into two sections. 500 megawatts is mostly behind the meter, being a program designed by Pura and being implemented already. 500 megawatts is in front of the meter, and it's being it was put out to bid, and I believe that bids were awarded. So not all of it is, traveling great distances. A lot of it is just very local. And of course, if you're, been in the industry for a long time, you know that there are some renewables that are intermittent on the grid, and this becomes rapidly dispatchable power. And the plan would be to overgenerate at times when the demand was low, and then supply this power to the grid because it's just sitting there and dispatchable when necessary. Not a day goes by when, if there's an incident, that my fire marshal doesn't send me a picture of a car that is on fire, but cars with gasoline engines blow up all the time. We're just highly focused on the battery ones right now. And I think that we're certainly learning as we go along, and power plants that are fueled with natural gas do sadly on rare occasions blow up. Gas lines blow up. So when the power plant in Middletown exploded, the natural gas plant, I lived down the Connecticut River. I was sitting on a couch watching TV, and it literally knocked me off my couch. I just was astounded. So I would say about electricity and about power generation in general, there are no free lunches. We demand power. The safety is always a big consideration. And we should always do what's best to make sure that what we're deploying is the safest and most effective power source on the grid. I actually believe that batteries have a role. I believe that, again, we did a procurement. We did this legislature, this committee ran what I think was, and I don't have the vote count in front of me, a bipartisan bill to do 2,000 megawatts or 1,000 megawatts of battery storage. And we did a procurement authority. We don't do procuring. We don't buy energy as a committee. That's not our job, to buy 2,000 megawatts of wind energy. We're constantly in the battle of how much solar do we want to deploy, because we know there's a cost shift onto the grid when we do it. So we're very, very mindful of the impact of those particular resources as we deploy them. So I want to thank you for your testimony, and yield to my other colleagues out here who might want to ask you some questions. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. I thought it was very interesting. Not many members of the public come with a PowerPoint presentation, and I actually think it's a very interesting PowerPoint presentation. Two quick questions. First, when we're thinking about the economics, it's a little more simple for me to think about the economics of purchasing power from a power plant. And I think you'd probably agree, as Senator Needleman said, that there is a value to batteries on the electric grid. They can buy in, they don't produce energy, but they can buy in the energy from the grid when it's cheap, and they can effectively sell it implicitly or explicitly, sell it back to the grid when it's expensive. So that's all well and good. But the questions about the economics and the price, is there a sense about how the economics of the battery technology is in this day and age, if it wasn't being subsidized, or, what the programs that are subsidizing, how cost effective, how economical do you read it as right now?
Well, I would say that existing technology, say it's gas fired, still could be cheaper. And the only reason why is that it's available let's say 89, almost 90% of the time. Okay. And so you can use that. Now, batteries themselves have a cost to them. And some of the battery developers are actually, what they're trying to do is trying to bid into the capacity market and make their money on capacity as opposed to the overnight cost differential on energy. Because if you're not doing that, you're selling, you basically you want to sell into peak power, okay, which is during the daytime, summertime, you know, it's 1, 2 o'clock. And at night you get low power. Okay?
Yep.
So they would charge up at night. You know, you have facilities like nuclear reactors, we have like Millstone, who are running flat out, and then they still have to run at night, so you got low power costs. And so they would have a differential problem if it's just doing that without support on the capacity side. In other words, capacity side covers the cost of the installation of the facility. And there's also a lot of economics applied to this as far as investment tax credits. As batteries get investment tax credits, they get 5 years rapid depreciation. Oh, thank you. Rapid depreciation. They get 30% investment tax credit, and then they get 2.5 cents a kilowatt hour. As a matter of fact, the one project we're handling in Granby, their parent company brags about the fact on the website that they sold some of the investment tax credits on other projects, okay? Because they're doing so much in investment tax credits on these projects, they're selling it to other organizations for further write-offs.
Thank you. That's interesting. It's good to think about. Maybe there's so much economics in the capacity market that the state doesn't. The state programs are kind of unnecessary or ancillary because that makes the most sense for the batteries. I just one other quick question, because I really am don't have any sort of scientific inclination, but I do hear the concerns about the propensity for really bad fires that are hard to put out because they're electric fires with some of the batteries, and then obviously yes, gasoline powered vehicles catch fire, other assets in our energy industry have these risks too. How would you compare the risks of some of the batteries you're talking about with other assets in our energy and transportation infrastructure?
Well, I was asked a question earlier about the fires in regular power plants. For over a decade, one of my jobs was to investigate and rebuild plants that had issues. And most of the problems that a power plant has, if they do have any fires contained within their property limit, there's not any real concern about fires going beyond the property. The only thing that would burn in them if they had like an oil tank that somehow caught fire, and that's relatively rare. Right? So I see existing technology as being relatively tame, just like gas stations. That how to handle a gas station fire, that's already been handled quite well with the suppression systems they have. We have not advanced enough on the battery side to be able to handle it. And part of the problems, particularly with lithium ion, is that it brings its own oxygen with it. Right? And it can keep on burning. I even saw a case on German TV where the fire department had a special technique. They brought a truck in with a swimming pool in the back, and crane. And this Mercedes was on fire, so they dropped the swimming pool down, opened it up, filled it up with water, picked up the car, dropped it in the water. Okay, and it still burned, but it just kept the metal relatively cool. So there's a list if anybody's interested in the on the web, Electric Power Research Institute, that lists all these fires that occur. So if you have any question as to whether it's increasing or decreasing, you can find it there. They've given up, I think, on small fires like cars.
Understood. Well, thank you for your testimony today. I'll try to watch some more German TV.
Not the way things have been going lately.
Thank you for your testimony. I apologize for missing the beginning of it. You made mention of the fact that battery storage has been subsidized lately, which is an important point. Tell me, do we subsidize the exploration and production of fossil fuels in this country?
From what I know, and I'm not an accountant, there is a depreciation schedule along with fossil fuels.
I believe there's more than that. Do we fully capture the costs, the environmental impacts of the use of fossil fuels through any process right now? Or are they pretty much, do we let the fossil fuel companies much off the hook until we get to some sort of super fund problem?
Well, if you're talking in some parts of the world where they have, in the United States, doing the RGGI program, for example, have carbon dioxide and costs associated with the externalities of power plant, you do capture it that way.
So I guess the point I'm making is you may call out the fact that storage is being subsidized, as is solar and a number of other things. But I would suggest that if we really want to talk about a level playing field, we have to take into account all the ways in which we support fossil fuels in this country, which I imagine will only be amplified with the drill baby drill philosophy of the current administration. So when we look in the broader context of all of our energy sources, the things that we want to encourage tend to be subsidized in some fashion or another. So I just contend with your criticism of battery storage for being subsidized when we effectively subsidize virtually every other energy source as well.
I don't believe I was criticizing subsidy as much as I said that some projects are being given capacity payments.
You did say that.
Okay.
Let me
What
just,
the source of the capacity payments is, I don't know, they're from the ISO.
wait, we're all searching for tools in which we can encourage all of the above strategy. You made a point, lithium ion batteries, even though they've been around for maybe a decade or two at this point, are still in a relatively early stage of development. They're not like how we handle fires at gas stations, as you pointed out. Should we progress with the technology and perhaps even move beyond lithium as the key source? There are many different technologies that are being tested out there. Some of them involve not even really rare use minerals, including nickel and manganese and things of that sort. Would your objections to storage be as strong if we were to move beyond the problems that are inherent with lithium? Or as in the case of a company out of Richfield Danbury called Cadenza, where they're actually developing lithium batteries that don't have the cascading fire problems?
Without knowing the particular details of the batteries and the technology, I really can't answer that. It's a
Okay.
hypothetical, but
So you're not opposed to the idea of storage broadly?
I'm not opposed to new technology. Okay, I'm in the technology business. All I'm saying is, depending upon what that technology is, when it comes out, you have to look at it and evaluate it.
Thank you for that. And I will just suggest that storage should be part of our broad portfolio of all of that strategy for some gaps it could fill. And therefore, we need to keep it as part of our consideration frame rather than just rejecting the technology in its current state. I'll leave it at that.
Here, here.
Oh, Representative Murray, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your testimony. I may have some questions for you after, but I want to kind of dig through some of the information that you have for us. But if I'm to understand correctly, really what this boils down to is kind of a siting council issue. That sounds like some of these battery projects were put in what you feel are high residential areas without understanding of the risks for fire and having maybe some of the firefighters up on the technology and what they're going to have to do to deal with situations that could arise with large battery capacity.
If I can answer that, Representative Martin, that is a prime concern. There was siting council seemed, as it was said earlier, may not have the right expertise in certain areas and seemed to really struggle off of this decision, which was not unanimous. 2 projects were denied in November that were very similar. So it seems like a flip of a coin on making these decisions. So that's a prime concern. Secondary is it's really not transparent how these are being paid for. The docket I read that was dated in December implies it's going on our electric bills. I can infer that's a public benefit portion. I can also deduce there's very little benefit to these. They don't hold a lot of power. And, what we need is just build more generating capacity. I have a small generator in my house. Mr. Meyer does. We can all, and so do most businesses and hospitals. That's a lot more cost effective than building these, which appear to be not transparent how they're paid for, potentially unsafe, and potentially very subsidized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And actually, it looks like, I believe we've got a bill in today that would kind of look at some of the possible optimizations and some of these chargers that we have going forward. So hopefully that's something that that will be looked at by DEEP as well. Thank you so much. Appreciate you all coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foster.
It's nice to see my fellow ranking member and veterans here. It's a new intersection for us. So I have spent a lot of time in the last several years navigating some challenges around siting of renewable projects. In my district, I have 1,000 acres of prime important farmland that are now solar panels. And so we've raised a couple of interesting points here, and I'm actually not totally familiar, and I encourage you to look into this, and the committee should too. But when we cite solar, grid scale solar projects in my district, they're really not paying comparable taxes to any other generation manufacturing facility that might exist in the town. And so what happens, and you've raised an interesting point, is if the fire department needs to make a significant investment in, PFAS are not the way we're doing fire suppression right now. And if fire suppression needs a different alternative, and your local fire department has to make an investment, it's not clear to me that when we have those facilities in our district that they are contributing to the town's ability to appropriately cover costs. And so, I've read your testimony and you've made a lot of interesting points, but I'm curious, and I'd encourage you to sort of look into if there are other states' examples of ways that we can create an accountability. I think we do need renewable energy. We do need storage options, but there perhaps is a way to have the best of both worlds where we have these renewable energies cited and that they bear the burden to the local municipality of the safety impacts that they offer to the town. And that's something, I have constituents who abut solar properties, and they think, like, if something happened and a fire apparatus needed to get in and they couldn't get there fast enough and the fire spread very quickly, would our fire department be appropriately equipped to do something? And if you need an appropriate apparatus or equipment where it's not just control the fire and it is actually suppress and address, like, what do we want to require these facilities to do as a contribution to the town when it comes to safety? And I think, the good chair made a good comment that we are coming far in safety. The only ways that you can make those safety improvements, he made a very credible point that we didn't require those safety standards for gas. And I think we should be making those movements in the renewable space. We should require them to be a part in the safety process. But what should that be? And is that they're responsible for equipping the local fire department with whatever the safest suppression substance is at the time? Because my understanding is it's not typically water that's the appropriate fire suppression. And so, and in the absence of PFAS foam, I'm like, I don't even know what fire departments should be using in this situation. So what would that look like? And should we be requiring, if these entities are cited, that they are responsible for incurring the cost of suppression and mitigation? And is there liability that we want them to carry?
Relative to that question, okay, as far as that's concerned, one of the concerns I have is that the developers are extracting economic rent from us, in the sense that you're right, my view of the project we looked at in Granby, I didn't see the revenue that's coming from property taxes cover the risk associated with taking care of fires. And let's take an example, a new fire truck, can be $750,000 or even $1 million, right? And we'd have to go many years out before we even recover that. The other thing is I'm not a fire protection specialist, but for a situation like this, you need protective gear for the personnel. And these are not full-time professional firefighters either. Most of the towns, they're all volunteers. And the third thing that bothers me about it, the setup, is that at least with conventional power plants, you've got personnel there on site. So if there's a fire or an issue, the fire people come in, they can confer with the people in the plant manager, plant engineer, or whatever the case happens to be. You don't get that. These are remote control facilities. We were told in Granby that it's going to not be the developer handling this. It's going to be a remote control facility. and could even probably be in Houston. And they're located in Albany. So if you look at some of the experience with Con Ed in New York, Con Ed is physically located near the batteries. Okay, they're personnel physically located, and they have a program set up with the fire department, FDNY, to arrive together at the site and then make a joint decision how they're going to access that particular facility and if there are any dangers to the fire department people, or if there are, how are they going to appropriately take care of that also, right? So that's one of those are the concerns I have with this is management of these facilities, just like solar fields. You don't see anybody ever cleaning the snow off of them, the commercial ones. I live right next to Southwick, Mass, and there's 3 fields up there. Never see anybody doing anything. Never see anybody doing any maintenance. Or if you've got, they're going to do the same thing with batteries. That's what their intention. They don't want to have the operating costs up. And I think you do need personnel interacting with the appropriate fire protection employees.
What we're asking for is a moratorium until 8 standards are met, which are on page 2 of my testimony, which were not addressed in the siting council meeting that pertained to Granby. Just a quick example is the project will include deforestation, which some folks are sensitive to, but it's also adjacent to a walk-in clinic, a multi-story apartment, and a grocery store. So those type of things were not really taken into account. So that's what we're asking for, is to set standards before we proceed with these type projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mashinsky.
Thank you. I share your concern for the local fire departments to know how to deal with a fire like this. And I've been a couple times put a bill into Public Safety Committee and they have not heard it. So they just don't see it as an issue, I guess. But I do. So my fire chief does. So I would also ask you guys to please also communicate with the co-chairs of Public Safety Committee and ask them to take this up as a public safety issue. It is a looming issue, and the fire departments need advice and they need training and a protocol. And so I really would like to see the Public Safety Committee run a bill on this and or as part of another bill, because we can do it here, but we're really not the fire department committee. We're the Energy Committee. So thank you for your help if you can help with that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any other further questions. Thank you. Oh, sorry. It's hard to see in this room back row. Representative
Mr. Chair.
Yakarino.
Thank you, Representative Anderson and Mr. Mayor, for being here. Just really quick, because I piggybacking off Representative Mashinsky about the fire safety. The way I read this is for us to take a pause and look at the safety aspects. Is that correct?
Yes, and I know at least one person with extensive firefighting expertise has submitted testimony.
And then, so other states, I mean, every state has these batteries, I would think. Like New York State, you mentioned Con Ed, they have their protocol. What is the normal protocol in, say, Massachusetts or Vermont, somebody close to us, or Rhode Island?
I can't tell you with that. I don't know if they use Massachusetts or Vermont.
But it's generally standard protocol, because this could, like you said, it's near impossible to put these batteries out when they catch fire.
Don't forget, Con Ed has got a very extensive organization in proximity to the fire department in New York City. So they are very advanced in setting up protocols and procedures and how to handle that. There's a good online video of them doing that, all right? And I think we need to do the same in Connecticut if you're going to proceed down this line. You also need to consider what additional resources outside of a particular town need to be brought in when the situation occurs that we have a fire, because it has to be evaluated properly with people who are knowledgeable in the particular piece of equipment and in conjunction with the fire department, so people don't get hurt or people that need to be evacuated can be evacuated.
I appreciate that. It makes a lot of sense, and we should look at safety. I appreciate you bringing this forth to us. It's very important, and I didn't even realize how the extent of how dangerous it could be. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for both for being here.
Chairman,
Thank you, Representative. Representative Piscopo.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up on those questions, how big is the actual proposal, say at Granby, at that one in Granby? Do you know how large the footprint would be, or?
We have two projects in the pipeline, okay? The first one that's was referenced being near the urgent care facility have 8 units there. Okay. Separate units. I don't think they're full 1 megawatters. I think about a half a megawatt are all in total. Okay. They intentionally limit their output to 4.99 for regulatory reasons. Okay. What classification they go under. There was another project in the combination Granby, East Granby area, which based upon the ISO New England interconnection queue is looking at putting 100 megawatts of battery in.
You mentioned this, the size of maybe a tractor trailer. I picture something on a slab of concrete about this, with a building on it, housing these, or?
Each manufacturer has a different design as far as how they contain the individual sub-modules, okay, for a lithium ion structure, but it looks more like a container, shipping container. Some of them are a little skinnier than a shipping container. And Tesla, for example, has a 1 megawatter that would be the length of a semi deck. So you'd have to transport it on one semi. It's that big. It fits on a semi. So if you had 100 of them, you got to put 100 in place. The concern is putting these things adjacent to each other, where one would go up in flames and adjacent ones would go up in flames. United Underwriters Laboratory says 3 feet. Most of the people in the insurance industry, prefer anywhere from 10 to 25 feet separation. So it's a question of where's your money?
Yeah, I think one of the towns here, I think Windsor, actually showed the video during a public hearing there on the fire that was going, the one of them that caught fire. It was quite alarming. And you brought up a point where they're unmanned. So you have one of these things sitting there, 2 a.m, gets struck by lightning, something happens with the air conditioning system. I don't know what happens, but something goes, starts heating up. An alarm would go off. I of course, right? And notify
They
somebody.
monitor alarms would go off, or either that or they see the screens blank in Houston, one or the other.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that worries me that they're unmanned. I mean, and if an alarm does go off, where does it go off to? Does it go off in Albany? I think a moratorium is probably a prudent strategy here for this. Just they're, like the chairman said, they're not that old they're a relatively new technology, and we should take every precaution. And the eight conditions that you mentioned, Representative Anderson, seem pretty prudent remedy to this. So thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Piscopo. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next up is Stephen Sack Jr. from Sack Energy, followed by Lori Brown from the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. Online, okay. Welcome. You need to unmute yourself, Mr. Keene. There you go. Please proceed, Mr. Keene.
Hello? Am I up next?
We're up and we're waiting for you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought someone else, you were calling for someone else. Yeah, so I'm Bob Keene, a retired power engineer and homeowner. My apologies for not being available for, I guess I was on a one-way link watching the presentations. I think you're right on target for most of the things you've been discussing. I'm in favor of the bill 719, which focuses on upgrading electric resistance heating customers because their customer saves the most and it doesn't increase the expensive winter electric demand as oil and gas conversions would. I'm also in favor of 1353, which says we shouldn't subsidize heat pumps and EVs for the same reason. I'm against the similar parts of 1352 for, again, the same reasons. Also because it adds more expensive net metered canopy solar, and the solar doesn't pay for the T&D costs under the net metering scheme, and it's paid about 6 times the market price for its generation, which shifts costs to me. I'd like to speak as a homeowner, not a power engineer right now. I'm very concerned about the war on gas, which provides a very reliable heat at half the cost of heat pumps. 15 years ago, I converted from oil to natural gas. It paid for itself in 5 years and reduced costs by 2/3. It also reduced the CO2 50%. In contrast, CO2 on the grid will go up 67% by 2032, mainly because of heat pumps and EVs, and then decrease only 52% for the winter months by 2040. I am concerned that neighbors will be enticed into converting to heat pumps by promotional rates. And in contrast, the high winter costs should dictate higher rates for heat pumps rather than lower rates. I will never give up on gas because of the concern for our family's safety. We have had many long electric outages caused by ice storms, blowdowns, etc. And the gas is reliable and easy to keep running with a small generator, unlike the heat pumps. Contrary to public opinion, my gas price has been very stable as CNG has contracted for firm capacity. I'm also concerned about the cost shift of net zero programs such as net metering solar, which would cause increasing resentment and divisiveness in our town, as some are not paying for the cost of providing electric service, such as Eversource. I'll be glad to answer any questions on this in my written testimony on the 3 bills. I also note that there's a very interesting synthetic natural gas study which shows that gas will be much cheaper than the wind solar storage, especially out in the time frame after 2040. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate your taking the time to join us. We'll take your testimony into consideration. We'll move on then to Lori Brown, followed by John Leahy.
This on? Yeah. Oh, yep. Got blocked right here. Let's see. So yes, good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and the members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 1352, promoting energy efficiency and clean energy sources. The energy efficiency measures in 1352 will not only lower electric bills, they'll also lower energy demand on our grid, and this will reduce our dependence on dirty sources of energy such as oil and gas and lower polluting emissions. The League has submitted written testimony pointing to the benefits of each section in 1352, but a large part of this bill is devoted to energy and water efficiency standard appliances in sections 1 through 4, and the public would benefit greatly if the products they could buy were more energy efficient. The state is overdue to update both of the water and energy standards. And so we encourage you to really keep these sections strong as they're specifically designed to benefit the consumers. In section 5, we support having PURA open a docket to review the planning and investments in our current gas system. This would provide transparency into the decision-making and a closer look at how our state can plan for a clean energy future with the goals of sustainable, affordable, and reliable energy. And in sections 6 and 7, this would help establish utility scale thermal energy networks. And it's critical that Connecticut take steps to expand geothermal as part of our transition to renewable energy. There was this extensive discussion on this last week in the public hearing, and CTLCV testified and submitted extensive written comments in support of this initiative in House Bill 6929. So we're very glad to see it included in 1352. With regards to heat pumps in section 9, heat pumps are the game changers for energy efficiency of both heating and cooling. And heat pump water heaters in particular are the best next step. So all traditional water heaters eventually need to be replaced. And so it's important that contractors have the information and the incentives that they can recommend or give better choices for switching to water heater heat pumps. And then this, I believe, should be part of DEP's heat pump deployment plan. And lastly, solar canopies are addressed in section 10. Solar canopies not only offer a renewable energy solution, they address many of the concerns from farmers and land conservationists. They can be on commercial rooftops, over parking lots, and close to where the energy is consumed. So through PURA, Connecticut can do more to incentivize these projects by developing a solar canopy strategic plan and program design. But overall, the provisions of SB 1352 offer many opportunities to reduce energy costs in an environmentally responsible manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Just about right on the 3 minutes. You've heard a lot of the testimony today, Lori, with regard to using resources that might have an impact on ratepayers, at least in the near term. How do we justify making investments that would, at least for a period of time, raise rates?
Well, I mean, energy efficiency is the answer right now. It is the fastest solution you can implement that will save people money immediately and that can really benefit overall reducing our emissions and lowering costs at the same time. That is a very important thing to keep a focus on. That's why this bill has so many good opportunities to not be as dependent on these other types of dirty fossil fuels. And that is the stated goal of this state and this committee, I believe, through the chairs, have stated repeatedly that the 3 pillars of this energy policy needs to be both reliable, affordable, and sustainable, good for the environment. These are things that I believe are embodied in this bill. I think in the long run, the use and expanding the use of fossil fuels runs absolutely counter to everything that we want to do in this state. The stable costs come when you have reliable, like offshore wind and solar and geothermal, that you won't have those kinds of traumatic fluctuations that we're suffering now. And it kind of drives me crazy when everybody's just looking at what's right now and immediate, when we all know the long term is renewables. That brings down the cost. That makes our bills more reliable in terms of what we know we're going to have to pay. So I do not believe that expansion of fossil fuels and gas and oil and promoting that in any way benefits the state. It has to go in the other direction. We have to find our way back to the path of strong renewable programs, and that will stabilize our costs and it will bring down rates and energy costs for everyone going forward.
You know, playing devil's advocate for a moment, we hear from everybody that energy efficiency is the best path. The governor says it. We all say it consistently. Both sides of the aisle, we believe in energy efficiency, but we continue to underfund the programs such as the audits and the work that comes after those. We are actually some are contemplating getting rid of some of the energy efficiency programs that are captured under public benefits. You know, how do we seem credible about energy efficiency if we're not putting our money where our mouth is?
The absolute, what has happened in terms of how the public benefits charge has been characterized is completely designed to scare people away and make them think that these are all just funds that are going willy-nilly to anybody who happens to have a subsidy of some sort of asks for it. When in fact, the very small portion of the public benefit charge goes to fund for all these energy efficiency programs. Some comes from RGGI, but a lot of it comes from the public benefits charge. That benefits everyone. The less we consume, the less demand we put on the grid, the more it saves money. These are the programs that will return on the investment hugely and very quickly. And so I think it's very misguided for anyone to think about cutting anything out of the public benefit charge as it relates to energy efficiency.
For that, and I would add to that that it's even more wrongheaded in the context of expected increases in demand going forward. So it puts even greater urgency on any electron we can save having to use in the first place. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Sure. What I was covering. John Leahy, followed by Ashton Harper. Welcome.
Welcome. How you doing? My name is John Leahy. I work as the Vice President for Strategic Alliance USA. I call in support of Bill 7017 to raise the act to establish a task force to study transmission and grid enhancements. I feel I'm uniquely qualified to talk about the transmission system. I spent 9 years on nuclear submarines stationed in Groton. I also worked at Millstone Nuclear Power Station for 4 years, and I ran the transmission system for the state of Connecticut for over 20 years. That's located, the picture I submitted is actually one of the most sophisticated power centers in all the world, located in Newington, Connecticut, right Berlin. I would recommend, if you guys have not seen the center, that you should take a tour of it. So I primarily basically did everything on the operational side. So when you talk about power, there's two sides. There's the operational side and then there's the money side. This committee often talks about the money side. The operational side is totally different. So we have 6 centers in New England that control the power. Connecticut is the facility that controls the power for Connecticut, Western Mass. There's a center in Maine, Vermont, Rhode Island, 2 in Massachusetts. And that's essentially, we work with the ISO New England every day. I also was part of an elite team in 2003 that actually turned the switches on to power the cities after the blackout. You guys remember the blackout of 2003? Well, I was part of an elite team that actually closed the switches to actually bring power back. It was actually one of the best days of our lives because we actually operated the system like no other. And I was a federally licensed operator for over 20 years. So I have a deep understanding. I've spent a lot of my Christmases, Thanksgiving, and New Year's making sure everyone else had a proper power during these facilities. Specifically, I wanted to just address the need for this and also on regulation. I submitted a letter. I'm not going to read the letter, but there's a letter that we submitted. And focused on the letter was the criteria of summer renewables, where we needed to look that we can expedite construction for systems that meet the following criteria: sustainability, zero emissions, local oversight, direct for risk, and basically the requirements that there's a rate of return for certain renewables. I think the barrier that you have is in renewables, there's no guarantee that you can actually make it through all of the processing and then make money. And I think that depending upon what renewable you're talking about, obviously the PURA has put out different rates, different things that people have actually done. But I think Connecticut sometimes gets, we need renewable energy. I'm a big fan of renewable energy, but if you start subsidizing it to the point where it's costing consumers, when you start looking at the actual price of what solar is and certain renewables, we have some technology that we think could be very good. We have to go through the process like everyone else. The last thing with my time, I'm always sensitive of time. I always wondered, I was a Board of Finance. This is my energy bill. This is my phone bill. The phone bill always says what the state tax are. The electric bill never tells the consumers in Connecticut what the taxes are to the state. I was on the Board of Finance for 4 years in East Lyme. I got allocated all the money. You guys are familiar with yourself with municipal budgets. Eversource is one of the top 10 taxpayers in most towns, yet there's not a transparency on what we pay for state incomes. That's more of just an observation. I don't know if you guys ever think about putting state tax. And with that, I appreciate the time.
Thank you. We have been involved over the recent years in a lot of conversations about what's the right level of transparency on the electric bill. I think that a lot of people are really kind of bottom line oriented, but we have made a good faith effort in combination with Pure to try to make it easier understood. The problem is, even in the section that's public benefits, there are so many things in there. You would need a truck to deliver your bill because it would take so many pages. I think we could do better. I take your point. It's a conversation we'll have with Pure going forward. Maybe we need to offer one of those QR codes or something that takes you right to a place that explains things in greater detail. But it's a struggle. Finding the right balance is hard for us. I don't know whether taxes or fees are going to make people any better educated about being upset about their bill.
They just don't
Most
understand.
broadly. But getting back to your point, you have background in transmission, and you're obviously a bit more astute than the average person about how ICE in New England is responding to the circumstances today, and more importantly, where the puck's going to be in a period of years. Do you have any insights on, first of all, do you think ISO New England's got game to do the kind of work that we need to?
Having worked with ISO New England for 20 years, they're very good people. People misunderstand they're a nonprofit. So since they're a nonprofit, they kind of don't sometimes operate like a business. They basically always pass costs across to consumers. One of the consuming charges that we get is congestion charges that are in the FMCC, which basically I would say that we should dispute some of them because basically we're not in a position, who audits that? Like who is saying, wait a second, I had to run Middletown Station for a generation asset that is subsidized throughout. But what is the actual cost of that to the consumer? It's billions of dollars over the years that they're providing actual charges where nobody actually calls them to say, I want to be an educated consumer. So that's one area that I would basically say, and they should be because they're a nonprofit, but the way that the system's set up, because of it, you don't get access to all the information on choices that are being made. That's been my experience over 20 years.
I take your point. Governance seems to be a broad issue for a lot of these non-business nor perfectly governmental entities. It's this sort of in-between zone where oversight is often short of the need, given the importance of these projects and the impact on all of our consumers. So thank you for those insights. We'll look at your.
I have one other insight that's a positive thing, if you don't mind, because
Not at all,
most
please.
people just talk about the negative things. But in New England, we have what's called double contingency coverage. It's something that we pay for in our rates that no one really understands what that means. If you go out west, they pay for single contingency coverage. That means you have two lines into a substation if one of them trips. When we set up our grid, and this is extremely important, we take two continuancies, which means the two largest power lines can trip and we're not going to shed load. Does that make sense? Out west, because they don't have the reserve margins on the grid, we pay for the reserve margin. So it's a very inside poker thing, but when you start looking at reliability, if you notice, we don't load shed that often in New England. And the reason why is we actually pay for that additional reliability. And it's something that we should actually be stressing to manufacturers, the fact that we have a very reliable grid, because some people would argue that we put too much reserve on, and it's kind of a balance and act. But if you go out west, single reliability means that if that line trips and you basically don't have enough reliability, you would have to load shed, and you've seen load shed issues out west. Except for the blackout in 20, which was basically anomalous, that most people don't realize Millstone saved Boston from going black, because Millstone took the perforation. If you really look at what happened as the signal came east on 2003, Millstone was a large enough machine to absorb the perforation on the SIP. It's just like the old thing of dropping a pebble in the tub and you get a ripple. Millstone stopped the ripple. Boston would have been flat because it happened like that. I don't know if that helps.
I think you open up a subject that is good for further conversation with us. Obviously, there are risks inherent in redundancies.
Just not everything's all bad.
Yeah.
That's what I want to just basically. We have an extremely reliable system with many dedicated men and women who are working very hard to make sure. And the last thing I'll say is people care about two things: the cost of power. When they hit the light switch, the light comes on. Less than 1% of the people can read their electric bill and know, and less than 1% of 1% knows how power is done. So the people at Convex, which I gave you the picture, and I would definitely recommend that you go visit, because once you understand how it works, no one can snow you. No one can come in front of this committee and tell you, oh, it's like this, oh, it's like that. Now, remember, it's not the money side, it's the operation side. So it really comes down to Convex works with 14 different distribution operators. And the last thing I'll say, and I'll leave my time, when they talk transmission, just think of the generation's transmissions to the substation. When you talk distribution, it's the substation to the house. So I've explained that. My wife can even explain this because, so many people ask me what I do. So we go from the transmission to the substations. And the other thing that you're starting to see is, critical infrastructure and assets about protecting. The utilities have been mandated, as you guys know, and have done a really good job of actually, because they are the weakest assets. If you really wanted to take out somebody, take out their transmission system, and they would be in the dark for many years because we don't manufacture transformers anymore. It's a global issue. It's definitely a big thing, but I just want to say in Connecticut, we have a lot of positive things too, even though the price is, you have to realize the reliability, there's a cost to that. And with that, I appreciate that, Tom.
Thank you. And I'll submit that this committee is far better than the average consumer. Understand that we're at least 2% of us.
I would agree.
But you're not.
I would say probably
Senator
10.
Fazio.
Senator.
Yeah, I might have to disagree with you on that. First of all, I want to say thank you for your service to our country. Thanks also for the work you did, over time supporting our electric grid. I think that is an important point that you made at the end, that our distribution transmission system in New England is probably harder than other parts of the country. So, part of the reason it's going to be harder than other parts of the country, we haven't seen the load growth too. But as we talked about at the beginning of our testimony today, that there's a concern that we're going to see growth in demand, maybe retirement of some generation. So that's a concern. The cost is a concern, but it is a very good point, and sometimes missed, that the actual grid, the wires, the substations, et cetera, they're pretty darn good in New England, and at least that's something to be happy about. So thanks again for your testimony today.
The only thing I'll say, Senator, is this is what the game has changed because of solar. And so I stood watch in 2006 at the highest load ever in New England, which was about 26,800.
Yeah.
Since then, our load has come down several thousand because, especially in Massachusetts, has had an aggressive solar, what they call behind the meter.
Yeah.
And what that means is it goes into distribution. The big problem we're going to see now, and you already see it, is that you can't site a 50 megawatt solar if distribution is only rated for 30. It doesn't work like that. So what you have to do is have to come on the transmission system, which is limited access, not able to do it. So what you're going to find is that, and this is the next thing with, I know the battles with Eversource and UI, but our distribution in some of our cities is 1920s, 1930s, 1940s technology. We're trying to put these, we're trying to put these new solar, new renewables. It just doesn't work. It's that old classic, you can't put 10 pounds of flour in a 5-pound bag. And that's what we have. And we have to really be, I think, strategic in where we upgrade. Because if you realize, a lot like Hartford, 1940s technology, meant to last 50 years, 70 years at some point. I mean, we're pretty fortunate that we have the system that we currently have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
your point. We have a lot of work to do. There's plenty of opportunity
Oh, this
to
is great
upgrade our
opportunity.
infrastructure.
Thanks, Senator. And thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. All right. Moving right along. We only have another 40 hours to go at this rate. We have Ashton Harper, followed by Terry Eichel.
Hello. Honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Ashton Harper. I'm from Stamford, Connecticut, and I'm a senior at Stamford High School. I'm testifying on behalf of Fridays for Future Stamford in support of SB 1352, HB 7019, and in opposition of SB 1353. I've also submitted written testimony, which includes further information. We support SB 1352, which is an act promoting energy efficiency. Section 5 of this bill has PURA create a future of natural gas docket to consider the future of natural gas in terms of climate. 8 states already have it. Let me make this clear. Natural gas is not a bridge fuel. As it is transported, it can leak from pipelines, and natural gas is mostly comprised of methane, which is a greenhouse gas 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide. If only 0.2% of methane is leaked, that makes natural gas emissions equal to that of coal. If the Global Warming Solution Act sets Connecticut's goals to a 45% emission reduction from 2001 levels by 2030. To meet these goals, Connecticut cannot expand natural gas infrastructure. Furthermore, natural gas prices are expected to rise while renewable energy prices are expected to fall. Energy prices are already exorbitantly high, as I'm sure you all know, with Connecticut having the fourth highest energy rates in the country. Planning to phase out natural gas is the only way to plan for a future that meets the state's climate goals and keeps energy prices down. Section 6 of this act requires PURA to establish a plan for a thermal energy network system and require utility companies to create pilot programs. Fossil fuel-powered heating accounts for 33% of the state's greenhouse gas emissions. It's critical to slash emissions as quickly as possible, and geothermal provides a clean alternative for heating and cooling. Thermal energy networks also allow renters and low-income individuals to gain access to heating and cooling without having to pay installation costs. They also reduce energy costs because they are not liable to price fluctuations like natural gas, and because they're 6 times more efficient than air source heating. Section 9 requires DEEP to develop a heat pump deployment plan to make heat pumps more affordable. This plan would provide affordable installation options for people in environmental justice communities or people who are vulnerable to extreme heat. Heat pumps are significantly more efficient than electric resistance heating. Air source heat pumps have a coefficient of performance of 2.5, and ground source have a COP of 4, compared to many electric resistance heat, which only has a COP of 1. Even though heat pumps save money in the long run, many households cannot afford the upfront costs. We believe the bill should be amended to provide more specific information, however. This is explained further by Sierra Club Connecticut in their written testimony. Section 7 would direct PURA to create a study on solar canopies. Solar canopies are installed over infrastructure like parking lots, which significantly contribute to the urban heat island effect. Canopies could simultaneously reduce this impact while providing clean power. Due to increased power demand, New England will need to add over 100 gigawatts of clean energy over the next 25 years. Solar canopies are an opportunity to install this necessary infrastructure. We also support HB 7019 and oppose SB 1353. You can find that in my written testimony, as I'm almost out of time. Therefore, we recommend voting favorably on SB 1352 and HB 7019 while opposing SB 1353. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to testify.
I thank you. You covered all those sections in your 3 minutes. I kind of wish you had gone first. You kind of explained everything we're talking about in these bills. Thank you for your cogent analysis and all the research you did. I kind of think you said it all. I don't even have any questions. Anyone? If not, thank you for your time. I certainly hope that since you've got this planet to inherit, that you continue with your passion and dedication to saving the planet and making good decisions. So we really appreciate your testimony today. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you so much, and I hope the committee will continue to support and prioritize reducing greenhouse gas emissions for the sake of my future and the future of Fridays for Future Stanford, which is my youth climate organization that is currently meeting right now, and of all future kids in Connecticut.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And next up, we have Terry Eichel, followed by Chris Hurd.
Thank you so much, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today in support of SB 1352, an act concerning energy efficiency. My name is Terry Eichel. I'm the Executive Director for the Interreligious Eco-Justice Network. We are a faith-based environmental organization, and we work with houses of worship in Connecticut on environmental concerns. In the past 2 years, IREJN has helped hundreds of congregations reduce their energy consumption, install clean energy measures, plant organic, vegetable, and pollinator gardens, reduce plastic, and eliminate toxic cleaning chemicals. Every faith tradition speaks of our role as stewards of the planet, and people of faith are very aware of the idea that they are called to use resources responsibly, wisely, without causing harm. So the decisions they make are guided not only by their budgets, but by their faith. SB 1352 talks about heat pumps, solar canopies, and network geothermal, which IREJN strongly supports. Solar canopies are a great option for houses of worship that have slate roofs or oddly shaped buildings. For example, Asylum Hill Congregational Church is one of the churches currently investigating a solar canopy. Heat pumps, both for heating and cooling and for hot water, are also already being installed at houses of worship. St. Stephen's Episcopal in East Haddam and Our Savior Lutheran in Thomaston are installing heat pump hot water heaters, and Congregation Adath Israel in Middletown installed a heat pump system for heating and cooling. Network geothermal will improve air quality, especially in urban neighborhoods that have small power plants that can be transitioned to network geothermal. They're more efficient than individual heat pumps, which make them more cost-effective for residents and buildings. Faith communities are also recognizing these benefits. Round Hill Community Church in Greenwich is working on a plan for geothermal for their campus of several buildings. Planning for a future of gas is critical as residents and businesses adopt these energy efficiency and clean energy options. We need to make sure that low-income residents do not get overburdened with high gas rates as the market base shrinks. We would love to see increased support from the CLM fund for thermal barrier measures like air sealing and insulation. As we switch to electrification, it's really important to make sure we're continuing to insulate homes to ensure that the efficiency is high and the costs are low. Air sealing and insulation is a very cost-effective way to reduce energy costs, air pollutions, and greenhouse gas emissions. And I want to just tell a personal story. I was a renter for most of my life, and I've lived in a variety of apartments with poor insulation. And when I was living in New London, the landlord lived below us. We lived on the top floor, and he would crank the heat in the winter. He was freezing because it was so cold. There was not enough insulation. We, on the other hand, were boiling because he was cranking the heat, and we had our windows open. I talked to him about the HESS program. He did the whole program including the insulation. He loved it. You could put the cost on his bill, and his fuel bill immediately dropped by half. So it's a great program. It works for people. So I'm hoping that, I know federal funding is a challenge at this point, but I really hope that the state is going to be able to continue to support those energy efficiency programs, including thermal barrier work. So thank you so much. I hope you support 1352. It's a good bill.
Thank you for your testimony, Terry. And, I think it also highlights the importance of good HVAC controls in a lot of buildings as well. Sometimes if you can't control your heat, you're ending up wasting a ton of it, whether you want it or not. So
Oh,
that's-
exactly.
we could
Energy
focus-
efficiency is always the first thing that houses of worship want to talk to me about, but then they're often very interested in other going farther. But it's a key piece. It's critical.
Well, one more question for you, since you have a particular passion and expertise in religious institutions. I don't think you're an engineer, but just help me understand that as we talk about, we know, for example, that heat pumps don't work in every circumstance. The layout and the configuration have a role to play. Are there any special considerations we have to think about for houses of worship where perhaps the biggest single room in the whole place is maybe not used on a daily basis?
Oh, sure. Yeah, exactly. Well, so it's not uncommon for me. I mean, churches, houses of worship, but especially churches in Connecticut, because they can be from the 17 or 1800s, are so old. And so we'll usually look at it in terms of sort of zones, what are the rooms that get the most use, and start there. And it's often not the sanctuary. It's usually the offices and the fellowship hall, but it's amazing how old the lighting is in a lot of houses of worship. So that's often small businesses will have updated their lighting, but there are a lot of houses of worship that haven't. So we'll start there. But there's there's a church in Norwich that we're talking about doing some insulation around their conference room and their office to reduce their heating costs and their air conditioning costs, because those are the two rooms that really absorb a lot of those electricity costs in the summer. So you have to go in. I mean, it's interesting because every building is different and neat, but yeah, we generally will look at zones of like use first.
Thank you for that. I'm very relieved that you're not advocating for candle power as the primary.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your time today. We always appreciate your testimony, and we will definitely keep a focus on how we can benefit everybody with energy efficiency measures.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Next up is Chris Herb, followed by Jennifer Weber.
Good afternoon. My
Good
name is
afternoon.
Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 family-owned businesses engaged in the sale of heating fuels in every community throughout the state. Our motor fuels members own, operate, and distribute fuel to over 1,000 convenience stores. We're here in support of House Bill 7019 with some suggested changes. According to Eversource, and in my testimony, you can see that there's a graphic. Electric resistance heat is the most expensive way to heat a home. In fact, if you heat with home heating oils, which is now biodiesel fuel or propane, you will save nearly $3,000 annually with biodiesel and bioheat, or just over $1,500 annually compared to electric resistance heat for a 1,500 square foot home. Those are the numbers that Eversource are publishing. With such a big difference in heating costs, it makes no sense whatsoever for homeowners to continue to use electric resistance heat. While we don't, this bill doesn't, and we don't endorse forced switching, we do believe that the intention of the bill to have deep look at ways to maximize potentially and report back the state and federal funding that's available to help people make decisions to switch to more efficient heating makes a lot of sense. What we do suggest is that we are suggesting the bill specifically mentions electric heat pumps is the vehicle in which to do that. We believe that products like biodiesel, renewable diesel, renewable propane should also be specifically mentioned in the bill. The reason why we say that is that the department tends to, in their policy documents, only focus on electric heat pumps and electric technologies to be able to achieve these efficiencies, when we have our equipment has up to 90% or more of AFUE efficiency ratings. It would be We believe that DEEP will continue to advocate for a one solution fits all approach. But if the bill prescribes that the fuels that can reduce emissions and reduce costs could be included in this, that it would go a long way in ensuring that DEEP takes a more comprehensive approach in their look at this. Another suggestion that we have, and we were really happy that the commissioner in her previous testimony did say that DEEP is taking an all above approach. We just questioned that without specific direction that they'll actually do that. The final thing is that the bill only tells them to look at state and federal grant money that could be potentially available to help homeowners on this pathway. We also are aware that there are private funding for upgrades of efficiency, and we would suggest that the language be expanded to say other potential funding sources beyond just state and federal funding. We support 7019, and we also believe that in HB 1352 that the bill should take a stronger approach to HES weatherization, BPI type. That is the only proven way to lower costs and to lower emissions, not fuel switching. So with that, I thank you and we'll answer any questions you might have.
Chris, and just starting with your last point, absolutely correct. We need to be looking at sources and usage at the same time. We need an all of the above strategy when it comes to local home solutions as well. So I also take your point that if we put all of our focus just on electrification, that, as we heard in testimony earlier, can create other issues for us. So I assume you submitted specific testimony on where you'd like to see changes, and we will take it into consideration.
Thank you. Yep, absolutely.
Questions or comments? Representative Greshko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chris, I'm just going to ask you the same question that I asked in the Environment Committee concerning the criticism or accusation that biodiesel, renewable diesel, renewable propane cause corrosive type problems in existing machinery, existing functions. And your answer is?
There are independent studies that have been peer reviewed that absolutely categorically show that these products are not corrosive and whatsoever and are not leading to any malfunctions in the operation of the equipment or any sort of leak. So it's just patently untrue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry. Middle of that. Any other questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Next up is Jennifer Weber, followed by Jonathan Garcia. Seeing no one, we will go to Jonathan Garcia, followed by Mark Gonzalez. Okay, we seem to have hit a bit of a lull. Let's go to Mark Gonzalez, followed by Jack Potter. Welcome.
Thanks for this opportunity to testify. My name is Mark Gonzalez. I'm here with the Conservation Law Foundation. So CLF submitted testimony on several bills before you today. But I wanted to talk about two in particular. So I want to voice for SB 1352, efficiency. CLF wants to emphasize the importance of provisions regarding the future of gas distribution system, thermal energy networks, and heat pumps. Shifting towards highly efficient heat pumps and thermal energy networks would benefit the health and well-being of Connecticut residents, ensuring that investments in the gas distribution system are consistent with the state's transition to cleaner, more efficient heating through a future of gas docket is necessary to make this transition as smooth and equitable as possible. Network geothermal is an exceptionally efficient, climate-friendly solution to heat and cool buildings. Thermal energy networks also offer a promising workforce opportunity for gas industry workers who can build on their existing skills to deploy geothermal projects. Section 9 of this bill would require DEEP to develop a plan for deploying heat pumps with a strategic focus on applications where they would offer the greatest benefits. Heat pumps are highly efficient, can help residents save money on energy bills, reduce pollution, and continue to help the state meet our climate goals. With that, I also want to voice our opposition to SB 1353, an act concerning subsidies for the new electric demand. The bill disqualifies EV charging and heat pump infrastructure with multiple state grant and funding programs and would eliminate ongoing and successful programs meant to support this transition to electrification. The transportation and building sectors account for roughly 70% of greenhouse gas emissions. Electrification of these centers is essential to meet state climate targets and reduce emissions from fossil fuel combustion that harms people's health and well-being. This would hinder our ability to upgrade to clean heat and keep us tethered to fossil fuels for too long. Thanks so much for your time today and for listening. Very short and sweet.
For that, you were very succinct and on point. We appreciate that. You're a good model for others who will follow. Beyond that, I do not see any questions or comments. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Jack Potter, followed by Eliza Shore. Is Jack here?
Yes.
Please proceed, Jack.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for your time. I'm testifying in support of SB 1352, promoting energy efficiency, because I care about the issue of climate change and Connecticut's zero emissions by 2040 target. Much of what I would have said was already addressed by Lori Brown in her testimony earlier in the meeting. I believe this bill should be passed because it would create programs that increase electric grid reliability and encourage the expansion of clean energy via heat pump and solar panel installation. That's all.
Succinct. That was perhaps one of the shortest we've heard. So thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? If not, thank you for taking the time to stay with us and offer up your testimony. You will take it under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Eliza Shore. I'm close to that, I'm sure. Followed by Jay Goodman.
Good morning, co-chairs Needleman. Oh, I guess we're in the afternoon now, aren't we? Co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg and committee members. My name is Elisa Scheuer, and I'm here on behalf of the Home Ventilating Institute, or HVI, testifying in support of Senate Bill 1352, which sets efficiency standards for appliances sold in Connecticut. HVI is an ISO-compliant certification body and a trade association representing over 100 manufacturers of residential ventilating fans worldwide. HVI is also the originator of the airflow test procedure, which this bill applies to residential ventilating fans. HVI supports this legislation, some form of which has been adopted by 12 other U.S. states. Under this bill, manufacturers are required to test products to confirm that they meet Connecticut standards and certify them with the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It's the certification requirement I want to talk about. The bill, as currently worded, seems to require manufacturers to complete a form, we're guessing that's a physical form, for each compliant product and submit that form to the commissioner. The commissioner is also required to maintain a list of products compliant with Connecticut standards. As I said before, 12 other states have adopted this legislation, and all 12 have adopted a more streamlined approach to certification, an efficiency that benefits regulators and manufacturers alike. Those states have instituted what we call certification by database. HVI maintains a certified products directory for residential ventilation products. The directory is searchable by model number and provides not only energy efficiency specifications on each fan, but also clearly states whether the product is certified for sale in a particular state. HVI provides this information to both California's Modernized Appliance Efficiency Database System and the State Appliance Standards Database. Every other state adopting this bill has permitted manufacturers to certify their products to one or more of these databases to meet the certification requirement in the law. Using a database for certification means that the commissioner will not need to create and maintain an independent list of Connecticut-approved products, but can access an existing up-to-date list of compliant products at any time. We urge the committee to adopt an amendment to Senate Bill 1352, which would allow manufacturers to certify compliant products by database listing. I would refer you to the written comments submitted by Josh Lynch and Jackie Donor of the Home Ventilating Institute for more information about HVI's Certified Products Directory, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and for focusing on this issue. Obviously, you appreciate our goal of trying to give consumers quality information and a consistent standard. And, you know, we are struggling, as other states have, to find the best way to accomplish that. Your focus on the certification process, I think, is valid. If your testimony helps us understand a better way of doing it or how other states are doing it, it may actually facilitate us getting to a standard that multiple states are using at the same time. So really appreciate that. Any guidance you could give us. This is not the first time we've had this conversation. Many of us believe that simply stating caveat emptor is not good enough for a lot of folks. They deserve better information. So we may be playing catch up as compared to some other states, but your testimony was very helpful.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, we'll take a good look at your testimony and we will engage as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Jay Goodman, followed by Samantha Dynowski.
Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, and Representative Mara, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Jay Goodman, and I am appearing on behalf of the Connecticut Industrial Energy Consumers, or CIEC, an association of large commercial and industrial end users located throughout Connecticut. Members include some of the largest manufacturers in the state, and as you know, manufacturing is an essential part of the state's economy, recently accounting for approximately 158,000 jobs, more than $15 billion in annual wages, and accounting for over 10% of the state's GDP. These companies are energy intensive, sensitive to utility rate increases, and they invest millions of dollars each year to improve the efficiency and sustainability of their operations. Connecticut, however, has among the highest utility rates in the country. As the state advances its emissions reduction objectives, it is critical to balance those goals with preserving energy affordability and system reliability. Against this backdrop, CIC recommends changes to Bill number 1352, an act promoting energy efficiency. I'll summarize the key themes detailed in our written testimony. First, any evaluation of the future of gas must include a realistic assessment of the continued need for gas to support electric system reliability and maintain reliable gas delivery service, as well as an estimate of the cost and ratepayer impacts associated with measures to reduce reliance on gas. This data is essential, and no decision about the future of gas should be made without understanding the cost and ratepayer impacts of potential solutions. Second, we recommend changes to ensure that cost and ratepayer impacts will be considered throughout the development of any thermal energy network program, and the costs will be allocated to and recovered from customers like any other utility capital investment, according to traditional cost causation principles of utility rate making. These recommendations would provide data necessary to inform regulatory decisions while ensuring that rates are just and reasonable. Third, the bill apparently could require that the customers of one utility pay for the development of a thermal energy network in the service area of a different utility. CIC respectfully urges that this possibility be eliminated. Under no circumstance should customers be forced to pay for infrastructure that does not serve or benefit them. Such action needlessly would inflate rates and challenge affordability without providing any benefit to the customers harmed by those increases. Finally, Section 8 should require that adequate supplies of natural gas be ensured for so long as is necessary to support electric system reliability, as well as reliable gas delivery service to those customers that either choose to continue relying on the fuel or that do not have a viable alternative to it. Thank you for your consideration of our written testimony and for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jay. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. So I think it was important, and it's an appreciated viewpoint given that you represent consumers of energy, and we know that energy and electricity in particular is very expensive in Connecticut. So your concerns, generally speaking, are that Senate Bill 1352 will raise the cost of energy in the state, generally speaking. Can you speak to some of the ways that you spoke to mostly amendments you'd like to see, but can you speak to generally ways in which you're worried that the bill could increase costs? You know, maybe you think that it gives too much leeway to the kind of administration to implement regulations that would increase costs, but maybe give us some examples of how you think it could increase costs further.
Thank you for the question. I think, to be clear, I believe we're really focused now on the cost of the utility service and not energy, just to keep that straight. The cost to utility service could be increased, for example, in a renewable energy thermal network system, if it's installed. That's infrastructure that would be the cost of which would be recovered from utility ratepayers. So there would be a cost there. We don't know what the cost would be, so it's hard now to say if it would be reasonable or unreasonable or material or immaterial, but there is a potential cost increase there. Our concern is not just with the magnitude of the potential increase to utility rates through those investments, but also how those investments are recovered from customers. And the methods that are chosen to allocate those costs to customers and to recover those amounts through rates, depending on which methods you use, it can have potentially disproportionate impacts to one type of customer or another. So our concerns are that in general, as these regulatory decisions are being made, that there are clear and objective analyses to inform the decisions so that the public as well as decision makers know how much cost would increase, how much the rates potentially would increase, and what the impacts to ratepayers would be. And that's the information that's necessary to inform the decision making.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. The written testimony is useful. It's long, but I think it's an important contribution to the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Mushinsky.
Thank you. We had this topic came up in a previous public hearing, and I asked about the Massachusetts pilot and did it need to have natural gas inclusion, and the answer was no. They're not together. They both happen to have underground equipment, but the project in Massachusetts does not need natural gas to be successful to even function. So why are you asking us to require the two be combined in Connecticut?
I'm not, and if my testimony was unclear or if I somehow misunderstood the proposed legislation, that was a mistake. We don't see we understand that the thermal energy network, I believe it's a renewable energy based network. We're not asking for it to be to utilize natural gas as a fuel for that pilot project. The connection to natural gas in our testimony and what I'm trying to speak to are two things, is that in any future of natural gas proceeding, any study of the future of natural gas, there should be recognition that there are different sectors, different customer types that potentially could decarbonize, reduce their reliance on natural gas more quickly than others. And that if any plan is developed to reduce reliance on natural gas, that it account for those differences rather than imposing requirements on businesses in particular that may not be able to reduce or would have great challenges reducing their reliance on natural gas, because industrial processes can be very difficult to decarbonize despite efforts to do so. That any plan to reduce reliance on gas accounts for that. And with respect to our comments in Section 8, that's just speaking to if there are procurements of fuel supplies of any source, that there is going to continue to be a need for natural gas for some period of time. And that although there might be a long-term goal to reduce reliance on gas, potentially understand that there are some who would advocate for a complete phase out of the fuel, that again, that as those procurements are being planned and executed, they still account for the continuing need for gas to ensure that for as long as it's continuing to be used, it is available. because again, there are manufacturers, for example, there are some thermal processes, manufacturing processes, it just will be very difficult to fully decarbonize. And again, if requirements outstrip what is feasible and cost effective to do, or if there's not enough natural gas for them to operate, that's going to impact operating and investment decisions from the companies. I hope that answers your question. And if it did not, please let me know. Okay.
Oh, it does. Thank you very much. It's very much more clear now that you've given a more detailed answer. So thank you for going through all the sections and appreciate the information.
Thank you.
Not seeing anybody else, so thank you so much for your testimony. Sam Danowski. Followed by Kat Burnham.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and members of the committee. My name is Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter, and on behalf of our 30,000 members and supporters, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on 3 bills. First, Sierra Club supports House Bill 7109, an act requiring a study of incentives for the replacement of residential electric resistant heating systems. The bill directs DEEP to assess the prevalence of electric resistant heating across the state and provide findings and recommendations back on February 1st, 2026. This bill could be the first step in identifying enormous bill savings for customers, in taking load off the grid, and in reducing harmful pollution. As we heard from DEEP earlier today, 10% of homes in Connecticut are heating with electric resistance heat. Over 200,000 homes heat water with electric resistance hot water heaters. And we know from numerous studies that a disproportionate number of households heating with electric resistance heat are low income. Driving down the cost by examining electric resistance heat and making recommendations for alternatives is so important. Heat pumps and thermal energy networks offer efficiency levels 2 to 6 times more than electric resistance heat. And we see a great opportunity to save money for customers, to lessen demand on the grid and reduce pollution. The second bill we're here to support is Senate Bill 1352, an act promoting energy efficiency. And many others have testified already on this. There's a number of energy efficiency and cost saving measures in this bill. Again, will save consumers money, reduce strain on the grid, and reduce pollution. Want to show our strong support for Section 5, which is to review gas system planning investments. Acknowledge that Section 6 and 7 on thermal energy networks address many of the suggestions we made at last week's hearing. So glad to see those. And for Section 9 that asks DEEP to study heat pumps, we provided some specific recommendations in our written testimony for more targeted information to ask of DEEP in that study. And finally, Sierra Club opposes Senate Bill 1353, an act concerning subsidies for new electricity demand. The bill disallows electric vehicle charging programs previously authorized by the General Assembly at PURA and DEEP. It also disallows replacing fossil fuel furnaces with heat pumps and some loan programs. I want to recognize electric vehicles and heat pumps play a critical role in reducing pollution that harms public health and contributes to climate change. And consumers are recognizing their benefits, including greater efficiency, reduced indoor and outdoor air pollution, lower operating costs, and they're adopting them. The charging program in particular, I will wrap up, helps avoid the need for new power generation and taking heat pumps out of the options for loans, especially those replacing electric resistance heat in the previous bill and electric resistance hot water heaters, is going to be a problem. So we urge you to reject this bill and reject limiting the state from developing programs that can be beneficial.
Thank you, Sam. I guess I have a question that may be slightly off topic. Seems to be my format for the day, and don't feel obligated to answer it, but it's something that's always sort of been in my head, and I think I might have said it to you sort of in passing. Obviously, we're all concerned about everybody's electric bill. It's been a difficult time in New England, in Connecticut, and in many ways all over the country. But with regard to with regard to more on-site generation, more localized generation, more generation that doesn't require an outside energy source, right? Taking advantage of the natural benefits that the planet generally affords us, you know, wind, water, sun, etc. We're always in this conversation about, well, this is 15 cents a kilowatt hour and this is 5 cents a kilowatt hour. But we've never seemed to be able to value, and I'm asking you this more representing like a major environmental organization in the state. Has there been any data suggesting what the full cost is for energy generation derived from different sources? You know, it's always felt to me like we're taking a very tangible thing, which is people's monthly electric bill, and they see it and feel it and sometimes hurt from it, many times complain about it. But it's like, in some measure, it's like the frog in the pot of water, right? You don't feel it until it's too late. Moments I feel like it's a bit too late, but we don't have a way to value in real economic terms the cost of, you know, taking out of the ground 1 billion years of organic matter that has accumulated via drilling, digging, a million different ways that we pull it out, and burning it all at once, because we're going to burn it all in 200 or 300 years. That which took 1 billion years to accumulate as all the organic matter that ever existed on the planet sort of became what we call fossil fuels today. But is there like a total cost analysis somewhere that you could point to that might help people understand what the real impact is?
So I'll answer that in a couple of ways. I think there's no question, we're seeing the cost of climate impacts directly here in our state. Just last year, we had massive flooding, wildfires, heat waves that sent people to the hospital because it drives up hospitalization rates. We know that climate change is driving up the cost of food, it's driving up the cost of insurance, it's driving up the cost of housing. And we know that burning fossil fuels has enormous health impacts, causing premature death, hospitalization, missed work days. Those are all quantified in numerous studies. But the bigger picture question I guess you're asking is there is a social cost of carbon that's been developed by the federal government and can be applied to projects. When you look at what you can look at a project and say, what are our possibilities here? And if you decide to use fossil fuels, the social cost of carbon helps to quantify those things that happen because of burning of carbon and that we ultimately pay for as a society.
My concern is that we're still at the moment of, well, it hasn't happened to me yet, right? And that's the very real thing that people live with every single day, which is the frog in the pot of water with the heat on. I know I used to look at the Lazard levelized cost of energy numbers all the time, but they weren't totally inclusive of everything. You know, to me, the canary in the coal mine more than anything are the insurance companies. They're pricing in the cost in what they're charging people, but humans by nature react to what's in front of them. And it's easy to react to what's in front of you, especially when you're making a compromise between food on the table and paying an electric bill. But I think that we need to focus on what the real cost of all this is, and I don't have the data. It's like one of those things that, what was it when Colbert sort of coined that word, truthiness, right? It just kind of feels right. And it does feel like we're living in a very unique moment with all this, and just logically taking 1 billion years worth of organic matter that deteriorated in the earth and pulling it out over 200 or 300 years and burning it and putting it all back. Just feels like it's going to have a huge impact. And I know that there's a few people out there that don't believe it's having any impact. I'm not one of them. I am one that wants to be thoughtful and considerate of how we do it and how we manage it, because I think we have to always be thoughtful about the in front of you cost of it. All that federal data, I'm sure, has been scrubbed from every federal website now because it's not supposed to be seen by people anymore. Anyway, just my musing, and, any help with this, I think from any of the advocates that are out here is important to focus on, because we are who we are, and we focus on what's in front of us most of the time. And it takes an awful lot for people to have the luxury to think long-term. And until the tragedy hits you, it's like, well, that happened to the other guy. Those were those people in Pacific Palisades. And it was, some bureaucrat made some mistake with water, as though you could put out 1,000 houses at a time anywhere that are on fire. It makes no sense. So anyway, I always appreciate hearing the testimony, and don't know if there's anyone else that has anything to say. Yes, Representative Mashinsky.
A lot of the cost to consumers has to do with the peak loads, and they're only like 5 days a year in the summer and 5 days a year in the winter, and it's very expensive to deal with peak loads. Can you talk about how changing the loading to the grid affects ratepayers if we have to, if we don't do efficiency, but we have to do a new power plant to handle a short duration of time when we have peak loads?
I think I'll answer it by saying what we want to focus on, because I know that particularly in these bills in front of us, is thinking about these pragmatic things we can do that take load off the grid, especially at peak times, and save consumers money, because that is clearly top of mind for everyone. And what you have in front of you here with these 2 bills for the electric resistance heating, and with really making sure that we're doing all that we can with energy efficiency, will be helpful for taking that demand off at peak times. Of course, also bringing on some new supply, particularly solar. We have in terms of our state and where we are in the region and the nation, we have far less solar than the capacity that we have. The Green Bank has done a study of residential solar alone, and of rooftops that are viable for solar. They're facing in the right direction. The roof is suitable. There aren't trees covering it. And we could be having 3,500 megawatts of rooftop solar. And in the summer, that shaves off summer demand. In the winter, offshore wind. It's interesting the way solar and offshore wind play off of each other, is that solar is middle of the day, throughout the summer is the best time to have solar, and wind, it's morning and evening, and wintertime is the best time. So if we want to provide generation capacity at those peak times, those are the 2 ways we want to do it. But if we want to shave capacity, we want to be doing all we can first for energy efficiency and using the most efficient technologies available.
Okay, I have a peaking plant in my neighborhood. It's a nice modern one. but it only runs a few days a year. When called upon, the grid calls the plant and they say, fire the thing up, we need it. And the reason they wait until they need it is it's expensive because it's a modern, very clean plant and best available technology. And so they use the cheaper power first, and then they call us up when they have a heavy peak demand and they have no other choice. But I know it's more expensive, and that's why they leave it.
I think we just have to start questioning whether that is right now the best available technology when we have solar and battery and storage as possibilities.
Now, my point is that if it was cheap to run, they'd probably be using it more often. But sometimes we pay more at peak demand times. Just for a few days, we pay more. The consumers pay more because right at that moment, there's a heavy demand on the grid. I was trying to get you to cost it out for me, but maybe one of the other witnesses.
I'll take it
can.
back and see if I can get some info
Okay,
for you.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. No. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Samantha, thank you so much for testifying and being here. I was interested in your opposition to 1353. I mean, yeah, managed charging program. I'm an EV owner. I probably should know about that program because my electric bills have been off the charts in the last 2 months. Probably also due to Christmas lights being on from dusk to dawn, which I took them off the other day after I got my last bill. Given the changes, I mean, it's not just the managed charging program. There's other electric vehicle charging programs, on EV chargers and things like that. Also, as an EV user, I can't find any chargers really. I mean, any fast chargers, any DC chargers. So I'm not even sure how many are in the state. So I was just thinking about your opinion on the latest news from the from the federal government that they are pulling their entire charging program. How do you think that will affect us, and what will we have to do to step up to actually provide the infrastructure here in Connecticut for EV buyers? I have to say the EV car, never even thought about one before I went into the dealership in November, and easily persuaded. It's a very quiet car. So if anyone's sensitive to noise, it is nice and quiet in there, and also no emissions. The emissions are done at the plant where they can be better managed rather than on the car. But we do have a lack of places to charge our cars, particularly fast chargers. So if you could get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I'll start by saying that like most charging happens at home. But when you're on the road and you're EV and you're looking for a place to charge going long distance, those highway corridor chargers are really important. The NEVI program, which I think is what you're referring to, the federal program. I think there's still probably we're waiting to see what really is happening, but should it go away, Connecticut had mapped and planned where those chargers would go to have convenient charging places for people who are going along our highways that would be built and people would pay to do the charging. But we're going to have to come up with we have the plans, so we'll have to come up with another way to do it if the federal program doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, Sam.
Thanks so much.
Pat Burnham, followed by Connor Yukadis.
Very glad to be here. I'm Pat Burnham. I'm Senior Principal and Connecticut State Lead at Advanced Energy United. We are the only national business association that represents the full range of advanced technologies and services. Our organizations lower consumer costs, create good paying jobs, provide clean and cost-effective, reliable energy. And I'm delighted to be here to testify in support of two important bills today, Senate Bill 1352 and House Bill 7017. We really appreciate the dedication of this committee to prioritize ratepayer impacts while ensuring Connecticut's energy system maintains reliability and leverages technology innovations. So starting with 1352, We strongly support the uncontested proceeding to assess cost containment opportunities for a natural gas system. That's a really critical first step to understand where ratepayer dollars are flowing and how effectively they're being used. By initiating a future of gas study, Connecticut would join neighbors like New York, Massachusetts, and other states like Maryland, New Jersey, Illinois. I'll spare you the list, some of whom are already beginning to reap the customer and system savings from cost containment strategies identified in their studies. So armed with information, Connecticut can ensure investments are practical and be clear-eyed about when selecting clean energy solutions. We support other provisions in the bill, including thermal energy networks, gas demand response, and Deep's heat pump plan. I'll try and be brief. We support the directive to develop ratepayer-centered utility scale renewable thermal network program and pilot projects known as TENS. We've seen this happen in other states and really think it's a prudent move for Connecticut. Similarly, gas demand response can help gas and electric system reliability, especially during periods of cold snaps. We also endorse integrated planning for gas and electric. We see that as a way to reduce redundancies and right-size solutions. There's a lot more to say, and those details are in our written testimony. Also want to emphasize our support for 7017. This committee convened on the first day of this session, an important forum thinking about transmission and cost to the system. And that was real leadership that we really appreciate. We need to use our system more efficiently and make sure we're thinking about affordability. And we support this bill because it recognizes we have solutions today in advanced transmission technologies. GETs such as grid enhancing technologies and advanced conductors can unlock a range of benefits to optimize our energy system, reduce costs, and ensure timely integration. We know we need to move beyond studying these issues towards implementation. I know this committee is aware that GETs work, and so I want to make sure that as I wrap up, I'm available to answer questions, and details are in my written testimony. I really appreciate your consideration of our input. Thank you.
Thank you, Kat. Amy.
Thank you so much for being here today. And thanks for being a thought partner as we sort of navigate grid enhancing technologies. I think I wouldn't be alone if I sort of shared that as a member of the Energy and Technology Committee. It is challenging for us as we navigate what best ways we can move forward and advance policies that have positive impact on the community to find allies who are working in aligned directions. And I get really excited about the possibility that there are technologies that we could be advancing that would not only be more efficient and accelerate clean energy access, that they could lower congestion related costs, but they also could be deployed in a way that was really effective at sort of ensuring that we have transparency in our grid. We're doing transmission planning and investments in a way that makes really good ratepayer sense. So one of the things at first I'd like to use sort of talk about, we have a task force in the bill before us, but I think a lot of us are hopeful that we can be much more ambitious than a task force this current year. And so if we were to set forth and sort of require costing of grid enhancing technologies as a plan for the utilities as they made investments, what would you envision that would look like if they went before the siting council? There was a grid enhancing technology that they wanted to consider operating on. What kinds of grid enhancing technologies do you envision we would be able to deploy for cost savings quickly? Like, and what is the scale of impact we're looking at right now?
Yeah, I really appreciate that question. And we really like to endorse the term advanced transmission technologies that are inclusive of advanced conductors in addition to grid enhancing technologies. Again, we are trying to leverage all tools in the kit. And what makes these resources so useful, as you suggested, is that they only take a matter of months or maybe 1 to 2 years for implementation, whereas traditional transmission planning, construction, and development can take decades. And so these are really cost-effective, practical, short-term solutions to help us expand capacity of the grid and make sure we're using it efficiently and effectively. And so when I think about how that would look, it's really important that we don't delay getting these resources online. So open to considering what that would look like at the siting council. I know we've had discussions thinking about what that would look like at Pura, for example. It's really critical that we have the right technical expertise to make sure that when there's a proposal from the utility, that they are, this came up earlier, not gold plating, that we are making solutions that are right size for Connecticut ratepayers in the system. And so what's neat about grid enhancing technologies is there's many different versions of hardware and software that can be implemented to, again, make sure that when we're using our system, we're using it very efficiently. Rep. Basinski, you mentioned earlier the concerns about peak demand, and that's where GETS can help really lower that peak demand and either shift it or shave it and manage that load. And so it's going to be need to be a comprehensive process where we have stakeholders at the table, we have predictability, we have some certainty and a transparent process, and also make sure that we're being nimble as we think about these solutions.
So one of the things that I think we didn't fully capture when we had our first meeting at the beginning of session is there are several case studies out there and studies that sort of demonstrate the ROI. I think sometimes we hear from the utility companies that they're already doing GETS and that the cost savings aren't as promising as some of us like to think. But what can you tell us about what is the potential of GETS? Like, what is the magnitude that we're talking about?
Sure, I appreciate that question too. Yeah, GETS can unlock 40% more capacity on the grid. There was a really excellent study done by Brattle, which is linked in our written testimony, that demonstrates real numbers about how that we can leverage our existing assets, again, to use the system more efficiently and effectively. We've also seen studies coming out of, I believe it's Oklahoma and Kansas, demonstrating that these can yield millions of dollars of savings. And so when we think about future costs to the system and to ratepayers, this helps us make sure that in the long run, we're being affordable. And so these are real tools to mitigate some of those, spiky costs that we're concerned about as we think about expensive resources to meet our growing demand. This is a way of reining it in.
And do you think that as we pursue policies like this at the state level, there's a need for Connecticut to realize benefits for us to first do regional collaboration? Or is there a way for Connecticut ratepayers to get benefits in Connecticut ratepayer investments to have Connecticut ratepayer benefits in a way that can be achieved regardless of what's happening in the rest of the ISO? I know that we all, of course, want to work for transmission planning across the ISO that is beneficial to every ratepayer across all those states. But in the absence of guaranteeing those outcomes, when we can't even guarantee them here in the legislature, what can we benefit from locally, even though we're part of an ISO?
Yeah. So within Connecticut, transmission is developed, and we have to think about moving that energy along. And so for the intrastate transmission needs, that's a real opportunity for where GETS can be a resource. When this committee convened the forum, we heard from the utilities about their examples of integrating GETS, but none of them were for Connecticut, unfortunately. And so we know that this is being done in other states. So there's absolutely opportunities where we can apply these resources locally here in Connecticut. And again, because of their strong efficiencies, that payback period is very quick. We know that transmission costs are a big component of folks' bill. And so that's a way to deliver those savings locally.
And my last question for you is, as we sort of navigate these processes moving forward, hopefully moving towards a much more ambitious bill than what we see right now for the public hearing, are there hurdles that we need to be anticipating or preparing for in the legislation as we advance it?
Yeah, I think as you suggested earlier, we've heard from utilities that they will say they're already doing it. I represent industry and technology folks, and they are frustrated because they are not being considered. And again, we need to move beyond the status quo. We can't have the energy system that we've had for the last decade. We need to look forward. And so we want to make sure that as we think about legislation and we think about having a competitive market, we have clear, consistent market rules, and that we are making sure that when utilities are proposing upgrades, sometimes expensive upgrades, that they're looking at alternatives instead of traditional infrastructure upgrades or repairing in a way that they've done, for the last 20, 50 years. They're looking at new resources. And again, these are resources that are working in other states. They have demonstrated their value. And so we want to make sure that as we think about legislation and implementation, that we are having the utilities show their work, and we're able to, recognize the real benefits that can be delivered.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate all your work as a thought partner in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep.
I don't see anyone. I don't, excuse me, I don't see anyone else. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Connor Yukaitis, and followed by Nathan Froling. Connor here? Not seeing Connor. Nathan Furling, followed by Robert Silverberg.
Well, thank you and good afternoon, Honorable Chair Senator Needleman. Nice to see you today, and also seeing Representative Steinberg a few minutes ago. And of course, thank you to the distinguished members of E&T Committee. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs at the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm going to speak in support of Senate Bill 1352, an act promoting energy efficiency. My colleague, Carrie Lynch, will speak to other bills that you're hearing testimony on today. So although the Nature Conservancy is well known for conservation, we also work to address climate change, which we know threatens to undo the natural world and dangerously alter the lives of future generations. And Senate Bill 1352 is, we think, a good step in that direction. It contains 10 sections, as we know, all of which we support as they help develop and promote energy efficiency across sectors, while also supporting energy reliability and affordability. The bill will also help us to reach those emission targets that we care so much about. In particular, sections 1 through 4 emphasizes establishing and updating efficiency standards for both electric and water. These will deliver significant energy savings, reducing energy demand, and reducing the need for more fossil fuel generation and infrastructure. The standards also benefit ratepayers, and we know how important that is. There are also ecological benefits in emissions and water use reductions. We support Section 5, a future of natural gas docket, to address the critical issue of how we transition from natural gas to clean energy, which is so critical to climate goals. Section 6, 7, and 9 target the thermal sector. In Connecticut, emissions from heating residential, industrial, and commercial buildings represents 35% of overall state emissions. So addressing this sector is obviously key to becoming net zero economy-wide by 2050. And we support Section 8 and its goal to expand state demand response programs and measures. Demand response provides a significant opportunity for consumers and utilities to play a major role in managing the operation of the electric grid by reducing or shifting electricity usage in response to time-based rates or other financial incentives. Demand response will play a key role in decarbonization of the electric sector. Finally, Section 10 calls for a solar canopy strategic plan. Solar canopies offer the means to deploy significant solar without using prime farmland or forests. They provide protection from weather, reduce heat island effects, and can be paired with storage and electric vehicle chargers. To date, few canopies have been built, but the potential in Connecticut is great and could generate roughly 1,000 megawatts if it was fully developed and utilized from the studies that have been done, or about 37% of our current electricity usage, solar canopies. So indeed, solar canopies are a smart way to help get to extensive solar build out, which will be part of that renewable energy mix that we need to meet climate goals. So thanks for the opportunity to speak on 1352 and in support of it.
Thank you, Nathan. Are there any questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony today. Next up is Rob Silverberg.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Mora, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Robert Silverberg. I'm the managing partner of Morris London. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 7018. I have submitted some written testimony for the committee's viewing, but based on other written testimony, I thought I would take a moment to emphasize a point that I thought needed to be brought to the committee's attention. There is a company out of Houston, Texas, that produces a proprietary cost-reductive technology. About 6 months ago, they signed a contract with the state government of Texas, DIR. Anticipated savings is about 24%, which is fiscally going to translate into the millions of dollars. Just a few weeks ago, this same company signed a contract with the state government of Florida, Department of Management Services, their version of DAS. Again, anticipated savings is about 24 to 25%, fiscally translating into the millions of dollars. This company tried to introduce itself to the state of Connecticut, and they were ignored. There's another company out of Delaware that produces a proprietary cost-reductive technology, in particular with demand response, quintessentially turning a building into a battery. They're in the state of Illinois and in every building in one of America's largest defense contractors. They tried to introduce themselves into the state of Connecticut through one of our existing programs and were dismissed. My point is, there are about half a dozen other companies just like this, but in the interest of time and hour in the day, I'll stop there. There are a number of programs Connecticut has to integrate proprietary cost-reductive technologies into the state, and they have had a number of successes that should be celebrated. At the same time, there are a significant number of opportunities we are missing. It is because no program is perfect. No one program is a cure-all. Because of this, we should always be looking to add more tools to our toolbox. We should always be looking to add more programs to create more avenues to attract these particular technologies to come in and save money and have organizational management. When it comes to the test bed legislation, the tool we'd be adding to the toolbox is not an unknown. Over the last 16 years in 2 different states, it has proven to be a winner. It would be my suggestion to the committee, with the JFS language that I have suggested, to expand the test bed legislation beyond energy efficiency and demand response technologies, but to all forms of engineering. Expand the opportunities to invite more technologies to be exposed to the state of Connecticut to potentially save more money. Additionally, we should have language that would attract businesses to not only want to bring their technologies to Connecticut and save the state money, but also come to Connecticut and manufacture their technologies here. If a technology has gone through the test bed program and has been procured, if within 2 years they establish a location in Connecticut, we give them an employment tax credit. We are now taking the test bed from a cost reductive bill to an economic development bill. Understanding the time is up, thank you to the committee, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony today. Rob, we've been down this road before. We've had test bed legislation before this committee. We passed it out of committee. It passed both chambers with bipartisan majorities, and the governor vetoed it. What's different this year, and how do you respond to the statements or conversations we've had with the executive branch that they've got this covered?
A number of years ago, I had an opportunity to visit a number of different companies across the East Coast that make these proprietary cost-reductive technologies. Through all the meetings that I had with the different CEOs and COOs, I asked the same question to each one of them. What are the barriers that exist that keep you from wanting to introduce your technology into state government? There were a number of commonalities in the answers that I received. One in particular was a number of the programs that we have are either cumbersome, too much red tape, too expensive or time consuming for us to want to participate. And their suggestion was to continue to add more opportunities, more tools to the toolbox. It's what I would say probably to the executive branch. Why wouldn't we want to continue to add tools to the toolbox to attract technologies that can come in and save us money? There is a company that submitted written testimony. They're out of Israel, Netherlands, and Florida. The last 2 lines of their testimony they submitted for the committee today read as follows. After thoroughly reviewing the proposed bill, UBQ believes its passage would provide a fast-track pathway for entry into the state of Connecticut. One of the complaints that was listed by some of the COOs and CEOs I spoke with is that this is too long a process, too cumbersome. Expedite the process without sacrificing guardrails. That is why we developed the test bed legislation in 2009. OPM crafted this legislation, introduced it to the General Assembly, and it passed unanimously.
To your point, we've had this kind of legislation on the books for many years in the limited scope of energy related projects. And my understanding is the state has actually taken advantage of this legislation in the past. And all you're seeking is to expand it to virtually any realm of technology. Is that correct?
That's correct. The state of Pennsylvania is actually looking to do the same. What we're looking to do again is to expand this beyond energy efficiency and demand response, but to all forms of engineering. We are literally opening up the field for the opportunity to save more money. And again, by adding language that stipulates that if they are procured and moved to Connecticut within 2 years of going through this program and being procured and manufacture that technology here, we are now creating jobs. We are creating another revenue stream. Why wouldn't we want to continue to save money while adding jobs? I actually ran this piece of legislation by a gentleman named Jason Allison. Jason Allison grew up in Hebron, Connecticut, graduated high school, went to Florida State University in Tallahassee, met his wife, never came home, went on to become the state CIO for the state of Florida. I handed him the potential legislation that we were looking at in my JFS language, and he said, if you guys pass this, you are going to turn Connecticut into Silicon Valley North. I have a hard time understanding why we wouldn't want to integrate that kind of program that is going to draw that kind of attention.
It's a very strong statement. I mean, it is Florida, so we have to discount it a little bit, but that's a pretty strong statement. There have been some claims that this would be in some ways onerous for the agencies involved to implement, that it's effectively a mandate. What requirements are we making of the agencies? Isn't this more enabling than really something that's required? And could you comment a bit on the feature of the council and why that's helpful in this regard?
Absolutely. No, Mr. Chairman, you're spot on. Not only do I not think that this is cumbersome on agencies and a mandate, it is actually quite the opposite. By creating an advisory board, this advisory board would be vetting potential technologies that apply to this program. I had a conversation with somebody at DAS a couple of years ago who had stated that it is very burdensome to have the phone ring off the hook and their inbox flooded with technologies or companies that would like to do business with the state of Connecticut. They already have enough on their plate, potentially short-staffed, short-funded, and it is causing an issue. By creating the advisory board, we're actually alleviating a burden from the state agencies. One of the things we're also doing, and there's a gentleman who's going to testify, a few people behind me, who's more of an expert in the research field, we are creating what's known as a feasibility assessment. What this does is it takes into account the opinions of commissioners, department heads, where a potential technology pilot could take place. So this report would be filed with the application of a company with the advisory board to participate in this program. So to say we are putting a mandate on agency commissioners is hard to understand, considering they will actually have a voice in whether or not a technology could be piloted at their agency. So we're not actually forcing anything on them. We're actually including their opinions.
Just on a technical note, I assume this board would be a voluntary board. There wouldn't be a lot of administration involved, so therefore we're not looking at a fiscal note for this?
That's correct. That is the purpose of wanting to create the advisory board chosen by the governor. I would also recommend, it is not in my JFS language, but one of the members of the advisory board should probably be from CCAT. They are the technology experts in the state of Connecticut, and I believe it would be beneficial to us for them to have a seat at the table.
And have you been specific in your legislation and who you see serving on such a board?
It is included in the testimony that I submitted to the committee, the suggested JFS language. I would also like to address one point that was in written testimony submitted by others. They talked about whether or not the procurement process would compromise the efficacy of how we acquire these projects. Something we'd like to bring to the committee's attention because it is quite important. In the 2009 test bed, lines 42 through 45 read the following. The Commissioner of Administrative Services, 1, shall procure a technology for use in any and all state agencies and make such procurements pursuant to subsection B of section 4A-58 of the general statutes. This is Public Act 2176, Section 14, a bill we just passed 4 years ago, otherwise known as the Connecticut Innovations Program. Here is the procurement process as it reads in that bill. The Commissioner of Administrative Services may procure such technology, product, or process by use of any and all state agencies, according to the very same statute. In the bill, JFS language I presented to the committee, here's the procurement process as it reads. The Commissioner of Administrative Services shall, 1, procure such technology for use by any and all state agencies, and 2, make such procurements pursuant to subsection B of section 4A-58 of the general statutes. The suggested procurement process in today's test bed legislation is literally the same procurement process that has been in statute for 16 years, written by OPM, approved by OPM, and supported by DAS. It is also the same procurement process that is in the Connecticut Innovations 2021 bill. So I am having a hard time wrapping my arms around the fact that we are questioning the efficacy of a procurement process designed by OPM and in statute for 16 years. I think we're a little late to be questioning that.
So you're suggesting there's no need to reinvent the wheel. We're not reinventing the wheel. So maybe new technology will allow us to reinvent the wheel at some point.
We could do that. However, in the interest of this legislation, I believe that since we are using the exact same procurement process designed by our current budget office and approved by DAS that has been in statute for 16 years, I'm wondering why we're questioning it now.
Okay. Questions, comments? Representative Mashinsky.
I know we talked about this out in the hall, but I want to get it on the record. There's a number of pieces of testimony opposed to your bill because they say that this is worded the same as last year and we didn't like it last year and we still don't like it again. So can you address those testimonies that say you're just giving us the same bill, which we don't like?
I would say they're right, because the language that is in 7018 is not the language that was intended to be in 7018. It is literally the bill that was introduced last year. Hence why in my testimony, I included some suggested JFS language because there are some significant changes from the bill last year. So the testimony that had been provided by agencies is on a language that is not intended to be in front of you.
Thank you for that clarification. So the committee has received your suggested revised language.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I submitted it along with my written testimony, so it should be in front of all the members of the committee.
We'll take a good look at that. Any other questions or comments? Now, thank you for your testimony today. We will take a look at it and we'll see where this bill goes this year. Next up is Carrie Lynch, followed by Diane Keith. I see Carrie's ready. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Honored Chair Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy in support of the intent of 3 bills today, House Bills 7016, 7017, and 7018. We have provided written testimony for these bills, which can provide more details on our support. First, we support House Bill 7016, an act concerning third-party energy capital improvements and establishing a municipal electric grid modernization grant program. The first part of this bill seeks to allow third-party developers to engage in capital improvement projects related to energy infrastructure within the state, thereby expanding the scope of those who can contribute to energy infrastructure development. Procurement through a third party for energy capital improvements can provide the means to invest in energy efficiency and DER in a more cost-effective way. The second part of this bill will establish a program for municipalities to fund electric grid modernization projects, upgrades and improvements to the electrical grid operated by a municipality through integrating advanced technologies like smart meters, DER, and other advanced control systems will enhance reliability, efficiency, and resilience against disruptions, while also enabling better integration of renewable energy resources like solar and wind. Second, we support House Bill 7017, an act establishing a task force to study transmission and grid enhancing technologies. We support the creation of a task force to study transmission infrastructure in the state and the potential use of GITs and other advanced transmission technologies. Ensuring a cost-effective, equitable, and timely clean energy transition that meets Connecticut's decarbonization goals will require long-term planning. The existing transmission system in New England is currently unable to integrate and utilize the amount of clean energy required to achieve a net zero carbon energy system by 2050. Additionally, curtailment of renewable energy resources will continue to happen, costing ratepayers millions of dollars annually. Planning today for our transmission needs through 2050 will reduce costs and support system reliability in our clean energy transition. And finally, we support House Bill 7019, an act establishing a test bed technologies program. As we heard from the gentleman before me, it's a good bill. We believe that this bill would be beneficial for adoption of new technologies in the energy sector, helping to solve problems that are currently plaguing Connecticut ratepayers. We hope that this program will work in conjunction with the Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Testbed Program offered by DEEP. Currently, the DEEP Testbed Program seems to be underutilized, and this would probably benefit from more resources and attention. And with that, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of these bills today.
Thank you, Carrie, so much for joining us today and for your testimony on House Bill 7017. So I really appreciate the conversations that we've had around ATT and GETS, and as we're sort of planning moving forward. In our previous conversations, you have expressed a particularly strong interest in sort of ensuring that we include savvy transmission planning. We've had a couple of conversations throughout the day. I'm not sure if you've been able to hear about them so far, but can you tell us a little bit about how you envision that would be helpful and aligned with the mission of your organization?
Sure. We essentially want more transparency in what ratepayers are paying for. We hear from the utility companies that they are already investing in GETS and possibly gold plating. We don't know. And so I think a stronger plan, stronger transparency, and just possibly some kind of like outline of where we are going, how much it's going to cost, and what the benefits are. I think that's really what we're asking for in additional language.
Yeah, I can't help but notice that there's been in some ways like sort of I'm trying to think of a word other than weaponization of like parties interested in the work of this committee, the three legs of the stool sort of against one another, where there's been sort of the sense that you cannot be a good steward of ratepayer impact and environmental protection and grid reliability, that those three interests are, you know, fundamentally at odds and unable to be reconciled. But I am prone to optimism. And I believe that there are some ways that like ATT gets and more transparent and open transmission planning can help us better achieve a balance between those three legs of the stool. I can't believe I've talked about the stool so much and Norm's not here to hear it. But I'm sort of curious about how you think as an organization, those sort of particularly when it comes to environmental protections and get benefits, like what is there to be gained by better deployment of grid enhancing technologies and ATTs?
Well, I mean, we know that by 2050, our load will triple. We don't have enough resources online, and we definitely don't have the transmission to support those needed generation sources. Transmission has that unique ability to reduce costs over the long term and require less need for more generation. So it's a win-win in that sense. At the same time, if we don't build as much generation, because we don't need to because of GATS and advanced transmission, we don't need to site more generation. And so the environment wins as well. So the three stools, or the three legs of the stool, benefit from transmission and better transmission planning, more transmission transparency. Following what NESCO is currently doing with ISO New England, I think at the local scale will be supremely beneficial.
Can you just elaborate on that a little more?
Yes. So the ISO New England 2050 transmission study was brought out by NESCO. It was mandated that they start planning beyond the 5 to 10 year transmission horizon or planning horizon. And also as part of phase 2, they are doing some procurement for transmission. But what also they're doing is they're requiring asset conditioning from new transmission projects. And so this is increasing transparency, limiting gold plating, which plagues, if you've seen as part of your bill, transmission costs. We hope that something smaller, more local will also be implemented into this bill or potentially another bill that would do the same thing, increase transparency, reduce cost, and help plan for a cleaner, more reliable grid.
I appreciate that. I think a standard debate technique is to say, like, look over here at this problem and then ignore the real big elephant in the room. And so I'm hoping that this will help us have the data and levers and handles on the debate that we need to actively progress in a way that's helpful to Connecticut ratepayers. And I appreciate your testimony and your sort of intellectual partnership on this, because I think that the benefit that will be gained from legislation like this is going to be over a period of time. But I think that we've sort of heard a little bit throughout the day that the benefits are ratepayer impact. They're also positive for us to to be able to meet some of our renewable energy goals a little bit more effectively, but also to work towards a more reliable grid where there's space and capacity to do the many things that we need to do. So I'm grateful for your testimony and looking forward to collaboration with you moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? If not, Carrie, thank you once again for testifying today. We greatly appreciate it. Next up, we have Diane Keith, followed by Bill Gluck. Look, I'm not exactly sure on that one, but okay. Is Diane available? Nope. Is Bill Gluck available? All right, moving right along. I know Michael is here. Michael Vigent from Great Blue Research, followed by Charles Eves or Eves. Eves, probably.
Good afternoon, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am Michael Vigent from Great Blue Research. I'm the CEO, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and address the committee and support House Bill 7018. I'm here to speak today on the section of the legislation that pertains to the feasibility assessment. Robert mentioned that earlier. The idea of this language actually came last year from Representative Holly Cheeseman. And the purpose of the feasibility assessment, as Robert mentioned, is to kind of ensure that state agency commissioners, department heads, and the appropriate agency personnel have the opportunity to state their position on a potential test bed pilot. So much of the themes today have been about transparency, accountability, making sure that both sides of the argument are captured and accounted for. And that's exactly what this is intended to do. So additionally, the feasibility assessment will be able to ascertain the viability of a technology, product, or process performing a successful pilot for an agency. And though this bill will be amended in the current draft, Section C of this bill, lines 46 through 50, state that a proprietor of a technology applying for this program will have the feasibility assessment performed by an independent consulting or market research firm. If I may suggest to the committee some additional language which I believe improves the integrity of the bill, the market research firm performing this assessment should be selected by the applicant from the DAS vendor list. And if no such specific list exists for market research firms, I believe one should be created. By giving an applicant a list of choices from DAS to choose from, they will have greater reassurance that the assessment they're paying for is being performed by a reputable, approved, and experienced firm. Additionally, state agencies will be further reassured that the assessment performed will be accurate and comprehensive and already vetted by the state. In the interest of time, I'd be happy to, I'd be happy to provide greater detail on how a feasibility assessment process works through Q&A with the committee. But here's a very brief overview of the process and what steps are involved. Quite simply, and there's more involved, but I'm giving you the short version. First, identify the audiences being served and or those who might benefit from the technology. Second, we would identify the market by understanding the needs, the expectations, the concerns, any barriers to entry and likelihood of utilization. Third, we'd identify the proper methodology to best address the audiences and areas for investigation. And we've been doing this for 40 years. We'll test out the technology. We'll do pilot programs, talk to the folks that would be utilizing it. But again, keeping in consideration the thoughts from the committees and addressing some issues or challenges they may have. And then lastly, through this process, we understand the outcomes which may improve the path to market, setting clear expectations, identifying resolutions to key areas of concern, as well as stated solutions that each technology addresses. So I'd like to thank you all for your time. I know it's been a long day, so I wanted to keep it short and sweet for you.
Actually, Michael, today is our short day. You know, the point you raised with regard to having an approved vendor list for lack of a better, you're assuming that perhaps they don't have one for market research. Who would create such a list?
I think it would come through DAS. And so, for example, like Great Blue is approved through the DAS vendor list, but they don't have necessarily specific categories, those multi-digit codes that really address exactly what you're doing, expressing that you have the unique qualifications to conduct such surveys.
Is creating such a list, the initial vetting in itself onerous for the agency?
Doesn't have to be, no. As they're already going through the DAS process to begin with, that handles most of it. And then it's just making sure that there's the specifications. And it could be as simple as adding in some NAIC codes, things of that nature. So it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we're not creating additional burdens.
Nope.
For the agencies involved. Good. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why have government agencies take on this task of assessing the feasibility of a newly engineered product that hasn't been tested? Why not leave that up to private capital?
It can be done one of two ways. And so the short answer to the question is the study done up front saves a lot of time and energy for folks down the road if we can identify gaps in services or potential issues sooner rather than later, and it's also getting those technologies into the state and creating or minimizing some of the quote unquote red tape to get approved in the state.
It sounds it's risky. It seems like government's taking on a risk here, and if the product isn't commercially available, and we have to hire someone to assess the feasibility of it.
Actually, the feasibility assessment's paid for by the group bringing in the technology. So essentially what they're doing is by this getting incorporated into the test bed legislation, for example, if I have a technology that I want to bring into the state, rather than going through all of the various hoops and challenges, I'm paying for that assessment to see if the market even wants my product or service before the state and all of the permits and processes and all that sort of stuff take place. We're defining if there is in fact a market for it, if the market wants it, and what are the challenges or areas of concern that might be addressed in advance of going through a deeper process.
So the vendor or potential vendor pays for the feasibility study?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, thanks for hanging in with us today. Appreciate the testimony.
Thank you as always. Have a great day.
Next up is Charles Eves. I just want to say Charles Ives. I'm sorry. I'm sure it must happen to you. Followed by the next Charles Rothenberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Steinberg, members of the committee. My name is Chuck Eves. I'm Vice President of Electric Ops, and I'm here on behalf of UI. I'm appearing in opposition to House Bill 7016, an act concerning third-party energy improvements. This proposal seeks to allow third-party investors to make electric grid modernization improvements, a core function and responsibility of any electric utility. Allowing third parties to interact with infrastructure that is energized and actively serving other customer poses several risks. Any installation must meet safety and quality standards in conformance with UI and industry standards. To execute on an energized system requires access to the system. our substations, our underground assets, our overhead assets, some of which have extensive and stringent compliance requirements for access control, background checks, et cetera, for good reason. Third parties would need knowledge of the system, switching and tagging procedures, safe grounding and operating practices, all of which must be implemented, most importantly, in a coordinated fashion in real time as the system is operated. Introducing additional entities increases the risk of adverse safety and performance outcomes contributed to or caused by these third parties. Liabilities of these outcomes would be an issue that would require a solution. The bill does not address the real problems faced by our customers that's been discussed at length today, electric affordability. Allowing third parties to invest in parts of the grid diminishes economies of scale and could jeopardize the reliability of the grid and the safety of our employees and the public. That's the end of my comment.
Thank you.
Chair.
I'll confess this was my bill, and it was not really targeted at your company. You even heard me say earlier today that the preferred path would be for the utility to take on these kind of projects. Certainly, there's enough infrastructure work out there to keep utilities busy for the foreseeable future. But what would you do in the circumstances that Connecticut is facing? UI has implemented an AMI program. The vast majority of the state, which is under Eversource's aegis, has not. And we've been talking about this for year after year. This is a clear and genuine benefit for ratepayers so they can control their usage and make real-time decisions. Yet we have not moved forward, and the cost of this project has continued to increase over the years. If the utility can claim that this is not necessarily part of their required franchise responsibilities and doesn't move forward with a project, what recourse does the state have if it wants these projects to go forward?
Well, I think in the terms of UI, as I look at our system and our circumstance, and we look to the investments that we need to make, we go into those proceedings defining those investments. And I think fundamentally that the regulatory compact defines that we would receive a fair rate of return for the investments we make. So I think that is the balance that needs to be struck. That we go into the proceedings of PURA with the needs, with the costs, with the benefits. And I think we need to work together to define the right path and the right level of investment and ensure that the people that are providing the money, because we have investors, for those investors to put forth the money necessary to make these investments, they need a reasonable rate of return. So to me, that is the challenge that we face together in finding the path forward. We provide a service that's essential to modern life. The things that we do have to be done or there are consequences. And in order to get them done, we need funding from investors. That funding requires a reasonable rate of return.
So to understand your point, that if the utility responsible for these kind of infrastructure investment deems it not financially in their interest, the state has no recourse when it comes to actually trying to improve the grid and the network to benefit consumers, that we're basically at an impasse?
I didn't say that, Representative. What I said was for us to make the investments necessary to maintain our system requires a reasonable rate of return for the people providing the money to do so.
And who defines what's a reasonable rate of return?
In general, PURA does through the proceedings, through the discussion on ROE. There's a lot of dialogue and back and forth on that issue and concept.
Thank you. Questions? Senator Needleman?
Hi, Charles.
Good afternoon.
I don't know that we've ever met or you've ever, and I could be brain dead. I've been accused of worse. I'm not sure I've ever heard you testify before. Have I?
Before this body, potentially not, but many times before PURA.
Right, I recognize things when they're new. So I'm sorry I missed the first part of your testimony. I ran out for a minute and you know, you mentioned the issue of availability of capital.
Mhm.
And I suspect that as the guy who's in charge of electric operations, you're probably not the finance person who raises the capital, are you, or? that
Not
part of-
raising capital, but I've been involved in our rate cases since 2005. at
Okay.
UI. So,
And at UI?
yes.
No, great. Well, so we're in a weird state, right? There's a few municipals, there's a small regulated electric company and a large regulated electric company, and we don't make rules based on size, right? The same rules have to apply to all regulated utilities. And sometimes we do paint things with a broad brush. Sometimes even in our op-eds, we paint them with a broad brush. And I wonder, I guess my question is, have you had any trouble raising capital? Because that's what this seems to keep coming down to, is we're doing stuff here, or that Pure is doing stuff as a result of what we do here that's impairing the company's ability to raise capital. To your knowledge, has the company ever not been able to raise capital for this division or any of their divisions?
I think the company will invest what is allowed in rates. And today, what is allowed in rates and the financial performance of our company has been significantly impacted. So that has limited the amount of capital that we can deliver to the system. And that has impacts. Now, we have been supported for many years. I've been working at UI for 35 years. For the first 30 years of my career, we were supported. We had aging infrastructure programs. We were doing the right thing, and that has resulted in excellent reliability for our customers. And there's a cost to not having that reliability, a significant cost. As I look to the future and where we are today, the company is not in a financial position to invest what we believe we need to invest based upon our ability to recover the costs of that capital in the current rate structure.
Is that based on specifics of going out to the market and trying to raise money and being told no? Or, I look at the relative credit ratings of different public utilities, and it doesn't seem like Avangrid, UI, I mean, it's kind of a weird thing that I didn't realize that, for example, if a parent company's, impaired in any way, like if Avangrid or if Iberdrola was impaired in any way, the credit rating that the overall company has in their borrowing ability tends to be overlaid. So it just as by way of an example, if there was a lot of money lost in a parent company, it would impair the credit rating of the company itself. And that would maybe increase the cost of capital, right? That's what happens when your credit rating gets impaired. And it's overlaid, even if it's like the parent company that has had a loss for whatever reason in other divisions, to other businesses, it impacts all of their business units. At least that's my understanding. Is that correct?
I think in my role in operations, I have a fundamental understanding that a utility will generally invest what is allowed in rates. And that is, today what UI is doing. And right now that is below what we believe is necessary to provide safe and reliable service over the long term.
Is that like legally required, or is that just the company's approach to it? Are there any like binding statutes that say you can't? If for example, a company was deemed to be investing, and the investments were determined to not be used and useful in the subsequent rate case, and that impaired their ROE or their return in the next period. Is there a legal binding thing that says that they can't invest more, or is that just sort of a policy? And I know you're not the finance guy. You run the electric company.
I run the electric
I
company,
know-
and
I
I
understand.
think fundamentally, the company will invest what is allowed in rates.
So it's a policy of the company, not a law.
I think it's a policy of the utility industry.
Okay. Understood. And again, you're the guy who's charged with keeping the lights on, and I appreciate that. You know, I think maybe it's a function of size or just historically the territory, you know, that you're in. I have not had a problem with storm response and some of the other issues. You know, I don't think you handle a lot of rural areas per se. You're generally centered around the New Haven area, and it's a little bit different than.
We've Easton and Woodbridge, but yeah, it might
Okay.
be hard pressed to call
I've been
them
up
rural.
some roads in Woodbridge that I can't see to the end of the street because of the
Correct.
number of trees. So you're probably right. Anyway, I just, you know, trying to unpack this whole, you know, we're not investing thing and this credit thing. And, you know, if I've said anything in prior editorials that were inappropriate, I just want to let you know that I'm trying to get to the bottom and to the facts here. And I am continually perplexed at, you know, we don't have transparency into the individual units, books in Avangrid, and we're certainly not going to have transparency into Avangrid's books anymore because Iberdrola decided to buy 100% of the shares when 18% were outstanding and were in the public hands. I understand that as a business person, but it certainly makes it less transparent to us here. And I want to, I think our job is to try to unpack what's being said and the decisions that are being made. And I wonder if you were on this side of the table and it was determined, rightly or wrongly, nothing has been fully adjudicated through the court yet, that there might have been over earnings or monies that weren't spent, you know, the way they were supposed to be according to the last plan, the last rate case, if indeed what you would do, how you would get it back. What's the process? You know, other than in Connecticut, I don't know what the appropriate way is because I'm not a regulator about what you build into rates, what capital you what capital you try to give contemporaneous recovery on. I'm going to ask the Eversource guys the same question, just so you know. And I'm not sure that the way we do this allows for, the way we have done it allows for saying that we don't agree with what happened in the last 3-year period, and therefore in the subsequent 3-year period, we've got to get some of that money back. How do you do that if you don't do it this way?
In general, for the last 30 years of my career, I've gone in to Pura time after time, 2005, 2008, 2013, 2016. We go in with a plan. In general, I mean, things change. Customers don't do things they said they would do. But in general, we have executed that plan. And we have maintained a system that has some of the best reliability in the country. So my view is we define what we need to do, and we do in great detail. We submitted thousands of pages of documentation about what we have done and what we will do. We strive to execute that, and we have. And as we look to the future, in order to make those investments, in order to invest in the system, to replace the poles, to replace the splice chambers that were built in 1916, it requires funding, and it requires investors to give us that funding, and they require a reasonable rate of return to do that. And we go through in that proceeding line on by line item. These are the poles we need to replace. These are the splice chambers we need to replace. This is the switchgear serving Bella Vista in New Haven that we need to replace. This is why. When we're given approval to do that, we go forth and we execute that. And our system performance has demonstrated that we have done that over the long term. At this point, the situation we're in, we do not have the funding or the rate of return for what we believe needs to be invested. And we've submitted a plan right now to recover that and to begin to move forward at the level we believe is necessary. It does cost money to run an electric utility, but not doing these things, you're not saving money. And I'll use the analogy of changing the oil in your car. It costs money. You can go home and tell your wife, hey, I saved $100. Let's go out to dinner tonight. Eventually, you're going to pay for that. The things that we're asking for are things that have to be done. Not doing them just pushes them into the future. It builds a bow wave of need that at some point in the future will be completely unaffordable.
I get that. What if you change the oil every 3 days? And then you ran out of money and it was found out that you really only needed to change it once a month. How do you manage that as a, I mean, I'm not saying that happened, but what if that, you know, because it's prudency, it's used and useful, there's criteria where regulators tend to review stuff.
It's my job not to let that happen, and we haven't let that happen. The assets we replace need to be replaced. We replace them just prior to failure. We don't run them to failure. We evaluate their condition and we replace them prior to them failing and creating the consequences of that failure.
I'm not the regulator, so I haven't read your thousands of pages worth of stuff, nor do I want to. And I know it's thousands of pages and it's complicated. And I know there's a dispute with the regulator, but I'm sort of getting more to the point of, in any jurisdiction, what if the regulator determines that there wasn't prudent expenditures in the last period from the last rate case? How would you financially deal with it? I mean, you're not the finance guy. I'm being unfair and I apologize. So I just want to say, keep the lights on. And thank you.
We're doing our best, Senator.
I know you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yashinsky.
Yeah, I'm listening very intently to what you're saying, and I had gone to some training on PURA type regulators and how they do their job. And this was a multi-state thing. And I learned there that some states are more explicit in their statutes about how a PURA should make decisions on your investments. And we are not, I think Connecticut is not as explicit as some states on, you know, when to authorize you to do the investment and how long it should take to pay for it when the citizens are involved in paying for your investment. When the ratepayers are involved, how long a time period should we give them so there's not too much burden in 1 year or in one time period? So do you have language, or you could talk to other folks and get back to me, but do you have language that would make it more clear, as is true in Massachusetts, when you could go ahead with an investment for the good of the community and how long the ratepayer should be expected to pay for that?
Generally, what we do falls into two categories. One is operations and maintenance expense. So that would be our line workers going out and fixing a problem tonight. And in general, customers pay for that, during the year that it happens. When we make investments in long-lived assets like a pole would have an expectation of about 40 years of life. And that investment is amortized over that time. So customers don't pay for the pole the day it's installed. It's kind of like buying a house and getting a mortgage. They pay for it over its life. So fundamentally, that's how we streamline the cost of the investments we make.
Okay, but I'm hearing from the industry folks that in Massachusetts, you have more discretion to do efficiency investments and pay for them, and that here it's harder. That's what they tell me. So what language do we need to use in our PURA statutes to make it easier for you to do your investments for the, for serving the public long-term and being more efficient at it?
So I think it's a recognition of the recovery of the investments that we're making as we go. So if we put forth a $100 million budget to replace poles, replace switchgear, do the storm work that we need to do, that is recovered, and that the mechanism that we've been given allows for the people that gave us the money to get a reasonable rate of return. And today, that's not the case. So I think that is the fundamental change that is necessary so that we can continue to build and operate the system in a way that continues to provide first quartile reliability for our customers.
Okay, so you think the crux of the argument between the utilities and the regulator is what is reasonable rate of return? And not timetable?
The recovery of what we're investing. And that is, a function of the approval of the capital we've already spent and the capital that we need to spend over the next rate horizon. And ensuring that the mechanism that we're given for recovery allows a reasonable return to the individuals that gave us that capital to invest.
Okay, but do you have any fights about timetable of how long something is spread out to be paid by the ratepayer? Aren't there disagreements over that?
In my perspective, it's ensuring that we get recovery of the investment we made, and that we can support those investments over the long term, because we're here for the long term.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Shinsky. And to your point, we have heard some concerns about timeliness of payback that even factored into some of the more recent conundrums we've had. I should let you know that we have a bill next week that reflects a number of suggestions brought to us by the utilities, which do touch on some of these related issues. So I'm sure we'll hear more testimony next week on that point. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I missed the beginning of the testimony. I apologize, but what I'm hearing, maybe you can walk me through this. So the utilities, like them or not, we need them, obviously. But are you looking for improvements? I'm thinking our infrastructure, and you're getting pushback from Pura, or is you're not showing them enough information? I apologize. I wish I heard the beginning, but I didn't hear the beginning.
So we periodically go in and present our case for what we need. And there are standard requirements that define what we need to provide. And we list all the investments that we need to make. And in general, for most of my career, the outcome of that on the other side was the ability for us to recover the cost of those investments and provide a reasonable return to the individuals that gave us the funding to invest. So we are, that is the process. And I think as we go forward here, we're continuing to do that. We're putting forth a new case with what we need to do, and trying to get a path forward where we can continue to make those investments to maintain the service that we provided over many years.
That makes sense. So you would have a dollar amount, I'm guessing, a time frame, I'm guessing. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's all provided in the case when we file it.
That's all documented.
Yes.
And then rate of return is documented.
That's part of the process.
And then, so I thought I heard you say earlier, the norm in the past was you'd bring this in front of Pura, you'd lay everything out, 1,000 pages, all the dollars, the time frame, which I like infrastructure upgrades because I don't want my power to go out or people to get hurt. But also we're always aware of the costs. Now it's been a problem for the last few years, or is this now? Sounds like there's an issue here, and I apologize. I was talking to Senator Needleman, and I didn't hear the beginning of your testimony.
Since 2020, the outcome of the 2022 rate case.
And now, is it correct that Moody and Wall Street has downgraded the utilities because of the actions of a regulatory board in Connecticut.
That is correct.
And that costs the ratepayers millions and millions of dollars.
There is a cost to that. Yes.
I would hope, I've said it in other committees, like it or not, we need utilities. Like it or not, we should have regulatory board. We need to start working together. We all live in the same state. We all live in the same country. And I don't know why there's so much a rub, but we have to stop. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Couldn't agree with you
Agreed.
more, Representative. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your testimony. Seems like in your written testimony, the core argument you're making is that there are these safety and quality standards that a third party entity would need to follow in order to safely and reliably interface with the systems that UI operates.
Correct.
To use the AMI example, the advanced metering example, is that something that you feel could be carved out by a third party if it's a replicable process that's going to be done over and over again in very similar circumstances if it were constrained properly?
Something like that is different than what I was talking about here, which would be kind of the 15 kV portion of our system where there are significant safety issues. There are safety issues on the low voltage, but they're different. So my testimony was more focused in the other areas.
Okay, so on the lower voltage, things like AMI, maybe those concerns don't apply as much, but for the higher voltage parts of the system.
There'd be different concerns, but yeah, my testimony was based more on interconnecting significant large projects by third parties to our system.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We hope to see more of you, not just to Pura. Come visit us. Next up is Charles Rothenberger, followed by Anastasia Poplavskia.
Thank you, Co-Chairs Needleman and Steinberg and Ranking Member Marr. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Save the Sound, and I'm here to testify on two bills in support of SB 1352, an act promoting energy efficiency, and in opposition to SB 1353, an act concerning subsidies for new electricity demand. With respect to 1352, supportive of the entirety of the bill, but I'll just focus on a couple points. With respect to appliance efficiency standards, hopefully the fourth time is the charm here. They're really an easy way to empower consumers and businesses to reduce their energy or water usage with a minimum or no effort on the part of the consumer. The savings are baked into the product, requiring no special action or extra effort on the part of the consumer. And across the various product categories, there are readily available and affordable models that meet the standards set forth in the bill. What the legislation really ensures is that the worst performing models are removed from the market, but not from people's homes or businesses. There is no requirement to go out and immediately replace your appliance. When the time comes, then you will have more efficient products to choose from. We talk a lot about the low-hanging fruit of energy efficiency, but I think appliance standards really represent that standard as well. And if you look at the attachment to my testimony, the Appliance Standards Awareness Project has done some detailed analysis of the energy, cost, and water savings available to Connecticut residents through these savings. So I hope those numbers are compelling. With respect to the future of gas docket, may surprise some that I associate myself with the comments we heard earlier from the commercial industrial energy consumers. I think that's exactly the reason why a future gas docket makes so much sense. It's really a planning document, and we want to ensure as we're moving forward, we know where we're going. We want to make sure that stranded costs are avoided as much as possible. And as from my perspective, ideally, we're reducing the footprint and profile of natural gas in the state. We do want to make sure that those who are left on the system for whatever reason aren't bearing a disproportionate burden of maintaining the infrastructure that's left behind. So extremely important. With respect to 1352, just say that the provisions of that bill are really contrary to the recognized need to expand EV charging infrastructure throughout the state, and particularly in underserved communities. This need has been acknowledged by individuals on both sides of the aisle. The market share of electric vehicles continues to grow each year, and failing to adequately prepare for the growing number of electric vehicles would be irresponsible. The bill also arbitrarily limits access to homeowners and businesses for energy efficient heat pumps. With that, we urge rejection of that bill, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Charles, you've made points that we've heard a number of times here today. Affordability is on everybody's minds, and we are trying to hear from all interested parties about the range of, or the tension between addressing affordability in the near term and in the long term, and the need to make critical investments. Some of the things that we've talked about seem as if they are going to trend towards greater expense. What are the criteria? What are the considerations we need to make to address the natural tension between those two?
Sure. Any investment by its nature requires money. So there is some expense, but I think the right way to think about it is in terms of the investment. I think we spend a lot of time talking about the costs of programs without talking about the benefits of those programs. I think if we take something, say, for example, the EV managed charging program, we did hear how that provides transparency for the utilities in terms of planning for load growth, as we know that we're going to have to address that anyways. And I know next week we'll really be talking about the public benefits charge, but it's related. So I'll just give a preview. As we invest in these programs, we are keeping other portions of the bill down. So if we were not making these investments, you would likely see increases in supply costs. You'd likely see increases in distribution costs as we sort of need to make more investments in the grid rather than managing it through managed charging, demand reduction, other opportunities to really right-size the grid in real time over the years.
You really got to the point I was trying to make. There's a cost of doing nothing, and that some of these investments may be costly to us, but every year we fail to make these investments, that we fail to move forward with actually implementing an improved grid infrastructure, enabling new resources and the like. There's also a price for that, which is oftentimes harder to monetize, harder for us to understand the costs of doing nothing. But I'd almost think this ought to be a factor in some of our consideration.
Yes, frequently we don't avoid costs, we merely shift them. And I think we heard last week that all of these programs are evaluated through a cost benefit analysis. We heard OCC looking for more transparency perhaps into that process, but they're all vetted and they don't move forward unless there's a determination that the benefits to ratepayers outweigh the cost to ratepayers. So there's real value there.
Representative Mara.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you coming in today. So when we look at some of the cost of these, where do you think they should be paid for?
So it may not come as a surprise that I think the utility bill model actually makes sense because they are directly related to the costs of maintaining the electricity grid. They're also related to deferred costs through the electricity grid. You can certainly look at maybe at some of them. Could be, you could have a different model for them, perhaps. Some of them you probably could not, because we don't really know the costs. I'm thinking of the low income discount rate in particular. We don't really know what that program costs until we do a sort of a post hoc accounting, and we sort of look at what our electricity sales, not our, but the utilities electricity sales were. So very difficult to budget through the general fund. I think a point that we heard also earlier was, some of these programs, I'm not at all confident that even if it were possible to shift them to the general fund, that we'd be able to maintain consistent funding at the level that is necessary. Take energy efficiency, for example. I believe Chair Steinberg said earlier, and I agree with him, we're already underfunding that program. We could use much more investment in cost-effective energy efficiency. And we have a very robust workforce in the state that's doing that work. And if they can't rely on a steady stream of support for those programs, then those people will move to other states to pursue more lucrative options in energy efficiency in those states. And it's essentially the homeowners and individuals and renters in Connecticut that will suffer as a result of that.
Thank you. So do you know of any residents that want to leave the state of Connecticut because their energy bill is too low?
I mean, I hear people say that, but I personally do not know any.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Next up is Anastasia Poplavska, followed by Tom Swan. We see you, Anastasia. You've unmuted. Please proceed.
Great. Can everyone hear me? Good. Dear Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, and honorable members of the committee, my name is Anya Poplavska, and I'm an advocate working on grid and clean energy issues in the Northeast at the Acadia Center. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today, and we also have submitted written testimony. First, Acadia Center supports HB 7017 in its modified version that would adopt language supporting the incentivization of grid enhancing technologies, also known as GETs. Put simply, GETs are lower cost solutions that will save Connecticut ratepayers money. Our transmission system is like the highway system. GETs are the tools that ensure the traffic runs smoothly by increasing the efficiency of existing transmission lines at a low cost. At a time when we need to support the potential doubling of electricity peak demand in our region to 57 gigawatts by 2050, it is critical to maximize power throughout the existing transmission system, especially for the purposes of cost saving. And GETs and advanced conductors have a faster deployment period, where on average they take less than 3 to 5 years to deploy at a lower cost and greater value compared to other traditional technologies, and even compared to, at best, 10 years on average for new line builds. And case studies have demonstrated the cost savings too. For instance, the utility PPL in Pennsylvania invested only $300,000 in GET sensors on their lines, and the return on investment was more than $20 million in annual congestion cost savings, as well as $50 million in upfront savings. In this time of skyrocketing rates, electricity customers need GETs and advanced conductors incentivized in the utility process, which they're typically not compared to capital expenditures, to ensure savings for ratepayers are being delivered and that the best combinations of options are being considered instead of just new builds. And as a bonus, Massachusetts, Maine, and Rhode Island are all considering or have passed laws focused to GETs. And it would be awesome to see Connecticut build on this regional momentum by passing strong legislation as well. Additionally, Acadia Center supports SB 1532, an act promoting energy efficiency. Specifically, Section 5 of the bill calls for PURA to initiate an uncontested proceeding regarding the future of natural gas use in the state and related to the provision that requires Connecticut to reduce GHG emissions 45% below 2001 levels by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Acadia Center strongly supports opening this uncontested proceeding and considers it a necessary first step in minimizing future stranded asset risk posed by Connecticut's gas distribution system as the state moves towards compliance with these binding GHG goals. About 50% of building sector GHG emissions in Connecticut come from natural gas. It will simply not be possible for the state to achieve the economy-wide GHG reductions required in statute without dramatic reductions in natural gas. A future of gas study and proceeding will be instrumental in ensuring that Connecticut Gas Utilities' current and planned business and operating practices are consistent with the 2030 and the 2050 goals. Thank you.
You're right on time. Getting back to your testimony with regards to grid enhancing technologies, the utilities have told us they pursue this as a matter of good business practice to upgrade the grid. Are there things in the bills that you've seen in other states that Connecticut should be thinking about incorporating as well we don't have in the bill currently?
Yeah, it's a great question. We'll also note that something we've seen in other states is that typically of the different grid enhancing technologies and conductors, utilities actually typically only invest on average in high performance conductors because those actually have a pretty high capital cost associated with them that fits in with their business model compared to other grid enhancing technologies like dynamic line ratings, power flow control that isn't as incentivized because it's upwardly low cost. Some of the things we've seen in other states, for instance, in Massachusetts, we've seen a PIM, also known as a performance incentive mechanism. So there's a way that you could incentivize distribution companies to get an incentive and set goals for themselves associated with that in order to receive a higher ROE or financial incentive if they deploy GETs. We've seen studies implemented in other states that are really specific to the transmission system itself for deployment. And based on the results of that study, if distribution companies don't implement it on their system, they have to explicitly write out and give a reason as to why that is. So those are just a few examples I can think of that have worked well in other states.
I've not had a chance to look at your testimony, but do you make those specific recommendations, or could you?
I don't in the testimony because we haven't seen the official bill text yet. We've only seen the task force language. But once we see the updated bill language, we are absolutely going to resubmit testimony and happy to give those specific recommendations in writing again in the future.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. Questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for hanging in with us today.
Yeah,
Next up, we have Tom Swan, followed by Chris Phelps. Tom, are you there? Apparently not, but I do see Chris Phelps, so we can move on with that. And then we get to the Eversource contingent.
Thank you, Representative and members of the committee. I'm Chris Phelps. I'm State Director of Environment Connecticut, and we've submitted testimony on Senate Bill 1353 opposing that and supporting Senate Bill 1352. I'm going to touch on them briefly, although I'll be honest, I could start by just saying, I'll refer you to my colleague Charles Rothberger, what he said about 5 minutes ago. Much of my testimony would sound eerily similar to him. So I'll just kind of hit some of the high points and maybe try to touch on a couple of things that have been brought up here today. Regarding 1352, an act promoting energy efficiency, we strongly support this bill, as I said. I wish my old friend, Representative Piscopo, were still here because he talked about this bill earlier today. And I know he's familiar with this policy, which dates back 2 or 3 decades in Connecticut now that we've had appliance and product efficiency standards on our books. In fact, in Public Act 0485 21 years ago that passed the House unanimously, many of the standards that this bill actually begins to take out of our statute and replace with new standards were enacted at that time. They included many of those references to California that Representative Piscopo mentioned. Those are being removed from the statutes in this proposal because, as probably the committee knows, many of those standards have now been adopted at the federal level and become nationwide standards. That actually is the holy grail here. For states like Connecticut and California and Massachusetts and Colorado across the nation to adopt these standards that then become nationwide standards, helping people save money. And that's the bottom line of our support on this bill, is all the provisions in 1352 reflect the easiest and fastest way to cut pollution from our energy use, or even maybe more importantly and urgently in the here and now, lower electric rates, lower energy bills, and put money back in the pockets of Connecticut's families by reducing our energy costs, which I think is probably the #1 item on y'all's agenda this session. Turning quickly to 1353 before I run out of time. We strongly oppose this bill for a lot of the reasons that you've heard other people talking about so far today. We actually believe that the provisions in this bill taken together would raise energy costs for many of Connecticut's consumers and businesses. It would create upward pressure on electric rates, as we talked about regarding the proposed elimination of the managed EV charging program earlier. And reduce consumer choice and reduce consumer access to technologies, whether it's electric vehicles or heat pumps, as I talked about repeatedly in this bill. That is really going backwards in our state, limiting people's choices for energy security, limiting people's choices for ways to reduce their heating and cooling bills, or their electricity bills, is not the right step forward. There are reasonable conversations to be had around provisions in this bill. And I'll just close by pointing to one of them. Senator Fazio, you brought up one earlier. Rather than talk about eliminating the managed charging program, which is all about reducing the impact on our grid and the impact on ratepayers of EV charging at peak load times, there's a reasonable conversation to be had about whether or not the incentives that are in the structure of that program are tailored correctly, whether they're set at the right levels that are too lucrative or not. That's the kind of policy decision that would be worth having to make sure that that program exists to help our grid and help our ratepayers as we bring more EV charging onto the grid, but also does it in a cost-effective and efficient manner, as I think you were talking about. Those are the kinds of approaches we would urge the committee to think about and talk about. But we strongly oppose 1353 because it ultimately ends up throwing the baby out with the bathwater on the subject. I had other things I wanted to mention, particularly about Senator Needleman's questions about the costs of fossil fuels being taken into account. But I can talk to you offline. We actually have a study on that exact topic that we've released.
Coming attractions.
So, exactly.
To your last point with regard to the EV charging, I think that one of the objectives in trying to revise that, to your point, is not simply a matter of how efficient it is, but also the effectiveness. Are we targeting, or are the right people benefiting from such a programs? I mean, I'll confess, I put an EV charging station in my house using the incentives are involved, but I come from a community where we have not only probably the highest per capita penetration of electric vehicles, but also the means by which to do this without any subsidy. So maybe one of the considerations ought to be, can we tailor it to really benefit those who couldn't manage it otherwise?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. And, you know, the flip side of that, though, as well, is that managed charging program, the person getting the incentive to install charging infrastructure, there's a trade-off that they opt into. They opt into that managed charging program, giving the utilities the ability to, you know, basically it's a carrot and stick approach to encourage you, in this case, to limit your EV charging to times outside of peak load to help reduce and spread out the impact on the grid. So, you know,
It's a great point you raised.
it's actually a good thing that you have the incentive to charge your car when it has the least impact on all ratepayers, I guess is my point. So there's a balance there.
Yeah, your point's very topical, because I got an email today from Eversource telling me that I had charged my hybrid at peak hours,
There you go.
and were going to let me know once a month. Of course, my response was, what incentive do I have not to do it at peak hours without AMI and dynamic charging?
Yeah.
So it's great to let us know that we should be environmentally responsible, but the incentives that we hope to put in place are not in place, and therefore may not be very, very effective in changing behaviors.
Fair enough.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I thought it was helpful. At first, I think Representative Piscopo would object to you calling him your old friend. We like to think of him as our young at heart friend.
Fair enough. We've known each other for over 20 years, though, so it's a gray area.
Where'd he go? So to your point about the EV charging program under PURA, I think it's the point's well taken. That, and I've heard it before, that the design of the program is specifically one of the things that people want to retain, because they want EV chargers to be smarter, for lack of a better term, and to do the charging at times that aren't peak demand, But then I'm hearing Representative Steinberg mention he has a charger from that program and it's still charging during times of peak demand. So can you help me understand a little bit better how the specific program for chargers is push? Maybe I misheard, but how it helps do that or not?
Yeah, well, I'll start by saying, although I do have an EV, we don't have a level 2 EV charger at home, so I'm not in the program. So I'll be honest, Representative Steinberg probably has more direct experience with it than I do. But
I can't ask a question.
I
to
think,
someone
yeah,
on
no,
the
yeah.
committee.
Maybe after the hearing, you guys can chat, but
Through you, Mr. Witness.
The question was, the goal is, I guess the best way I can respond is, the goal of this managed charging programs is to provide that incentive, the carrot and stick approach to encourage EV owners not to get home at 5 o'clock at peak hours in the winter, plug the car in, start charging it, and add that load to the grid then and there, but rather to wait till off peak hours. And I think that's the key. Like I think you said this, that's probably the most important aspect of it, of this that needs to be retained in terms of the program designed and how that's implemented. Those, the goal there is would be to get the most efficient implementation to gain that benefit, to encourage people to install chargers, but to also enroll in managed charging programs, I think is the key. If we, that's how we reduce the impact on the grid. I'm not sure I'm answering your
No. I understand. It's an interesting question. Theoretically, you could still have some sort of regulation around that, or you could have the docket and the incentive. And I heard your response, but as we think about legislation and compromise and trying to make things better, I mean, this is why I think public hearings are useful in part. But theoretically, you can have the program only apply to below certain income limits, et cetera. Or you can have the program and the design without the monies attached. I guess I would disagree with the characterization that increasing demand on the electric heat side could possibly reduce costs. I understand what you're saying about the specific design of the chargers. So again, I appreciate your testimony, and it's good food for thought.
Okay. Well, thank you, Sam.
Thank you. And unsolicited, I want to make it very clear that I have my car programmed to recharge after midnight. I just got home early yesterday. I was going to have dinner. I wanted a little bit more juice in the car before I went out. So I do not have a regular habit of charging.
We'll strike that from the record.
Next time. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate it. Next up, we have the contingent from Eversource. You can handle who wants to come up when in any fashion you want. Just don't speak over each other.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio. My name is Jennifer Schilling. I'm the Vice President of Grid Modernization for Eversource. I'm joined by Andrew Belden, who's our Vice President of Solar Programs, and Doug Horton, who's our Vice President for Rates and Revenue Requirements. Eversource did submit pre-filed testimony on House Bill 7016, an act concerning third-party energy capital improvements and establishing a municipal electric grid modernization grant program. As highlighted in our pre-filed testimony, Eversource strongly supports grid modernization. The work my team and my company does every day to build a grid recognizes the imperative of making sure that we're building, engineering, designing, and operating the grid to be more resilient, equitable, cost-effective, and is ready to incorporate clean energy technologies. We do have some concerns about the bill that we'd like to highlight this afternoon. The first being the definition of grid modernization. The bill, without a clear definition of grid modernization, is concerning, given that for us and the way we define grid modernization is very broad. It encompasses the tools and technologies that we use to engineer and plan the system. So how we think about designing and what technologies we incorporate into the grid, all of that is included in grid modernization. And it also encompasses how we operate the grid. So we have many professionals who sit in a control room 24/7. They manage power flows on the system. Grid modernization brings to them technologies, tools, and capabilities to see power flow and to respond to outages as soon as they happen. So you need visibility of the grid, and you need the ability to act based on the information that you have at hand. So, you know, these professionals are also responding to the challenges of two-way power flow, the challenges associated with more storm response, needing to be more available and more ready to respond as needed. And they're also ready and poised to take the next step, which is more around optimization of power flows, incorporating things like virtual power plants and microgrids. So we encourage a discussion on what do we mean by grid modernization. The second thing is more broadly around the incorporation of third parties, the potential to have third parties in any of those processes that I just described. The concern being that adding another layer onto the work that we do today adds potentially cost, adds risk, it definitely adds complexity, and has the potential for more customer confusion. So those are concerns that we have. The third I'll touch on briefly. We do note that the provisions related to renewable energy programs do appear to be redundant with some existing legislation or statutes. So that part of it may just be not necessary for the conversation at hand. So that concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take any questions.
Start with one. And I take your point that we need a clear definition of grid enhancing technologies moving forward so that we're on the same page with that and it's very clear. Would you describe those kind of projects as nice to haves, not necessarily being critical to the basic maintenance of the grid?
So when you say, so in terms of grid enhancing technologies, I'll define that as any technology on the grid that helps to deliver power more efficiently. So it's an actual asset on the system that is making the capacity and the delivery capability of the system more efficient. Those are things that incorporating new technologies to do what we do, delivering power more efficiently, is critical to what we do. Everything we do does have a cost benefit analysis in it. And so we're saying that a grid enhancing technology, anything that makes what we do more effective, if it's cost effective, is necessary.
Acknowledging that Pura may ultimately have something to say about moving forward with certain things, would you describe the decisions to enhance technologies as discretionary on the part of the utilities?
Again, I think it depends on the specific technology. So I'll give you an example. We have an extensive outage management system. It is our responsibility and our obligation to be able to track and know as soon as the power is out, where it's out, and be able to dispatch someone to go solve the problem, to be able to switch around and isolate the problem to its smallest segment. That's an obligation. Having the best possible tool to do that, the most cost effective, to be able to bring technology to bear to do that more efficiently, that's our obligation. But when it comes to picking, is it technology A or technology B? That's a decision that requires us to say, hey, okay, here's the cost and here's the benefit. So the obligation of meeting customers' needs and responding to outages is absolutely an Eversource responsibility. How we choose to do that and how we choose to incorporate technologies just requires the discretion of being able to assess the value relative to the cost.
How are we as lay people to understand where that line is drawn between sort of basic franchise responsibilities and those things that would improve the customer experience, ideally reduce ratepayer rates over time, things of that nature?
Right. Throughout the regulatory process, we endeavor to be as transparent as possible in terms of what are our objectives, what are our outcomes, what are we trying to achieve, and we're also, as a regulated utility, we share in whatever forum is appropriate. We share the results of competitive procurements. We share the results of the process of how we picked A versus B. So the process is, it's everything that we go through, how we take those decisions is subject to something that we're, not only required to, but endeavor to share with folks so that people know how we went through the process.
One last question. Where does AMI fall on that continuum?
So AMI is a transformational technology. It does many things. I think if you think back to the original AMI, it did, it was a replacement for meter readers. It was just a way to record people's usage. Jump forward to today, the AMI of today is, it's many things. I was very involved with the business case for AMI. The largest single benefit, monetizable benefit, was making sure that we can use the data from AMI to run the system more efficiently. So running the system more efficiently is an obligation of the utility. That's what we do. We deliver power. We do it as best of our ability. But an AMI can help with that. It's just, again, we have to be able to do it in a way that makes sense for everybody, and we're just not there yet.
And
Thank you for that. Other questions or comments?
Representative, if I could add to that.
Oh, please.
Sorry, Doug Horton. I just wanted to piggyback on Ms. Schilling's comments in relation to AMI, and just wanted to start by saying, we support AMI. We want AMI in Massachusetts. I'm very familiar with our deployment, as is Ms. Schilling. We are deploying AMI in Massachusetts. We, as early as 2009 in Connecticut, had a proposal before PURA to move to AMI in its early form. In the 2019 proceeding, when AMI was first initiated by PURA in this go around, we again advanced a proposal to move forward with AMI. We want to move forward with AMI. It is a costly proposition. It's approximately $1 billion over a short time frame. We've spent a lot of time talking today about affordability, and affordability is always front and center on our minds. We're always having to balance the cost of an investment that we're making on behalf of our customers and where that line is drawn, as you're asking, with the impact that's going to have on our ratepayers. And there was also discussion in some earlier panels that I saw today just around, where do you draw that line and how is the Connecticut regulatory environment impacting those decisions that we're making? And the fact of the matter is simply that because of the state of the Connecticut regulatory environment taking by PURA anti-utility infrastructure investment positions, that line is having to be drawn lower than where we, and I think our colleagues, I heard Mr. Eves speak a moment ago at UI, are feeling our customers are wanting from us, meaning the services that we think our customers want, and Representative, I know that you want with AMI, are at a certain level, but because the Connecticut regulatory environment is for decisions of trying to hold our rates down, not allowing for there to be sufficient revenues to support those investments, whether it be AMI, whether it be additional system resiliency to benefit in the face of storms and climate change, or whether it be just ongoing system reliability and proactive replacements. We are at a point in time right now where the Connecticut regulatory environment is not conducive to utility infrastructure investment. So a decision to move forward with $1 billion advanced metering infrastructure investment to be paid for by private capital that requires a return on that investment is just not something that is tenable at the moment.
You heard your colleague make the statement that it's up to PURA to determine what a reasonable rate of return is. Is that your opinion?
I would disagree with that in a nuanced way. So PURA, as powerful as it is, does not determine what an investor requires and cannot determine what a utility investor requires to provide us access to their capital. We operate in an extremely capital intensive business. We have to compete intensely with other utilities to access capital. We invest approximately $5 to $6 billion a year across our Eversource footprint. We have to access capital from both debt lenders and equity investors who are across the board looking at Connecticut and saying, it is not conducive for me to spend dollars in Connecticut. So PURA cannot tell investors what they require for a return. What PURA can do is set the level of rates that provides the utility with some revenues to be able to earn some level of return. All a return is the utility's payment back to equity investors for the use of their capital. And right now, through several successive decisions, PURA has established rates that are lower than it does not provide the utility with an opportunity to earn a level of return for the level of equity investment that is needed, that our investors require for us to invest. Investors do not have to give us their money. They walk with their pocketbook. They invest elsewhere where they have regulatory environments that are more conducive to utility infrastructure investment. So the challenge that we have is trying to find that balance, knowing that our customers, that our stakeholders, and even our regulators expect a certain level of service and quality of service from us, and that is not free. We take every decision to spend a dollar very seriously because that will have an impact on our customer rates. But the problem is that we are operating in an environment right now that, as I said, is just not conducive to utility infrastructure investment, and we are having to limit the amount of capital that we can spend in the state of Connecticut. That is not true in Massachusetts or in New Hampshire, where we have environments that are more fair and balanced and recognize that utility or our customers do not only care about the rates that we charge them, but they also care very much about the quality of service. And the last point that I would just make, because it's important to keep in mind in perspective, the portion of the bill that PURA regulates is the distribution portion of the bill, which is about 20 to 25% of the total bill. And so I know we're spending a lot of time in my job. I spend quite a lot of time talking about affordability. I'm very concerned with our customers' ability to pay for our services. It is a critical service that we provide. I care very much and very deeply about ensuring that our service is affordable. PURA regulates 25% of a customer's bill. So if you think of a typical customer whose average bill is approximately $200 a month, and I understand many customers pay significantly more than that and some less than that, but a typical customer bill is about $25 a month. $200 a month. The distribution portion of that is 25%. We're talking about the equity return that's needed to attract capital to invest in the ongoing infrastructure is about 5% of that bill. It's less than $10 a month. And it's not to suggest that $10 isn't a lot of money to a lot of people. It certainly is. And as a utility customer myself, I'll save any amount that I can. But at the end of the day, the equity investment at $10 a month, where PURA is taking decisions that is solely intended to limit that portion of the bill. And I question, and I have with PURA, to try to understand what the end game is. I asked PURA at a recent PBR technical session, is the goal affordability? Because the goal, if the goal is affordability, we really need to be looking at an all of the above approach, as opposed to simply taking steps to limit that one little piece of the bill, because nobody can make that go away. All we could potentially do is replace equity investment with taxation or a publicly run utility, which is not going to get that $10 to go to zero. It's going to get that $10 to go to $8 or $9 as it's replaced with municipal debt. It's not an affordability problem that I think is being solved. I think it is something else. I think it is intended to limit the equity return, which is a goal, I suppose, but it does not result in a more affordable service to our customers.
We got a little far afield here, but I just want to make sure I understand things. We agree that it really isn't up to PURA to determine where the utilities will choose to invest, and that is being determined to a large degree by investors and shareholders, so that when we find ourselves in a circumstance where there's a disagreement between the utilities and PURA as to what is a reasonable rate of return, the answer is the utility does nothing and we don't progress. Why should we accept that state?
Let me clarify, and I apologize. I did get a little far afield. I get passionate and I can run amok. Usually somebody can pick me under, but Andy is too polite. So well, I did not say that. What I said is that PURA does not get to tell the marketplace what utility equity investors or debt lenders require in order for them to provide us their capital. PURA can't do that. PURA sets revenues. PURA provides the level of revenues that the utility can recover from its customers. So in utility rate making, a very important role of a regulator for every investor-owned utility in the United States of America is to establish a level of revenues that covers the utility's costs of service. Included in that cost of service is that the regulator sets a level of revenue so the utility has an opportunity to cover its operating costs and have return left over so that it can attract necessary capital in order to continue to pump dollars into the system in service to our customers. So if you have a regulator who is taking steps to limit severely and arbitrarily the level of revenues available to the utility then has no other recourse to it but to cut its spending. There is no other opportunity. We cannot simply say, oh, that was a bad decision. Pura lowered our revenues, but that's okay. We can still go to the marketplace and access $1 billion, as an example, of incremental capital to make an investment in AMI when we don't have the revenues, sufficient revenues for us to be able to pay the debt service or the equity return necessary for us to be able to attract that capital. Equity investors will not give us that money and debt lenders won't either. That's why in December, S&P downgraded both of the Connecticut-based Eversource utilities and also the Avangrid Connecticut-based companies because of the Connecticut regulatory environment that had again repeatedly shown by Pura steps that it was taking to limit the ability for utilities to cover its cost of service and earn a reasonable return.
I would suggest that you use the word toxic often enough with the rating agencies, they will pay attention.
The rating agencies rate trillions of dollars in debt. We do not control the rating agencies to any extent. We do not try to pitch Connecticut as anything other than what it is. I think that the fact of the matter is that Pura itself has taken great pride in its decisions in holding the utilities accountable, which we are not opposed to being held accountable. We are not opposed to having strict and stringent regulatory environment and processes at all. In fact, I believe strongly we have that in place in Massachusetts and in New Hampshire as well. It's just a matter of here we are in New England. We have very high prices for the cost of energy supply, which is about half the bill that we do not control. And there are very important public policy initiatives that also flow through our bill that also add upward pressure on our customer bills. That's about, in total, about 60% of our bills in Connecticut. Similar story in Massachusetts. That puts the regulator in a position of having to be very scrutinous of all of our costs and all of our activities. But in Massachusetts, the regulator understands that for us to be able to make these investments and to move forward with something like AMI, which, like I said, we're doing actively in Massachusetts with proper regulatory support, they understand that dollars in equals services out. You can't simply cut the dollars coming in and still expect there to be the same services coming out. It just simply doesn't work that way. Businesses that don't cover their costs of doing business don't stay in business.
Last time I looked at your company's quarterly earnings, you were doing okay. You used the word no recourse. The utility had no choice effectively. I think that's a very appropriate phrase in this instance. As you can tell, I'm very focused on AMI. I wanted it years ago. Pleased to hear you want it as well. One of the best things we can do to help ratepayers manage their usage. Many other states are doing it. You're doing it in Massachusetts. My understanding from my reading of the docket, which may be inaccurate in some ways, is that many of the things that you asked for from Pura, including a tracker and some other timely recovery mechanisms, were granted. Virtually the lion's share of those things that you asked for were considered and granted, yet we're not moving forward. Connecticut feels like we have no recourse. We want to be competitive. We want to offer our consumers the options that other states have, but we seem to be stuck, which is unless Pura grants the utility what they believe is a reasonable rate of return, nothing happens. So why shouldn't we consider going to some third party who may not choose to put those limitations in place and allow us to move forward on something we've been waiting on for more than a decade?
It's a very fair point, and I also appreciate, understand, and share your frustration. Just on the matter of earnings, you mentioned we're earning, and there's healthy earnings. My point is this: earnings reflect the return to equity investors for the use of their capital, so that we're able to make the investments in the system. Across our Eversource footprint, we've invested approximately $25 billion in the system. We can't and couldn't do that if we didn't have earnings. So I understand it's a good It is a good focus of attention, and it should be very highly scrutinized, and it is. If we earn a penny more than we are allowed to by any regulator in any state that we operate, goes back to our customers. If our revenues are too high because the summer was hot or the winter cold, the revenues go back to our customers. Earnings cannot be the end all be all goal. And that's why I started by saying I'm questioning, is the goal right now to achieve affordability for customers? Or is the goal right now to ensure that Eversource doesn't have earnings? Those are two very different things. And I don't know what the goal is, but I would argue that if the goal is to achieve affordability, we do need to have very different types of conversations that are happening right now in the state. As to your question on should somebody else make the investment, quite simply, anybody who is going to have to put up $1 billion up front in order to install AMI, whether it's Eversource, pick a different utility, or pick a different entity, if they're putting up $1 billion, they will not do it for free. They will not do it for an inadequate return. And I would say if you can find somebody who will give me $1 billion for free to make that investment, I'm going to take it. The fact of the matter is the only reason we have and need earnings is because the market requires it. In order for us to be able to make the investment to access private capital to serve our customers, whether it's AMI or anything else, is because investors require that return. Just like debt lenders, just like if you're purchasing a home and taking out a mortgage, you have to pay the bank back a level of return. Equity investors are no different. They have a different risk profile than debt lenders, so their return requirements are higher. If we can't produce for them the level of return that they need to give us their capital, they will look elsewhere, and they do, and they are. So it's not a question of Eversource management drawing a line or making a decision. It's just simply a function of, like I said, the regulatory environment is telling us both with PURA's words and its orders and the outcomes of its decisions that we do not want you spending money in the ways that you are. So it's not a threat. It's not political. It's just is what it is. We are in a difficult position right now where, based on the cumulative circumstances that exist here in Connecticut, we don't get to control our level of revenues other than asking PURA to adjust them. And when rate cases happen and PURA doesn't adjust them to the level that is adequate, as Mr. Eves was saying, to serve its customers for UI or for Eversource in the same boat, if PURA doesn't establish those level of revenues such that we are able to cover our operating costs and still have a level of return that is appropriate and at a level for us to pay back our equity investors for that level of investment in any given year, we can't access capital to do it. The only way that we are then able to adjust our actual earned return to a level that our equity investors require of us is to cut spending. It's a simple equation. Your earnings is your net income, so it's your revenues minus your expenses. If PURA controls our revenues, which they do, we can't change it without PURA's blessing, and they've set levels at a certain level. If we need to earn a certain amount in order to return to our equity investors the return they require, we only have one recourse, which is to cut spending, capital or expense. There is no other way around it. And that's where I see challenges for us when folks like yourself and folks like us, folks, our customers, expect a certain level of service. They want things like AMI. Those things produce significant benefit and value. We can't move forward unless we have an adequate regulatory structure. Now, in the case of AMI, the reason that we aren't able to move forward is nuanced, and I don't know that I need to get into now. We did ask PURA to reconsider. It's because the way that PURA said they would be evaluating the prudence of that decision. We said and demonstrated that there's a cost-benefit analysis associated with that investment. Again, it's a very sizable initial upfront investment. And PURA initially said that, well, if you don't achieve the benefits that you say you would, that might be a sign of imprudence. That is not something that a standard that exists. I'm not a lawyer, that exists anywhere else. That's not the standard of prudence as I understand it. We don't get to control how customers use things, so the benefits may change for a variety of reasons. That's not prudence or imprudence. Prudence is what we knew or what we should have known at the time a decision to invest is made. You don't get to go back years later based on something that is out of our control and say that is imprudent. And so given that definition, and given the fact that we do operate, and again, this is not to disparage PURA or anything, it is objectively a fact that PURA is viewed as the worst regulatory environment for utility infrastructure investment in the country. That is causing us to have to say we cannot move forward with the investment of that magnitude at this time with this level of focus on affordability and only on affordability, achieving affordability through cutting distribution rates to be able to make that investment would actually not be a prudent decision for us to make at this time. And that's the predicament that we find ourselves in. But I would just say, if a third party is operating under the same environment before PURA, they're going to have the same difficulty. They will not be able to move forward and finance that billion-dollar investment.
Thank you for that. I will take exception to some of the things you said. I don't think this is as stark a dichotomy as affordability versus utilities making no profit at all. I don't think anybody would pose it quite in that way. And in fact, I would argue that in the case of AMI, we are talking about greater affordability. We have to do the cost benefit analysis to determine whether the cost of the program is plus or minus for ratepayers at the end of the day. But we're doing this for affordability. And this is where you can sense my frustration remains. With all this talk, unless PURA exceeds to your determination of what a reasonable return is, I don't get AMI and nobody in the state of Connecticut gets AMI. And that's not serving the customer.
So in terms, I don't think I said that it's a question of any earnings or affordability. And I understand perhaps maybe as I ramble on, I did misspeak again. What I was saying is that, so right now, our Connecticut-based electric operations are earning about 6.5% return on equity, which relative to other utility investment opportunities is woefully insufficient. You might look at that and say, hey, 6.5% is not that bad. But utility infrastructure investors looking at our competitors who they have the choice in which to invest, 6.5% is inadequate. And so we're looking at that and saying, in order for us to be able to make $1 billion incremental investment on the size, the scale, and the time frame that we want to with AMI, we need supportive regulatory. We need the revenues to match that investment, because if we don't have the revenues to match that investment, that return will just plummet. Because the return calculation, again, it's your net income over your equity investment. So if we're pumping $1 billion into an investment, we're financing that investment with equity. That's going to increase the denominator and lower the return on equity. Equity investors would not accept that. The only way we can access the capital to do it is if we can demonstrate to equity investors that we will earn adequate returns on that investment. So you're right. It is not a question of affordability versus no returns. My point was simply, I don't actually think that the goals, from what I'm seeing, my read of it, my opinion only, that goal, if it's affordability, then I think we're missing the mark by limiting the way we are, or PURA is, the level of revenues that are being provided to utilities to run their business. $100 million investment at Eversource is about a 75-cent a month impact on utility customer bills. That's a lot of investment that can be enabled by less than $1. It's not actually achieving affordability by lowering utilities bills by 75 cents. Again, I'll take every penny, and we should be finding every penny to help our customers at this point in time. But the problem is a $200 problem. It's not a 75-cent problem. And I think that's my overall point. As it looks to AMI and as it looks to this bill, trying to bring it back to the bill that we're here to discuss with you today, having a third party be able to make grid modernization investments, I am unclear as to what that would solve, provided that third party, that non-EDC, is still collecting revenues through ratepayer funding that is authorized and regulated by PURA. They're operating then in that paradigm in the same world that we are. They are going to have the same restrictions that we do, which is that they will not be able to access capital unless they're able to provide sufficient returns on that capital.
I will admit that the whole idea of third party taking on projects of this nature was born out of desperation because of this impasse that is serving nobody's interests. And it seems to me that at some juncture, we have to remember that you are a utility and not simply a business. Obviously, you've got PURA's regulatory framework, which imposes all sorts of restrictions you wouldn't have just as a business. But the fact that we're in conflict is not necessarily unusual. There's always going to be a tension between these things. But the fact that we're not moving forward is something that has shared this committee I cannot find acceptable. Senator Foz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Horton, for that interesting exchange. I guess my only question is, given kind of the maybe disagreement or different predictions that say you and some on the committee might have as to the shall we say the ability to make a return on certain investments. Doesn't this type of proposal that allows third parties to do more investments in the space actually provide an interesting test for us? You know, we're having this big debate in this state whether the level of return and recovery is sufficient for our for utilities to make investments in the grid, whether it's fair or not. And by opening up just some of the space, the energy infrastructure space to third-party investment, it creates a natural kind of experiment. If third parties can come in and make a sufficient return in their eyes to actually deploy, whether it's AMI or any other infrastructure, then it'll show that those arguing that the level of return for the utilities is sufficient are correct. And if no one else can in fact do that with under PURA as is, then the arguments you're making will prove correct. Why not pass some sort of policy like this in order to kind of settle this debate we're having once and for all?
Is that what this is? Is it a game of chicken? Or I think if we're experimenting with the utilities or with the utility model, I suppose then this is a way to do it. All I will say is if you're, and it would bring in some challenges that Ms. Schilling can speak to as well, because there are also practical considerations that Mr. Eves mentioned in his testimony. I think we would agree with, simply to the point of AMI. Again, if you can find somebody who's going to make $1 billion investment in the system and can get over the other challenges that would create, which I think are many, they're not trivial. I'm focusing on one significant hurdle that we have here, then have at it. I think we have a significant concern, both in terms of the ability to access capital. There's also a lot of other very pivotal concerns that we have, and Ms. Schilling can speak to many of them.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little concerned about an experiment when the nature of something like AMI is so integrated into our operations. So I'll give you an example. So today in an outage situation, customers call us and we keep track of critical customers so we can make sure that we prioritize critical customers in a response. So now a third party has AMI and they have the ability to know when customers are out. Are they going to give us the information? How is that going to happen? So it needs to integrate into our systems if we're going to leverage any of the benefits for outage management. So that's one example. Two is, today's meters have safety and security capabilities. So it sends an alert if something looks wrong, like there's some wiring problem. Are they going to tell us? Are we going to send a meter reader? It adds cost, it adds complexity, it adds confusion. So I appreciate the concept, but let's try something different. But I'm just really worried that anything we try, all of those things, if they're not worked out, have really negative consequences.
I appreciate that, and it's something we'll have to think about. I imagine that this would be something that would be covered by PURA and a PURA docket if any third-party investment were to happen, and that would have to be ironed out that way. I can't imagine it wouldn't be, but it's a valid point. And I'm glad to hear it. And I wasn't in any way, my question's not meant to trivialize it. It's actually meant to try to solve the question that we have. It's become a totalizing debate in the state, as you all well know, and it's important to try to resolve it. It's kind of a technical question. It's less a moral question than it is a technical question in many respects. Are certain recovery happening? Should certain recovery happen or not? That is, in many respects, very, very technical and very practical. And I've said it before, I bet there are some cases where where PURA is correct and some cases where PURA has been incorrect. The probabilities are just that is the case because there are so many different decisions that they have to make and rule upon. It's statistically impossible to be anything otherwise. And this, providing some sort of test to the different arguments being made, I think all in good faith, might help us have a better idea of where the state of things lies in the state. So again, I appreciate your answers and insights. It actually is useful to me, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, I do feel the phrase "the game of chicken" does seem to have some applicability here. The only problem is the game is being played on the backs of consumers, and I'd prefer to avoid it. Any other questions, Senator Needleman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, guys. I do understand why you'd be reluctant to have somebody tinkering with the grid at that level. You do have a lot of contractors out there, but they are your contractors. So in the past, and I could spend a lot of time, Doug, talking about the fact that I do think it's game changing right now. I know you don't think it is. And I believe that you're sincere. A while ago, I was approached by your senior management to consider securitization, but not of capital, right? What I was presented with, and it's important to recognize this, literally after Hurricane Isaias, I was presented with a document that asked that Connecticut securitize the debt for storm loss, which is operational for the most part. How do you feel about the idea that Connecticut securitize debt for capital improvements?
Yeah, that's a great question. And just back to Massachusetts. So I'm in Massachusetts. We have a very collaborative working environment where we're focusing on affordability. There's actually several working groups that I participate in. One of them is on affordability. We're having this exact discussion, talking about, is securitization a tool that can be utilized? So what securitization is a separate financing vehicle that is very low risk. It's an initially expensive proposition. In order to get that low risk AAA rated credit rating, it has to go through an extensive process. So it has an initially high upfront cost, but it's very valuable in certain circumstances. To be honest with you, I don't know the extent that securitization can be used to finance ongoing capital investment. I've not seen it done. It is used in the past, and we've used it at Eversource. We've used it here in Connecticut. When there was electric industry restructuring and there were stranded costs that needed to still be collected, we use securitization to do that at very reasonable rates for customers. Across the country, securitization is used for exactly the purpose you mentioned, that has not yet been allowed in law here in Connecticut, but I think would have tremendous value to be able to securitize, extend recovery, and get the lowest possible rating that you can, highest possible rating, lowest possible debt costs that you can on storm costs. The challenge is many in terms of having it be financed for ongoing capital, at least as far as I see it. One is that when you do securitization, you actually create a separate entity. It's not on the operating company's books. The costs actually move over to a separate special purpose entity. So to have that dynamic exist for assets that continue to be in service, like for AMI as an example, I just don't know legally, financial reporting, I just don't know how that could ever work. But it's a question that's being asked, and I think, I'm looking forward to participating in those healthy discussions in Massachusetts, where we are really focused on any and all solution to be able to achieve affordability for our customers.
I am very interested in it because it wasn't proposed for that in the past. It was proposed for things that were routine expenses, and I'm not a big fan of capitalizing, expenses that happen in the minute. I finance debt, in my business all the time, and I look for the best interest rate. My understanding is if the state did that, it would be a pure cost of capital play with some small incentive for the utilities. It would sort of take away some of the profit motive there. But it might be like if we went and passed a law that said, for example, the Green Bank could finance, up to $1 million for the cost of AMI to be implemented by Eversource. I think it would save the ratepayers a lot of money to do that. I'm not sure that the company would be willing to, and it's never come up. But And I am familiar with other circumstances where it was used. Certainly when deregulation occurred, all of the stranded assets that were out there, were paid for that way. I think some of them may still be on the books. Or they just fell off. So I mean, just throwing out that idea. I want to flip to a couple of things that you mentioned. Obviously, you went out to the capital markets and sold $1 billion worth of shares, right? That happened. Share price dip because of dilution. That's typical. The announcement about the sale of Aquarion to a unregulated quasi-public that funds itself with municipal bonds probably afforded Eversource more money than they would have gotten had they sold it to a regulated public utility that funds in the traditional capital markets. I think the price that was paid or is being, finalized now was higher than any of the other limited bidders were able to bid because the bidder funds with municipal bonds. So, but it was a tool to raise cash, right? And I guess the question is, why did the company, because I've been yelled at a number of times by different people about bringing this up, but why did the company need to sell $1 billion worth of stock and sell off an asset to raise $1.6 billion in cash?
Well, as an industry, utilities are very capital intensive. So, and I think I mentioned that in my earlier remarks, it's not uncommon for utilities to have to access capital through equity investors by issuing equity, by issuing shares, selling assets and issuing debt. That's how we are able to finance the infrastructure investments that we need to serve our customers.
So when Aquarion was purchased, it was, the market, the ratepayers were told it was a strategic asset, and then 7 or 8 years later, it became a non-strategic asset. Those are the public comments. I think by Joe, on CNBC, or in one of the shareholder releases. I don't own any shares in Eversource, although I've been tempted to buy one share. Just to have it. What specifically led, you know where I'm going with this, right? What specifically led to the need to raise cash? There was obviously something that happened, and I really want to hear that without me saying it, because every time I say it, I kind of get yelled at. So what led to the company needing to raise what amounts to $1.6 billion from the sale of Aquarion and $1 billion in new capital by selling shares?
Yeah, so I do see where you're going, because I think I've seen statements by you and by others that Eversource's concerns in Connecticut, the claim is alleged, is due to our attempt to try to help the region achieve a clean energy future by investing significant dollars in offshore wind. Those two things are completely unrelated. And I think that's where you use the term getting yelled at. I've never yelled at you, but I think that's where the correction has been made and needs to be made. In Connecticut, our electric operating company is called Connecticut Light and Power. Connecticut Light and Power has nothing to do with our attempt at the unregulated parent company level to try to invest in offshore wind. At the parent company level, we have tried numerous things to help New England achieve a clean energy transition. We've invested hundreds of millions of dollars to try to build an extension cord to Hydro-Quebec in Canada. We have spent billions of dollars trying to enable offshore wind in order to enable the clean energy future. Those are unregulated opportunities. Our leadership has taken big swings, and we've had some unfortunate misses. We're proud to have tried to help, but we are now focusing on our core regulated operations. And I think that's what our CEO, Joe Nolan's comments were in relation to. And that is unfortunately also part of our exit of the Aquarion Water Company and having to sell that is so that we can focus on our regulated core operations. Joe Nolan used the term trying to hit singles and doubles. We're trying to just focus on what we do best, which is serving our customers with top decile and top quartile performance and delivering our high quality and clean energy products.
And I appreciate you saying that. Because and that is what Joe has said multiple times. Even when the decision was made to get out of the wind business and sell off the, its share to Ørsted, probably just in the nick of time, I would argue. I'm not sure that I would necessarily characterize the decision to do that as a beneficent gesture on the part of a major local public utility. I think companies do what companies do, and you're not a nonprofit. Your job is to make profit. And I think that Eversource saw an opportunity and they grabbed the brass ring. And the brass ring was not a little brass ring. It was a giant brass ring. And I don't blame, I was supportive of the idea, but it was a investment that turned out to be a lot riskier than anybody anticipated for a million reasons, right? Again, I go back to the rate discussion where it's easy to predict like one factor of variables. It gets harder when it's two, it gets harder when it's three and four, it's almost impossible. So, all of the gaming of what are the risks here, I don't think anybody would have predicted a pandemic and then a land war in Europe. And that has led to not only higher rates, but it's like, when does the wedding start? This is the perfect time for you guys to testify. It is, I feel like I'm at a bar mitzvah. Anyway, no, we're not going to go that far. We had circumstances outside of everybody's control. I would argue that the decision to the need to raise the capital, right, was pretty much directly related to the out of balance between debt and equity, right? And utilities function in a debt to equity ratio that's typically, from my understanding, almost 1-to-1. And the charge against earnings was a charge against equity somehow. I'm not sure how they booked it, but there was a need to bring it back into balance because your capital structure was impaired by that loss. It would be, you're not that big a company. And it was when you add up the multiple periods of losses, I think it was around $2.4 billion worth of charges. It was like 500 million and then, or 1.9 and then another 500 or 600 million after that. So a $12 billion company taking a hit of almost $2.5 billion is a really big brass ring. But again, I don't blame the company for trying. And I think that it was kind of masterful that the company's been able to recover. They went out to the capital markets and were able to sell shares, and the share price has sort of bounced back right now. There was no cut to the dividend. If anything, there were increases in the dividend as these losses were booked, and as the even in the face of the dilution, the dividend increased, right? I mean, that was the announcement 2 weeks ago. What I find kind of difficult to swallow at this point is blaming all this impairment. Our hair is on fire because we have a bad regulator in Connecticut. They're completely unrelated issues, and I agree with you there. But, it seems like there are different tones being taken in this room and in meetings that we've had versus on CNBC and in earnings reports. In earnings reports, yeah, somewhere down, number 5 on the list is, well, it's a rough regulatory environment in Connecticut. It's not high on the list of the earnings reports. The earnings reports are pretty clear. It's all rosy. We're going to recover. Everything is great. We took the impairment on our wind energy. Our core businesses are all solid. We're making money, da, 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 da. So I want to flip now one more time. Has Eversource been in for a rate case? CLMP, right? We're talking about the sentiment of the market. When was the last Eversource rate case?
Yeah, the last CLMP rate case, Senator, was in 2018. I'm just trying to understand where the prior comments were heading, and I don't disagree. I think that actually is my point. Here, I am talking about a potential law. We are talking about a potential law that's focusing on the distribution operations of CLMP, as far as I understand it, which has nothing to do with offshore wind and not anything to do with the query on its sale or otherwise. So my focus of my comments is, I think, rightfully on how it will impact CLMP's distribution operations, how this bill will impact CLMP's distribution operations. I think earlier Representative Steinberg had made a comment to the effect of, if you use inflammatory language with your credit rating agencies, it's not surprising to Representative Steinberg that the rating agencies would come out with a downgrade focusing on the fact that Connecticut regulatory environment is a negative regulatory environment. So I'm just trying to reconcile that with your comment previously, which was, saying on an earnings call, why aren't we focusing on the negative regulatory environment? And I think in that forum, we're trying not to. We're trying to focus on the really good things that our colleagues do, that we do to try to serve our customers. We also are trying to focus on our ability to provide to our equity investors the return on the invested capital that they require to give us their capital. That is part of our job, is to be able to show to our investors, those who own the company, the shareholders, that we will be able to provide them an adequate return. And we have to be able to do that by providing them a dividend, especially when our stock price is as depressed as it is relative to our peers. So look, you don't have to take my word for it. We've provided and will again, the reports from investor analysts and from credit rating agencies that they are saying what I am saying about the Connecticut regulatory environment.
I appreciate that. And, I remember 2008 vividly, right? I also remember my best friend's parents who had this phrase, one lies and the other one swears, because we were a little bit of a hellion group. We're in this, in 2008, we all remember when debt was being sold that was noted to be crap. And rating agencies were rating it as AAA. And at the same time, insurance companies were insuring that debt. And it brought down the whole financial system. So the ethics and the sort of the link between industry rating agencies and in that case, AIG, was kind of legendary and almost crushed the entire global economy. I'm not saying that that's going on here, but again, my understanding is that rating agencies get their funding from the people that they rate somehow, some way. I don't know. I don't have a rated business, although my town is rated. So, it begs the question, you haven't been in for a rate case since 2018. In 2018, that rate case was settled. And the result of that, I brought this up in the last hearing that we had, the result was a $300 million a year capital tracker, which over the period since then is about $2.4 billion worth of capital that not sure how well it's been tracked or not. Vincent and I had some back and forth on that. In 2021, after Hurricane Isaias, there were, the company never characterized it as failures, but there were penalties and fines. And that resulted in another settlement that avoided a rate case for another 4 years. And the capital tracker stayed in place and the rate stayed in place. So not sure why the company would have done that if they were looking at all this money. That's when I was visited and handed, as we were writing Take Back Our Grid, I was visited in my office in Essex at night and handed a securitization package to securitize storm debt. And I was like, what? Made no sense to me at that point. I would never securitize that kind of debt. You just don't. It's like securitizing or, bonding operating losses. It makes no sense to do that. You bond capital, right? You bond something that has a life of the asset that you're bonding. You don't bond. Do you bond operations?
Utilities all the time securitize storm costs, major one-time costs like storm costs, all the time. Happens all the time.
When you say
In state-
securitize, do you mean you bond for them?
Well, so I'm just trying to, you were
Because
talking about,
securitizing to me, maybe we're using a different terminology. What we were handed was something that said Connecticut should be on the hook for the debt. We should guarantee the debt. Because
no,
that's what I was handed. It was documents saying we're going to be liable. We're going to use our full faith and credit to guarantee the debt.
respectfully, Senator, no. So what securitization is, because I was involved in that as well. So utilities use debt and issue bonds to finance our operations every day. Absolutely, we do that. And we balance that with equity investment. Every day we do that and every utility does that.
Of course.
So securitization is a financing vehicle. It's a way for utilities to efficiently issue debt that doesn't have to be balanced by equity. And what it also does is it says, because of,
Say that one more time.
so if a utility company is too heavily weighted on debt, it becomes more financially risky.
Of course.
It's just like if you're buying a home, you are a less risky home buyer if you're able to put up more dollars up front. If your equity in the home is greater, your debt risk is lower, and it's the same for utilities. So utilities across the board balance the way that they finance their capital investments with both debt and equity. What happens with storm costs in New England across all of Eversource operating companies and anywhere where there's storms that impact like here, generally what happens is we incur those costs. We've incurred over $1 billion now over the last several years, restoring power to our customers in storms, okay? We've spent that money, we've paid those bills. What then happens is we go into a rate case and we recover those costs over a period of time. In Connecticut, the precedent that PURA has been to allow recovery over 6 years. So all securitization does, securitization says, well, let's take that $1 billion. Let's not recover it over 6 years. Let's recover it over an amount that can be securitized. There are ample benefits of doing this. First is that with securitization, it then becomes separate from the utility's overall cap structure. So these rating agencies that look at the financial viability of a company, they look at how much are they leveraged, how much debt do they have relative to their equity. So if we have $1 billion on our balance sheet that is used solely and exclusively to support storms, we've had to pay those dollars. We've had to do that by using both debt and equity. Once we can securitize it, the rating agencies don't take that into account as they're looking at our financial health. So what it does is it moves it over. It's not our run-of-the-mill operations anymore.
So what period of time would you suggest
So it
paying
could
that
be-
out over?
it
Because
could-
you're right, Connecticut does allow for it up to 6 years.
So PURA allows for recovery over 6 years.
Yes.
And it would need to do that using our full weighted average cost of capital because we're having to finance that with both debt and equity. The value of securitization is it takes it off completely and it takes that equity portion off the table entirely. What it does is then it removes all earnings. There is no earnings. It takes it off. It says have customers pay for it over the period of securitization, which could be any period of time. It could be 5, 10, 15, it could be longer. It depends on what the market will provide for that AAA rated credit. And I was shaking my head no when you were saying that it's backed by the state. It's not backed by the state. It's backed by Eversource and Eversource's customers. But we need legislation to enable securitization to happen because it is a separate specialized vehicle to allow for this sort of efficient financing of these one-time costs that are going to be paid for by customers anyway. Securitization, I was confused at the time, Senator, respectfully, when we talked about it, why it wouldn't be something we would want to at least have a tool in the toolbox. And I'm still confused today why we wouldn't want it as a tool in the toolbox. It provides an opportunity for these costs that are going to be paid for by customers to have that cost paid for by customers over a longer time frame, so less of a bill impact at the lowest possible interest rate that we are able to access because it's AAA rated by its nature. We get the highest possible rating just by the way that it works, which is different than our utility financing, which is only as good as our credit rating, which is now lowered because the credit rating agencies have assessed the regulatory risk to be too significant. For securitization, the reason you get that significantly higher rated capital is because it just takes that risk out of the equation. Essentially,
So it's not funded through municipal bonds. So it's just the difference between our credit rating basically and Eversource's credit rating.
It's not funded by municipal bonds at all. It's separately rated. It's funded by our customers through their bills, but it says that PURA essentially has to allow our rates to adjust to pay the debt service obligation on securitization. That's what securitization is.
In a timeline, I mean, we can go into a debate on this, but because we don't know what the actual numbers are, what the difference, how many basis points we're talking about. I don't know when the last time Eversource borrowed, because you borrow at the corporate rate, the corporate rating rate, not at the, I've actually verified that utilities typically, if the parent company has an impairment and they go to borrow for a division, the division that they're borrowing for is paying the rate that the parent company is rated at, whether it's better or worse. So, but again, in a time like this, where storms are more severe and more frequent, I wouldn't ever recommend, I'd recommend that we do stuff to try to mitigate the impact of climate change to whatever extent we can, but I would not necessarily recommend that we extend the term of the repayment of every storm cost out, beyond the 5 years, because the storms are more severe, more frequent, and I would think that you can't just keep rolling the ball down the hill. You got to pay the piper at some point, and you got to pay it off in a reasonable amount of time. And I think for those kinds of operating losses, you want to do it over the shorter amount of time and not allow for recovery over 20 years, unless it was a massive ice storm where you had to rebuild the entire grid where tens of thousands of poles came down. So
if I could just on that, I think because so I understand both points. It's just a little bit of a clarification. The first is that the utility, and it gets back to a point I made earlier, there is a distinct separation between the parent company's finances, everything that impacts the parent company with offshore wind. There's also separate ratings. So our CLMP, our Yankee Gas, our NSTAR Electric, all of our operating affiliates are separately rated. They have separate financial statements. They have separate books and records. They're separately rated. However, the ratings do tend to, if the parent company is impacted, so too can the family, because the parent company can provide support. But for instance,
I'd ask you to get to a more specific question. When was the last time CLMP as an entity, which hasn't been in for a rate case and is fearful of the climate, but hasn't felt the impact of it in the CLMP division, because by your own comments, each division stands on its own. When was the last time you went out to borrow major capital for investments, and how different in terms of basis points was that than what you paid for in Massachusetts?
I don't have that at my fingertips. I'm certainly certain that I could provide it. It's frequent. Yeah, we access debt markets frequently.
Yeah.
And
it's-
just in terms of the securitization, I did just want to go back.
Another question, when you access the debt market, when you go to borrow, let's say you needed $1 billion for upgrades. Does Connecticut get notified? Does Pura get notified? Does Deep get notified? Do you call me and say, Norm, I'm borrowing $1 billion?
We don't call you. I
know
I'd be
that.
happy to call you. I mean, Pura
You can call
authorizes.
me anytime.
Yeah, Pura authorizes, so we have debt finance, we have financing approval from Pura to issue debt. So they establish the terms under which we can issue debt, the level that we can issue debt. There's an authorization. I don't recall exactly how long it,
You
is
don't know
in
when the
place.
last time you've gone out to the debt markets. You're just afraid that when you do.
No, we go out, no, we're
You
in
don't-
the debt markets all the time. So we have absolutely access to debt markets. I just don't know
Okay.
when and to what extent.
All right.
In terms of securitization, I just think it's such an important point, though. I hear you about not wanting to issue bonds to pay for ongoing operations, but that's not what securitization does, and that's not what these storm costs are. Put aside the amount, but I'm going to just say an amount. So we have $1 billion. Pick a number in your head as to what level Pura should authorize based on its prudency review when it's complete. It's going to come up with a number. Pick a number in your head. And it's going to say, this is the amount that we think
$1.49.
was $1.49. That's going to be paid for by customers. That's the prudent amount. It doesn't work if it's $1.49.
I know
Example
that.
falls apart. So Pura will say you can recover those costs over 6 years. Okay. So there's a number in your head that's going to be recovered over 6 years. All securitization does, you could securitize it over 6 years too. It is still a no-lose proposition for two reasons. First, the way the law was written then and will be written if ever enacted is it just allows Pura to have a tool to use this financing vehicle. We need to have enabling legislation for securitization to even be on the table. Pura could decide it's not cost beneficial. Pura could decide, no, I want my Eversource's customers to pay back that $1.49 over 6 years with carrying charges at the weighted average cost of capital. I don't know why Pura would ever do that unless it was more expensive for us to securitize. If it was more expensive for us to securitize, we would never do it. But the fact of the matter is that with securitization, you get a AAA rated debt vehicle that we do not otherwise have.
Whose rating is that
It's a
AAA
separate,
debt?
that's what, it's a separate, it's a special purpose entity. We actually set up a separate entity affiliate under the CLNP family.
So why would that have a higher rating?
Because
Because it's a
Pura-
different debt to equity number?
There's no equity, there's no return.
So it's only debt.
The reason it's highly rated is because the legislation that is enacted says Pura, once it approves securitization, cannot adjust the rate downward. It says that Pura has to set the rate such that the company, the special purpose entity, is able to pay the debt service obligation. So that makes it extremely low risk from a debt lender perspective if they know the regulator can't, for political reasons or other reasons, adjust it. That is why we can't think about it, to your first question, which is a very good question and one I think we should look at, and we're looking at it in Massachusetts. How can we leverage securitization as a tool to save our customers money? But it is not something that can be used to finance all of our debt that we access. We spend $6 billion a year, like I said, across our Eversource footprint. We simply cannot securitize $6 billion a year. It will not work because the only reason it is a
So
successful.
you think, well, wait, let me ask you why?
Because the only reason is it's a successful vehicle is because it takes the discretion out of Pura's hands to adjust rates. Once it goes into effect, Pura has to let the rates adjust so that the entity, the special purpose entity, is able to pay the debt service obligation. That's what the legislation does. The legislation doesn't tie it at all to Connecticut as the state's finance.
So the ratepayers are guaranteeing it.
The ratepayers are guaranteeing it. But again, imagine your $1.49 example. Pura has decided in that
Let's start
example.
with your $1 billion.
It's
example.
easier
It's a
that
little
way.
bit
I
better
agree. Thank
number.
you so much. That was going to be really hard. $1 billion. In this example, we're agreeing to $1 billion. Pura has decided that Eversource's customers are going to pay $1 billion. That decision has been made. Now the question is just, how do we do that in the cheapest way possible for our customers? We want it to be as cheap as we possibly can. You're imagining a world where we would get to that point where Pura will have said, Eversource's customers are going to pay Eversource $1 billion for these storms. So distracting. Not your dancing. It's just in the back.
We're all gonna dance in a minute.
If I had any rhythm at all, I would join you. So $1 billion over 6 years at our weighted average cost of capital, or $1 billion at the highest rated debt that you can possibly have at the lowest possible interest rate you can possibly have. I don't understand why we wouldn't want to do it. But again, the law would simply be saying, it's so funny because I wonder if like on the TV, you can hear any of this.
I don't know if they can hear you, but I
It's very
suspect that they
distracting
can
too,
hear
having
that.
your face in the background. And I like the other hearing room better where it's behind me. But so
No,
the, back to the example, again, securitization would simply be in the way the legislation was drafted then, and I hope would be drafted if ever it's on the table in the future. And I think it should be. I think it should be. If we're about affordability, securitization should be on the table. All it would be doing is saying to Pura, you have an option, that you have an option to evaluate if it's beneficial for customers. Once an amount has been determined that it should be recovered and will be recovered from customers, giving Pura the option to say, how can we do that with the cheapest possible financing vehicle? That's all securitization is. It is a separate and distinct financing vehicle, but you can't do it for all of our investments. It can't be done that way because it's a rare opportunity. It takes a long time to get through. We need to be able to access capital every day if we need to. You talked about 2008. There was a financial crisis in 2008. Fortunately, Eversource, we were one of the highest rated utilities in the country at that point in time, where we were able to ride out that financial turmoil. I was just talking about this yesterday with our treasurer. There were other utilities who not only had higher costs of debt during the financial crisis, but couldn't access capital during the financial crisis, where we could because we were very highly rated. That's the downside to having a negative rating. You keep implying that we are trying to tell our credit rating agencies to lower our rating, and I just don't see how that would ever be a good business decision for anyone. That is not what happens, Senator, respectfully. But back to the issue of securitization, it is simply a tool that Pura would have in its toolbox to be able to say, again, we've got $1 billion that Eversource's customers are going to pay. These are prudent costs, they're going to pay them. So how can we do that in the cheapest way? And securitization just
I would almost say that it's not a tool that I would use for storm losses, right? Unless it was a major catastrophic loss.
well, these are, it's $1 billion. And if you look, there's several states,
It's
like I said.
accumulated over,
I'm so sorry.
it's accumulated over what's now almost 7 years since the rate case. And, you know, the reason that in Senate Bill 7, we passed sort of a sunsetting on another settlement that extends what happened in 2021 is because I do believe that that needs to be adjudicated because there will be more storms. And whether they're better or worse or more impactful or less impactful, you and I will never know that until after they happen. But storms coming more frequently and being more severe feels to me after, you know, being in municipal government for 22 years, feels like they are happening more frequently and the damage is more significant. So paying each one off over a longer period of time makes no sense. And what I don't know is the actual difference in basis points between the cost at the current rating and the current ability of, you know, how the market views Eversource, CLMP to repay their debt, which can be very different, by the way, than the actual rating itself, right? That Connecticut, when Connecticut's credit rating wasn't great, our cost of debt was not materially that much more than it would have been had we been AAA. We were still getting decent rates in the market. It depends on how much capital is out there and how much people are willing to lend, and more than just a rating agency analysis. So nobody's shown me numbers that say at this moment in time, the difference would be 5 basis points, 10 basis points, 20 basis points, because storm losses, I don't think I would ever securitize over more than 5 years. If you're telling me that we can already do 6, but it's a difference between a AAA rating because it's guaranteed by the ratepayers, not by the state, but by the residents of the state effectively, which I'm not sure which is better. But if you're telling me that it turns it from AAA to triple B plus or whatever your current rating is now, which doesn't seem to be that inconsistent with the industry, quite honestly. I don't know what the difference in the cost of borrowing would be. So somebody would really have to show me numbers to say, at this moment in time, this is what the difference would be.
And
And what I do know about debt, because I've grown my business on debt and I bonded for my municipality, is you don't know what the value, what they're going to charge you, what the market will pay for your paper until you issue it, right?
Right.
If you issue paper, corporate bonds, or if you issue paper by going to the banks and borrowing over 5 or 10 years, they're different numbers. And we're certainly in a higher interest rate market right now, but I don't know what the spread is and nobody's shown it to me. So how could I ever advocate for something that you've explained a little clearer than Joe did that night? But
well, I can
it's like, show
remember.
me the numbers.
Yeah, I
And
think,
then we
well,
can, and then we can have a conversation. and see
Senator,
if
I
it
will
makes
sit
sense.
down and have a conversation with anyone, anytime, anywhere. I've sat with you many times and I'll keep doing it, especially in a situation like this where it's a no-lose proposition. It is a no-lose proposition. So you're not going to have to take my word for it. I'll show you the numbers. The numbers were actually much more compelling in 2019 when it was initially shot down. We were in a low interest rate environment at that time. Interest rates for securitization were in the 2% range, 2% range. As compared to our weighted average cost of capital, which is over 7%. So we could have had that 500 basis point differential locked in for our customers as a no-lose proposition. Again, so it's a gating exercise. For securitization to happen, the legislature needs to allow it to happen.
So you're saying in 2019,
It was a no-lose proposition. Yes, you're spreading it out longer, but again, part of the exercise before PURA would authorize it would be to evaluate. After this, let's all go dance.
we're gonna, yeah. Do you have more people that are gonna talk after this?
I don't, it might
Jeff,
just be me. I mean,
I'm gonna wrap
Leslie
this
knows,
one up,
she
Doug.
brings me.
We'll
I just
continue
can't
the
stop.
conversation after. All right.
Well, no, but it's important. It is important because this is so, because
Show me the numbers.
I will, but in
Historically.
2019, the numbers were so much more compelling and it was an opportunity lost because there was this perception that it was a bailout for Eversource. But the bottom line is this: in 2019, we had analysis that showed that if we could securitize storm costs, again, in a world where PURA will have said customers are going to pay for this and they're going to pay for it over time. Now it just becomes a question of how can we lower the cost? And at that point in time, it would have saved customers, I forget exactly, but close to, if not more than $100 million as compared to the alternative. And I don't understand how a rate case would solve it either. In a rate case, all we're doing is having PURA look at all of our costs of service, all the capital we've invested that's not being recovered through that mechanism.
Well,
Like
I
we
think,
talked
but
about.
before you
the
write a
last
check
hearing.
to somebody or guarantee the debt through whatever vehicle.
You wouldn't be. The legislature would simply be saying, we want to authorize this tool. You would then enact to PURA and entrust PURA to go through its process to determine, again, they're going to say we can recover $1.49 or we can recover $1 billion. They're going to say you can cover it over 6 years or what they're going to say. But if they do it without securitization, they have to authorize our weighted average cost of capital because that's what it costs us. They can't authorize less than that because it costs us our weighted average cost of capital. Whereas with securitization, there is no earnings.
So
it is just debt cost. There's no equity return at all. It's just
in
debt.
2019, my little company in Essex was borrowing at fixed rates, swapped out debt at 3.4%.
And securitization, and again, I don't have it. I could probably
It
pull.
wasn't
Actually,
a
wait,
5% spread. Yeah, no.
I'm gonna pull up
Let's,
the slides.
let's,
Oh,
let's bag it right now, guys.
no, everyone's so
Unless
interested.
somebody else
When you
does.
get me talking about
I love
utility rates,
having a
I can't help it.
one-on-one, but we could do it one-on-one.
All right.
And unless anybody's got anything else.
We actually have some.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up now.
Representative Constantine, followed by Representative Mishitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug, thank you. I hope we be on a first name basis. You've been up there at least over an hour.
So sorry.
So I don't know if this question is for you, Doug, or Jen, and I'm sorry I didn't catch your name.
It's Andy Bowman.
Andy, nice to meet you all. And Andy, you are, oh, with solar, and we haven't even gotten to solar, maybe another day. Yeah, I hope you guys made it, but whoever's like has answers questions for an hour, the other two buy him dinner. So,
No, they're mad at me. They had to stay this long.
so this is going back to something you said, I don't know, 50 minutes ago, talking about investments, rate of returns, getting them from ratepayers. So what part of it, it just sounds like the ROI is just dealing with a certain set of ratepayers, like a static set. At what part in your calculations for future investments, let's say for GETS technology, AMI, anything to modernize the grid to bring us more electricity, at what point do you look at what's coming to Connecticut? I mean, data centers, AI. Amazon's building another robotics fulfillment center on the Rhode Island Naugatuck area. They are, the AWS. Everything's going to need more power. So at what point do your investment calculations, you say you want to, $1 billion, but it's not just from today's ratepayers. I mean, you would be looking at exponential growth, especially with data centers. So at what point do your calculations change so we can actually get what we want, affordable power, which hopefully some days, so far it doesn't really sound like there's anything in your plans to actually find relief for the ratepayers so far. But we want more power. We want to attract more business here. You guys can sell more business. So how does that change your calculations?
That's an excellent question. I think I mentioned earlier, and I know that it is complicated, but this is what I would say. So first, in order to attract that data center or other businesses, we need to have the grid infrastructure in place to support it. And perhaps Ms. Schilling could speak about that. In terms of the financial approach to it, I think you're naturally thinking, well, we would have more sales and that should go into the equation. In Connecticut and in our other jurisdiction, at least in Massachusetts, we have something called revenue decoupling, which says that if you have additional revenues for any reason, it goes back to customers. So that really doesn't come into play as much as the regulatory framework in place where, and this is true for all investor-owned utilities. I think I mentioned, can't believe it, 2 hours ago, probably at this point, but the idea is that the regulatory framework has to be such that the utility has an opportunity, but not a guarantee, to be able to earn the authorized level of ROE so that it's able to attract the capital. So whether it's for new load that's coming on or existing load that we're serving, it really is the same calculus to say that we have to spend a lot of money, we have to access a lot of capital. And so the regulatory framework, whatever it is in place, has to be able to provide that opportunity. I'm not sure if that helps, but that's how we think of it.
Well, I mean, what I regret is our January 3rd meeting had to be rescheduled. We have never found time on the schedule. So we actually haven't sat down kind of, as a group, especially for us new people, to meet with you and really discuss your industry, your concerns, and what your vision for the future is, which would have been really helpful. Maybe we can get that on the table again. I thought part of your investment was that you would be able to recoup it under our current regulatory environment.
Well, the way that the way the regulatory environment is supposed to be set up is that, again, in any given year, you're able to earn that authorized ROE. And so as we're trying to spend additional capital, we were talking about AMI, that example just feels a little easier for me to get my head around. If we're spending additional incremental, $1 billion for AMI, or perhaps to enable a new business to come in, that's going to come at a cost, and we need to have the revenues to support that cost in whatever framework that our regulator deems appropriate for us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Constantine, Representative Michalski.
Oh, the only thing I was going to add from a planning perspective, when our engineers look and they see on the horizon, we plan out 10 years and we see out on the horizon this load growth, one of the best things we can do is be comprehensive. If I do one Amazon over here and I got one UPS over there, everything we can do to encourage us to think broadly about, looking forward and being able to plan for, areas where we know it's going to come. And that just does require some, additional focus on not just going incrementally to the next thing, but thinking broadly. So anything we can do to encourage that, I think, helps everybody lower costs.
I wanted to ask you, I live in a municipal utility, so I have nothing to do with this rate structure, but I'm just interested in solving a problem, which is that PURA follows the statutes. And they say that when you ask them questions, they say, well, we follow the statutes. We do what the legislature writes in the statutes. And it seems that there's some missing language in this PURA statutes. And these fights come up. These are recurring fights. You know, you see them every year. And again, I'm an interested observer from outside. I'm in my own little utility with its own little PURA. But the big utilities come in and we see these repetitive disagreements on timetable of paying, ratepayers paying for improvements and how long that should be and what is allowed and whether you proved your case and so on. Is there a way we can update the PURA statutes to make it more clear what you're allowed to invest in and how long it takes to pay for it and not put an undue burden on the ratepayer? Is there a way we can make this more clear?
Well, I think so PURA has a difficult job. PURA needs to try to balance the impact on the ratepayer with our need to be able to attract the capital so that we can serve the ratepayer. That is a difficult job that I don't begrudge them. I think the concern and the reason that I keep mentioning that Connecticut is viewed as a poor regulatory environment for utility infrastructure investment is because it's viewed as weighing too heavily the side of the ratepayer. The regulator's job is actually not to be a ratepayer advocate. The regulator's job is to balance those 2 points of view. So investors look at Connecticut and say their sole and priority focus is on affordability, which is ours too. I hope you believe me. It's ours too. But to be able to attract the necessary investment that we need to be able to pay our investors back every year for that capital. We need to be able to have an adequate return every year for them. So I'm not sure. I think from my perspective, which is certainly not going to be PURA's perspective, but my perspective, the way that the investor community would look at it and say, if we could have a more conducive regulatory environment to support utility infrastructure investment, it would be to have more clarity, more stability, more predictability on how that return will be provided to the utility investor. Utility investors don't expect a guaranteed return. They just want steady, stable, predictable regulatory environments so that they can get their reasonable return. Utilities are generally viewed as sort of a notch more risky than debt. In fact, that's why when you see treasuries go up in the other way, the investors will move in inverse to utility stocks because we're viewed debt-like. We are not, trying to hit home runs. We are trying to provide steady, stable returns, and the Connecticut regulatory environment isn't that. So in order to get to that point of view, investors are looking for, and in Massachusetts, we have a regulatory environment which just says, as long as we are good stewards of the system, as long as we follow the rules of the road, which at Eversource we take great pride in doing, we'll be able to make the investments and to provide the return that our investors expect on those investments.
Okay, so again, to repeat my question, is there some language we could put in the PURA statutes that would make this more clear for both sides?
I mean, I think from my perspective, language around having timely recovery of prudently incurred costs, timely meaning as incurred, of prudently incurred costs is what investors are looking for to ensure, whether it's in statute or from PURA, that they're going to be able to get their money back as long as the utility managers are making prudent decisions, as opposed to having an environment that is viewed as having arbitrary decisions that will make a decision reducing distribution rates, again, recognizing it's only 25% of the bill in favor of having affordability, a noble goal and one that we all share, at the expense of utility equity investor returns. That's, I think, what would need to be in statutes.
Okay, and do the Massachusetts statutes have that language?
No, I think, well, in some cases, yes, but generally speaking, the difference in Massachusetts and in Connecticut is that the regulator in Massachusetts, it's called the DPU, the Department of Public Utilities. They take a different perspective. They understand, first of all, and our rates are very similar. Customer bills are very similar. We're always talking about having the highest electric rates in the country. We do. We're in the top 5. All of our operating companies are here in New England. Connecticut and Massachusetts just bounce back and forth. So it's very similar. But the regulator understands that their job is to balance those two perspectives, ratepayers and affordability on the one hand, with the, at times, competing objective to be able to deliver those returns. So their objective is to be in the middle and to be balanced and to say we'll provide steady, stable, predictable outcomes. So it's not so much in law, it's just the way that the regulator, the DPU, I think, interprets its role and understands that there is a necessary role that equity investors play so utilities can serve our customers.
Okay, so at this point, you don't recommend any changes in language in the PURA statutes?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. I think we should have healthy, and I just spent 2 hours doing it on securitization. I think that actually is a tool that the legislation can enable that would help to provide affordable service for aspects that are going to only increase bills. Certainly storms is one of them. I think in terms of having more steady, stable, predictable outcomes, statutory language that directs PURA to provide for timely recovery of prudently incurred costs is something that would be certainly helpful and valuable from my perspective. I think it depends on the specific, I'm unclear as to what, the specific circumstances that you're considering.
Well, if we wanted them to upgrade the grid to get more efficient use of the transmission system we have now, for example, or to include the meters so people could adjust time of day when they use the power. How do we take care of those investments that there's an upfront cost, but then over time there's savings and efficiency and the system lasts longer and so on?
It would be to have language that instructs PURA on the case of AMI that instructs PURA to provide the utility with timely cost recovery of prudently incurred costs, timely being as incurred. It doesn't do any good to have a regulatory paradigm where the question of whether will ultimately be found imprudent is a significant risk for $1 billion investment. That's something that tells a utility we simply cannot move forward with that type of risk, with that type of investment.
Okay, and what's timely?
As incurred. I'll give one other example, actually. We're never getting out of here. In Massachusetts, there's in Mr. Belden, I'll finally let him speak. There's a program in place to enable distributed energy generation to connect to the system. Okay. The problem that utilities face is that distributed generators, they want to connect the system where they want to connect, and at times it can become saturated. So the cost to interconnect is too great. So in Massachusetts, the Department of Public Utilities looked at this problem and said, let's create a paradigm where the utilities can make that infrastructure investment. They can charge a portion of that investment to the developers. Whereas historically, prior to this decision, all of that cost would go to the developers. It was cost prohibitive. The development stopped. So the Department of Public Utilities said, let's have a paradigm where the utility makes the investment, charges a portion of it to the developers, and charges the rest to its ratepayers, and has a reconciling mechanism that provides for timely, meaning annually, each year, we are able to collect the revenues. Only once those costs have been deemed prudent, we collect those revenues so that we are recovering our costs to support the state's policy goals. That's how Massachusetts did it. It's an extremely innovative approach. It hasn't been done before, to my knowledge or recollection. PURA just issued a decision, the same problem, the same decision. On the one hand, the decision says, just like Massachusetts, take the cost of the upgrade, Eversource, you spend the money and upgrade the system. You're going to allocate a portion of that cost to developers that are in the queue and those that come down the road, identical to Massachusetts. However, the other side of the equation, they said, you don't get cost recovery for it. You spend the dollars, come in and have a rate case, and then you'll get recovery if it's deemed prudent. Two very different approaches. And, I think based on some of the earlier conversations, some may look at that and say, well, Eversource, you should be making that investment. Come in for a rate case and do it. But the fact of the matter is that rate cases they're a very timely proposition. They're very expensive. They don't happen frequently. It's not a case where we're going to be able to make, in this situation, hundreds of millions of dollars of incremental investment that we wouldn't be spending on our own at a time where we're having to cut our spending in the state of Connecticut. We won't be able to make incremental investment without the dollars to support it. So That's a paradigm where the DPU said, we have a problem, let's solve it, let's partner with the utilities. We understand it will come at a cost, but Representative Steinberg said earlier, there's a cost of doing nothing. And the DPU understands that and says, we want to incur this cost on behalf of ratepayers. It's worth it for the environment. It's worth it for our clean energy transition. I was going to let Andy speak. I don't know if there's any more.
Yeah, Doug, you kind of covered it, so I think. I think the other important distinction between what we have in terms of regulatory construct for these types of investments in Massachusetts versus Connecticut. These investments are entirely novel, as Doug alluded to. No other utility in the country is making these sorts of investments. And so in Massachusetts, there's an extensive process to review kind of the engineering, the cost of the investments, the solar that's going to interconnect at the sites in advance of actually us going out, spending the hundreds of millions of dollars and then asking for recovery. The model that we've seen in the most recent decision from Pura doesn't have any of that kind of upfront process where we get to have the conversation with the regulator, make sure that what we're intending to do and the investments that we're making are consistent with their wishes. So, we're left in the position where we would, under the existing order that Pura put out, have to make hundreds of millions of dollars of entirely novel investments without any idea how Pura would ultimately, review that for prudence. So I think that's a critical distinction between, what we've seen in Massachusetts and what we have in Connecticut.
The good thing for having taken so long is the party's over outside, so you're welcome.
Party's not over here. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To revisit the securitization idea, what is the context for this conversation look like in Massachusetts? What issues are you looking, or what are you looking to fund through securitization, or is that an open question?
That's a great question. It's an open question. So in Massachusetts, we have, like I said, working groups where they're just seeing, hey, we have an energy affordability issue. How can we solve it? We know that the grid needs significant upgrades. We know that there's offshore wind that's going to come on. There's a lot of things that we want to enable. So they're just being proactive to say, let's have these discussions led by the administration. The utilities have a seat at the table, and they're looking at an all of the above type of an approach. Can securitization work? Can clean energy tariffs work? Can they have a whole suite of options that they're looking at, and we're just in the sort of the initial brainstorming phase. So they're asking the questions that were asked before. Can we use securitization to finance some of these investments? Can we use it to finance other things that are on the bill now that would create headroom for those investments if we can't use it for securitization? They're really just trying to, and we all are, trying to work together to figure out, seeing this coming, how can we make things better? How can we find ways to have more affordable energy?
And typically securitization is used for costs that have already been incurred, right? It's not
Right.
usually for like something that's not online. Right?
It's no, because it's an extensive process. Like I said, it's expensive initially upfront as well, although it's cost beneficial because you get the AAA rated debt. And I happen to have a slide presentation that I shared with the Office of Consumer Counsel back in March of 2022, just to the point we were evaluating in that scenario, 7-year securitization, weighted cost of capital versus securitization. It would have saved customers $94 million, 7 years versus 7 years, because at that time, the cost of debt was 2.25%, and our cost of capital is over 7%. At this point in time, the cost of debt is higher. Even with securitization, the cost of debt will be closer to parity with our weighted cost of capital, but still having the tool available, and hopefully if interest rates come back down, I think is hopefully the objective.
What's the cost of debt now?
It's closer to 5%.
Okay. And you said the weighted average cost of capital is 7.
A little over 7%. The weighted average cost of capital is our weighted average cost of debt. Okay. And equity, which is higher.
So to summarize, you're thinking if it were a tool in the toolbox and interest rates went down, you could look at costs that have already been incurred and potentially securitize those costs?
Storm costs. It's to me, the most obvious cost is we have $1 billion of storm costs on our balance sheet. Again, other states, many of them use securitization as a tool to have customers pay for storm costs in a more efficient way than using the full utility balance sheet and the full cost of capital.
And what about some of the other things you mentioned, like investments in infrastructure?
Well, that's where I think we're having this discussion now and looking into it in Massachusetts. It's not generally done that way because it is not something that you use for run-of-the-mill investments. It's not something that can become a large portion of your portfolio because it's a unique financing infrastructure. It's a separately rated entity. It's not CLMP or Yankee Gas. So there's a lot of complexity I see in having it be used for run-of-the-mill investment. It's not something that's been done before. It needs to be a small component of the bill. But again, in the interest of affordability, we are looking at everything. If it's possible to have a better financing vehicle, I'm game for whatever. And if you can find the investor that doesn't want their equity return, I'll take their money too.
Are there any infrastructure investments that you feel like are well suited for securitization?
The only infrastructure investments that I am aware of where securitization has been used in utility finance in the past is when in electric industry restructuring, where utilities were required to get out of the generation fleet. They had to sell their generation fleet at below market costs. So they had incurred costs at a certain level. They had to sell it for less. The balance, the difference was securitized. It's called a stranded asset. So that was an infrastructure cost, but it was a cost of something, a business that we were required by legislation to get out of, as opposed to something that like advanced metering infrastructure that our meters are going to serve our customers for the next 15 to 20 years. It's not been used for something like that, as far as I am aware.
And why do you think that is?
For the reasons that I said, it's a complicated vehicle. It's got initially expensive upfront cost. The legislation has to be specific as to how and when it can be used. And it takes an extensive process to go through with PURA to get the securitization financing set up so that you can actually finance. Unlike traditional capital that we're issuing debt as we need to, we go through a process, and I forget, I think it's once every 3 years. It can be more frequent, where we go in and we say, we need to authorize $1 billion of debt over the next 3 years. We have that authorization. We are then free to access the capital markets at any time within those 3 years and at the most opportune time within those 3 years. Whereas with securitization, again, you're going in for a specific thing, a specific recovery. It's just not something that I could envision using often in that way.
Thanks. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Representative Foster.
So sorry. I feel my sincerest apologies. I'll try and be as fast as I can. So I'm just curious. We haven't really had much of your testimony time that was sort of focused on 7017. And so I'm wondering if we could have a little bit of commentary on your take on grid enhancing technologies and ATT technologies. And the thing that I am sort of the most stuck on that you all would, I think, be particularly helpful for is there is this thought that there is not adequate incentive for the utility companies to deploy technologies to the full benefits that they have, because there's not accountability to the full deployment of those technologies, but there is accountability. There is the, your guaranteed rate of return on investment. So for example, if you deployed like smart meters, and you turned on 10% of their capacity, but you didn't operationalize all of their capacity, I'm not sure that we have an appropriate lever to address that issue. So I'm curious if you all have any comments or feedback on conceptualizing making the grid enhancing technologies task force a requirement for Eversource and UI to be moving towards costing out not just transmission infrastructure investment, but also gets and ATTs, but also like what is the best way that we can be responsible policymakers here and create an appropriate and fair accountability to the utility companies to deploy these technologies to the best benefit of the ratepayers, which is my priority 100%. So I know we've talked about that. Maybe that's not PURA's priority to balance those wheels, but that's who I'm here for. So.
Well, I can't speak to transmission level technologies. I just work on distribution. So I'll keep this focused on the incentives for distribution technologies. I will say that What motivates us to make the most of every investment that we make? So we'll take AMI as an example, right? If I installed AMI, I am incented to have better reliability. So if I don't use the functionality that helps me to recognize when somebody's out faster, why would I do that? I don't have any incentive to not take advantage of all of the capabilities that I would have as a part of the technology. Some capabilities are a little bit harder to, because they take additional investment, right? If I, so if I want to use it to manage voltage and I say, oh, here's an area where I could I could reduce demand, and that may require additional investment, then that just becomes another investment decision. Is it a cost benefit to do it? So sometimes each individual taking advantage of a capability requires another cost benefit analysis. But I think in general, the more we can have accountability to things that are measurable within our control and are things that are, that are delivering benefit to customers, like reliability. We're always incented to improve our reliability statistics. I'm going to take advantage of every tool in the toolbox I can to keep the lights on. I'm always going to do that. So those are the kind of things I think that encourage us to make the most of what we do.
So reliability is one part, but there's also, like congestion, costs, and there's all the different ways that those sort of things can be deployed. I mean, theoretically, I think you can use smart meters to counterbalance like duck curve effects, right? And so those kinds of deployments of those technologies, do you reach the full benefit in the ways that they're currently deployed? And how do we incent, I'm interested in both carrot and stick. Like, how do we create systems where you're incented? I mean, reliability, perhaps you are adequately incented for, but what about the things that reduce costs to consumers? Is there adequate frameworks and protection in place for those?
Well, I think so. For example, the frameworks that we work with that encourage us to pursue the use of third-party behind-the-meter distributed energy resources to reduce peak demand. I think there's been some discussion of that today, right? Those that I think the incentives to do that are, they are partly reliability based. When I stress the system at peak, that causes cost and it causes reliability concerns. So that is one. But I think we also measure ourselves on and try and report out and provide transparency on the degree to which we are using behind the meter third-party technologies to reduce demand. So we do have an incentive, to say, okay, if we invest in these technologies that are going to make us more likely, I don't know if you use the term virtual power plant, but we build some technology. It's going to give us the capability to aggregate and dispatch distributed energy resources. And then we report out after the fact and we say, this is what we did with it. And that framework has to date, encouraged us in other places to do a lot of really good things around, supporting the use of third-party distributed energy resources as grid assets.
So what, if the bill, instead of being a task force, was operationalized to require the utility companies to cost compare different grid enhancements and ATT options as they made considerations for investments in the grid, would that be something that would turn the needle and help advance choices to make those decisions, or at least might illuminate alternative options that aren't currently being considered? Would that change the course of your current operations in any way?
I think I don't mean to return everything back to Mr. Horan's discussion, but I think for us, the things that turn our ability to invest in new and innovative approaches to try and, do things like virtual power plants really do stem from making sure that we have the environment that encourages the the ability to have an idea and to say, you know what, I think that if I could aggregate all these behind the meter storage and I could use it as an alternative to some other investment, I can do some math and I can say, yep, I think that's a good idea. But it takes a little bit of trying to go through the process to make sure that knowing what I know today, that really could, everything I know, the technology is good, the people are willing, I have the money to do it. It's all makes sense today. It's just, we run into problems when, then the world changes and things happen and we can't, the investments, the value proposition, what you thought would happen, it may be better, may be different. The world is going to turn out differently. So that uncertainty is sometimes the things that make it difficult to move forward.
That is interesting. I know that in the transportation engineering marketplace, there have been examples of states that require green concrete in cost estimating, and that has been shown to, when you cost out projects over time and you look into standard environmentally positive impacting products and you compare the cost and you just require that cost exercise to happen over and over and over again, like suddenly the cost benefit proposition shifts. And in like the free marketplace, which is, I think you're saying, if the capital marketplace was more, you felt like was more friendly to you, you might voluntarily adopt some of these choices in a way that's different than you're doing it right now. Our job is to look for a policy lever that encourages behavior change. In the absence of seeing, based on the technologies that I'm aware of and reading about, and like the APA has this 100-page document and they demonstrate the promising prospect of ATTs and grid enhancing technologies. So it feels to me like trusting it to the market is a risky proposition given the cost of energy in our marketplace. So that gives me something to think about, but is consistent with what you all have been telling us about GETS for the last 2 years. So I appreciate your answers to my questions, and thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If anybody should be thanked for their indulgence, it's you for the past several hours. We really do appreciate it. We got into a lot of things that matter. So we thank you for taking the time. Seeing no further other questions or comments, are there other Eversource people who are looking for
And I'm sorry that you're not getting rid of me. I think on the next one, I am not speaking a lot. So we have Nikki Bruno, right? Nikki Bruno is remote.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think I'm under 3 minutes, so I'll get going. Good evening, Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. My name is Nikki Bruno. I'm the Vice President of Clean Technologies for Eversource, and I'm joined tonight by my colleague, Eric Bosworth, our Manager of Clean Technologies. Thank you for giving us the chance to appear before you today. We did also submit detailed pre-filed testimony on SB 1352, an act promoting energy efficiency. And wanted to reiterate, we're committed, as we've prior stated, that Eversource is looking to deliver New England's vision of clean energy future, continuing to explore thermal energy networks as a viable option to affordably heat and cool homes and businesses. And our commitment to thermal energy, including network geothermal systems, is evidenced by our first of its kind geothermal system in Framingham, Massachusetts. I wanted to direct my comments to sections 5, 6, and 7. Currently in section 5 of SB 1352, PURA is directed to initiate an uncontested proceeding on the future of natural gas in the state of Connecticut. We'd like to note that extensive work on the future of gas has been initiated or is well underway in other jurisdictions, including those where Eversource has actively participated. And we'd recommend for this proceeding to occur after DEEP has completed its latest comprehensive energy strategy, so as to leverage a lot of the existing analysis already undertaken by many. Additionally, we support a contested proceeding so that stakeholders may offer feedback on such a key topic of policy. And finally, we would ask, as mentioned before, that affordability be front and center in this discussion. In Section 6 of the bill, which requires the establishment of a program for the development of utility scale thermal energy networks, we would like to reaffirm our support for this and similar initiatives. And we look forward to collaborating with members of the committee, PURA, and other stakeholders on a framework that allows for the informed deployment of thermal energy networks. We believe leveraging our thermal experience and pilot data in Massachusetts will help to ensure that projects are undertaken in a way that best aligns with the state goals and in the interest of our customers. Finally, in Section 7 of the bill, which directs gas ratepayer funds to be used for the establishment of incentives for municipal projects, we would like to express our concern over this specific proposal. Based on similar concerns that both the legislature and others have voiced on adding costs to energy bills, we cannot support a program funded by existing ratepayer bills that would go to projects deployed outside of the utility service territory. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions that folks may have with my colleague.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for weighing in on these other topics, some of which we've covered. I'm not sure I'm prepared to wait for Deep to finish the comprehensive energy strategy before we can have the conversation on the future of natural gas, given the long timetables that seem to accompany the CES in the past. But we take your point. Are there any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
How am I missing people raising hands? All right. Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's currently incentives for ground source heat pumps in the conservation load management program, and something like a local thermal energy network could help bring more ground source heat pumps online. So I wanted to ask you how that squares with your concerns around Section 7.
I think, without having that document right in front of me, I guess what I would say is the concern about Section 7 is where we're not the natural gas provider who would deploy such a utility scale thermal network system. If we were utilizing ratepayer funds to subsidize where our ratepayers would not necessarily get the benefit of, that's the concern. We'd be adding costs to bill, and obviously we've discussed the sensitivity of affordability at length here.
What I'm saying is currently the conservation load management program incentivizes natural gas demand reduction through things like ground source heat pumps. So there's existing precedent for a similar model.
I'm happy to take that back and take a look, Representative Winter, and we can certainly get back to you. Without having it in front of me, I don't want to misstate anything.
Okay.
And unless my colleague, Mr. Bosworth, has anything to add.
I would just add a similar sentiment. And thank you, Ms. Bruno. Thank you to the committee for allowing us to appear in front of you again here in such a short time.
Thanks. And one other question would be around the pilots. I know that there was a pilot proposed in the natural gas rate case, but I think it was specifically only for new construction. If we were to require a pilot that also included retrofits, is that something you would take issue with?
I think, thank you, Representative. There was a proposal, I think as other of my colleagues have mentioned, we definitely need to understand what the regulatory framework would be with PURA, as we noted in our rate case filing. Relative to the actual proposal itself, we believe, based on our experience and supported by some documentation or studies that have been released at the federal level, the new construction marketplace is not easy by a stretch, but does have the opportunity of reducing costs on the customer side, in that we will not have to retrofit legacy buildings to support a ground source heat pump and associated ductwork or whatever HVAC that would need to be installed. Quite simply, we wouldn't be opposed. However, we are concerned that that retrofit market is going to take a lot of complex decision making and thinking around how we can find a way to defray customer costs. As you know, each of the buildings you live or rent are very different from each other, and so we've experienced that challenge firsthand in Framingham. And it's a big cost driver for an overall project.
Thanks, and thanks for your excitement about this general concept. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I'm looking very carefully. Any other questions or comments? Then we're ready for round 3 of Eversource.
Thank you.
My notes say good morning. Good evening. Good evening, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Mara, and other members of the committee. My name is Doug Horton. I'm the Vice President of Distribution Rates and Revenue Requirements for Eversource, and I'm joined today by Kevin Bond, our Manager of Research and Business Development, and Sean Tully, our Manager of Energy Efficiency. Thank you for giving us the chance to appear before you today. We submit a brief pre-filed testimony on SB number 1353, an act concerning subsidies for new electricity demand. I'll limit my comments to a few key points. Sections 1 through 12 of this bill reduce or eliminate support for the implementation of electric vehicle charging infrastructure and electric heat pumps. Eversource recognizes that there is an ongoing public policy debate within the state of Connecticut over whether such programs should be funded by the public benefits charges on customer utility bills or through taxpayer-generated allocations from the general fund, by those consumers who purchase EVs or heat pumps, or through some other sources. And putting aside the pending debate over the funding source for these public policy initiatives, we wish to point out that the increasing demand for electricity resulting from greater use of electric vehicles and of electric heat pumps and other technologies is expected to eventually help moderate electric bills for customers in the following way. The cost to upgrade and maintain the electric grid is generally a fixed cost that's spread across all electric customers, primarily through volumetric or usage-based charges on our bills, and the remainder is collected through a comparatively smaller fixed monthly customer charge. As the number of electric customers increases, and as the amount of electricity consumed by customers increases due to the increased use of EVs, heat pumps, and other technologies, then those fixed costs of the electric grid will be spread over a larger pool of customers, and an increased percentage of that cost will be allocated to those who consume more electricity, such as the users of EVs and heat pumps. Over time, this phenomenon can have the effect of moderating the cost of electric bills for those who do not use EVs, heat pumps, or other electricity-intensive technologies. This effect is amplified by programs which give the electric distribution companies visibility into electric vehicle or heat pump load and the ability to control electric vehicle or heat pump load by sending appropriate price signals or directly controlling the load to shift the load for the benefit of the grid's operation. And finally, visibility into the installation of these loads gives us the opportunity to control them, potentially preventing higher future system upgrade costs. For example, without visibility, a cul-de-sac of electric vehicles may reach a point where it requires a new transformer, when with visibility and control, we could have proactively shifted that load to off-peak periods and thereby prevented the system upgrade. That concludes my testimony, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Representative Mara.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. I've been very quiet over here. I have been listening intently throughout your hours of testimony. I appreciate what you're saying tonight, but I'm kind of curious, is there not a belief that if the EV chargers, let's say everything stays forward and you're able to still have, I think you were looking at the idea of whether you can shift load with the EV chargers and think about the future of the energy where it's involved. Can't you still do that if it is being paid for by taxpayers instead of ratepayers?
Yeah, and I think my name is Kevin Bond, I'm manager of Clean Energy Strategy, and with Sean Tully, we're the EV guys at Eversource. So we love this stuff, we live and breathe it, so we're happy to answer any questions about this and or go into great detail about our programs, which we're very proud of our execution of.
Thank you.
To your question, I think our testimony reflects that. We think these programs are valuable for the reasons we stated, and we're in some ways agnostic to the funding source. So that, could these programs be run in a similar way if they were funded in a different way? Yes, but we do think that they're valuable. programs to have. So. that's
Okay,
nice.
thank you. No, I appreciate that. And let's just say that, just, throwing out a wild idea, that it's not funded by either the ratepayers or by the state. Is there still a way that we can move forward to make sure that you have some sort of oversight in how the EV chargers are managed?
I think that becomes more difficult just based on our lack of visibility. If we don't have the opportunity to enroll customers in an incentive program, say to incent them to shift their charging off peak, without that connection to the customer, we don't know who the EV customers are. We don't see that load, and we're not able to either control the load ourselves or encourage our customer to shift the load on their own.
Okay, so it's mainly the charging of off-peak. Now, are there charging systems that are available to customers that would already have that ability built in to the charger without you having oversight of it? Is there technology that's available for chargers that know that this is peak time? You shouldn't be charging your car. We're going to do it overnight.
Yeah, sure. So a customer has the ability to program their charger or program their car through telematics to charge at a specific time. So you can schedule it through your charger or through the car without an incentive to do that. I'm not sure. We're still in the earliest days of managed charging and working on these incentives. Sean, do you have something on there?
Yeah, I think one distinction I would make is kind of the concept between having kind of passive participation and active participation, and being able to, take that cul-de-sac example. And, when each one of those homes has an EV and they all plug in at night, the average commute for most folks in Connecticut might be 20, 30 miles. So they're coming home and they're looking to recharge for that daily replenishment of the battery state of charge that they use during the day. So if you have the active control and visibility, you would have, with that range replenishment, the ability to kind of stagger these loads and not have them all be coincident at the same time. If you didn't have that visibility, and although the homeowners and drivers saying, okay, I'm going to schedule mine at 10 p.m. That's nice off peak time, and I'll have plenty of time to charge. But we would lose the ability to have a future program where we'd be able to look at all of the EVs that are on a certain circuit or being fed by a certain transformer, and be able to optimize those to spread the load throughout the night to make sure that all of those drivers have the appropriate state of charge that they're looking for to be able to drive around the state and do their business during the day, and be able to have it ready for them when they want to leave the house in the morning.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that. So for those people that don't do the incentive program, so like I have an EV charging station in my, EV charger in my house. Is there any, what can be done in those situations? Is there anything, is that kind of what you're saying? You're just kind of on your own. If you haven't done the incentive, is there any chance for anyone to say, hey, I didn't do the incentive, but, I believe that we should, all work together and figure out the grid situation. So how do I do that?
Yeah, so there are enrollment pathways for customers who haven't received a wiring upgrade or EVSE incentive. So you can get an enrollment incentive. So it's a much smaller incentive. It's $100. You get an enrollment incentive to join the managed charging program. I think there's 86% of the electric vehicles out there today can do that through telematics, which is basically a communication protocol with your vehicle through our DERMS platform. So yes, there's a pathway for customers who do already have an EV charger, who didn't get an incentive through our program, to participate in the managed charging program.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any other questions? You have something else to say?
Yeah, sure. I just wanted to, I saw earlier in the testimony, you asked how many DC fast chargers there were in the state. So there are 575 DC fast chargers in Connecticut.
That's very precise. There hasn't one been put in today?
So yeah, and the for now, the DOE provides all that information on the alternative fuels database, which is available.
Thank you for all the information you provided today. Anybody else? If not, thank you. Is there another contingent of Eversource we have to? Okay.
That's all. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you again. We're in the home stretch. Next up, we have Logan Place, followed by Brian Fady. Is Logan here? No sign. Supposed to be in person? No, that's remote. No? How about Brian? Is Brian with us?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Congratulations. Still with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Brian Fady, State Policy Manager with the Appliance Standards Awareness Project. We are a nonprofit organization that works on appliance efficiency standards. We do it at both the state and the federal level. And I'm speaking in support of SB 1352 regarding the appliance efficiency standards sections. I'll be brief and not repeat what's been said about the bill. One piece of context I can add is that Connecticut has actually a long history of leadership on appliance efficiency standards, having adopted them previously in 2004, and then again 2007, and another round in 2011. And so today, SB 1352, it really just continues that tradition by attempting to add a new round of standards, which once again will save residents and businesses money while reducing carbon emissions. And in fact, it's been referenced throughout the day. My organization, ASAP, we estimate that by 2040, the standards in the bill would save Connecticut $110 million annually on utility bills. And finally, it's been noted earlier, other states have been adopting these same standards in recent years. I just note that that includes states within the region like New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New Jersey. And hopefully Connecticut can be next. So thank you and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. You seem like the right guy to have this conversation with. Why have we failed as a region to arrive at some sort of effective standards? Why has it proven so challenging for us?
Well, with regard to appliance efficiency standards, I think you are seeing in the last like 4 or 5 years, you've seen this wave of adoption of these new updated appliance efficiency standards. And, this is kind of how it's happened over time. States have been adopting appliance efficiency standards since the 1970s, and they've usually come in waves. A bunch of states will adopt very similar standards all at once, and then they usually become federal standards. And we're in another wave right now where the last 5 years you've had 13 states across the country have been adopting these very similar standards. And so we're Connecticut has a history of leading on appliance standards, and there's another wave that can be joined here. And it was referenced earlier, one of the really nice outcomes of this has been that standards going from state level to national level, where you really just see a tremendous increase in the utility bill savings, the carbon emissions being avoided, and the reduction in energy, reduced strain on the grid.
I just hope we're not reversing the trend and we go back to states' rights for appliance standards. Any other questions or comments? If not, we appreciate your input. We'll see if we want to surf this wave or not, and we will get back to you. Any other questions or comments? If not, we move on to Curran Lair, followed by Richard Brody. Is Curran with us? I do not see Curran. Nope. So we're down to our last one, Richard Brody. Is Richard with us? Then I do believe I can say that we have completed today's efforts with this public hearing. I want to thank everybody who has participated. We meet next when? What's that? Next Thursday, in which case you should definitely bring your pillow for that one because it's going to probably run a while. Thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.